What is up, gentlemen? How are you doing?
Man, we had a big rainstorm here today, but man, other than that, I'm good. I got drenched. I thought I was on the beach somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, it was like a severe thunderstorm, man. I mean, I seen rain going sideways.
Yes. Squeegee was going to join the show tonight, but he couldn't because of a huge storm that came through there.
Yeah,
And he's on the other side of the state.
yeah, it was
We
like
got whacked in Chicago between the smoke and the rain, man. I got drenched too, Peach. That's why I was laughing.
Yeah.
I was out on the side of the house hanging a light on a ladder, and it just started pouring instantly.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. That's so much to work with there. You know, hanging the light on a ladder in the middle of a storm.
It wasn't raining when I started.
Man, he just flirted
out
with
of nowhere,
death, brother. Man, he flirted with death.
Well, wait, the smoke's got everything overcast, so you couldn't tell that they were rain clouds as opposed to, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking yesterday too.
yes, Catherine, I am. I'm Joe Mandell, just for tonight.
Before we get to chat, I see that you're back to the 80s vagina face again, huh?
Oh, a little stubbly, but not back to. I'm staying with it for a little bit. It's got to grow out. Next week will be fine, man.
It's amazing how quick a bald vagina can grow back, isn't it?
Sorry, Catherine. They're just not going to let me go on this one, man.
I think that is a perfect way to segue into the show. What do you think, guys? Right, Kitty? Let's kick this shit off.
Bears country. Where is it?
You down with BCP?
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 Wait, I gotta do the Chase thing, right?
Man,
Chase said this is acceptable.
Yeah, but Shay's not always right.
I'm gonna say, who's here?
Shay.
Hey, last week.
Yeah, and I just said Shay's not always right, dude.
Man, not at all. Not at all.
She's gonna be right about 12 and 5. I know that much.
That one I'm not. She could be, man. She could be.
I think I'm getting it down though. I mean, that's a better dance, isn't it?
Don't I tell you?
It was
Don't I
better
tell
than
you
the
that
one
you
you had,
shouldn't
yes.
always believe everything that you think?
Oh man, what is up, gentlemen? How are you guys doing tonight? Officially,
Dry and full, so I'm good, man.
Dry.
I'm
Good.
trying
Yes.
full too.
And I just got the notification, guys. We're on the air. My phone just told me that.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
God,
Pretty interesting stuff.
thank God that the live button over here is actually working.
Yeah, you're not kidding, man. Well, who knows?
Everyone from chat, thanks for joining us. Mark Kazak, Cliff Victoria, Mr. Mayhem, Catherine, Mandell, or Mandell, Catherine, man, is that Joe?
Yeah, it's Joe's wife, I think.
I have to ask him if he's married, if he's married to, if he's
yeah.
related to Howie.
Isn't Howie from Canada?
I don't know.
I thought he was from Canada. Real talk. I thought Howie Mandell was from
He's
Canada.
either from Canada or Tennessee. I don't know. They're both from us. No, I'm joking.
But Doug Van Dorn, thanks for joining us. Marcus Malterer, thank you for joining us. We do have our guest, Joe Mandell, coming up in about 25 minutes. And until then, we're just going to be ourselves here and say, God, guys, there's been a lot of...
I am Joe Mandell.
Yeah, you are. Okay. So then we have Foster coming on in about 25 minutes.
Right. We should bring him on sooner, man. But We'll figure it out, right? That guy's just strange. So
Yeah.
but he watches my baseball show every week almost. I don't know why. He just does, man. He's on the Sox show all the time, talking to me and Zim and Vinny.
Joe says he has about an hour tonight for us, so we'll probably bring him in sooner than that then.
Yeah.
So he's not sitting back.
Oh, did you see what he writes in the chat? He writes, "Fuck, I've aged." Well, Joe, this is this will come sooner than later, Joe. Trust me. You're married with a kid now, so it happens. Let's get rolling. We get rolling, guys, or what are we doing?
Yeah, we're getting rolling here. God, I can't believe that there's actually. Well, first thing I think we should talk about is, do you want to talk about the stadium or the new stadium, Chander, really quick, or do you want to talk about the training camp release?
I would go more towards the training camp release, just because the stadium crap's going to keep going on for years, and they're going to end up in Arlington Heights. It's my opinion.
That's true. That's a very good point.
It's just going to be one of those things where, they're giving us this problem. Well, let's just bring in more stuff to make this, we'll get it bigger, more attention. I just think it's all, somebody said it before, that it was just all a bunch of crap to play up the situation. They've got everything torn down. They can't charge them that amount of money for that stadium they can't charge them that much for the land that they were charging when all that stuff was there and they were running races every week. No way.
Mm-hmm.
Would you pay it?
Well, I mean, I honestly see the Bears' point. I mean, because that seems so unfair, because they was only paying $2 million in taxes when they had the horses things up there. Now they're trying to charge them $16 million or whatever the amount is.
We got to check, because I read that they were getting $50 million a year from that towards all their stuff.
Oh, wow!
From the race.
I had it saved. I can't find the damn link now. It was like 95. They wanted to charge them like $95 million in taxes or something like that.
Yeah. And it was 50 or 52 million when the track was active. That's what they were taking in.
Oh, really? Okay.
But Cook County, what they did was they came in right here at the end of COVID and reassessed every property in the county and pretty much doubled the value. Like my home value went up like $110,000 overnight. So therefore my taxes went up like 85% overnight, which people are going to get taxed out of their houses, man. It's going to happen again here.
Well, the main point that I kind of wanted to bring up about the stadium talk is that it's legit that they are looking at other places. It's not that Kevin Warren is just trying to, blow smoke or, give him shit as a negotiating tactic. That's a legitimate issue when they're charging them. They want to charge them $95 million in taxes. And that's just the beginning of it. And there isn't even they're tearing down a damn building. So there's plenty of time to talk about that, obviously, but that's kind of ridiculous, as well as now you're starting to see all the additional cities, Aurora coming into the talk. Woodstock has been mentioned in it. Waukegan, they have a lakefront. So it's going to be interesting, because I have a feeling that Kevin Warren, with his negotiating abilities from doing the Viking Stadium and then the Big Ten stuff, that he's not going to take shit in this. And they still have an asset on their hands, whether you want to look at it or not.
You're
asset.
Absolutely right. And why not take the blinders off and explore every option? Because that's how you always find the best thing, in my opinion. Give me as many options and as much information as possible, and then I will make the decision that is best for my team.
Okay, but you didn't want to talk about that, but we just did. So let's go to
See how that worked?
Yeah.
Well, that's because you know how screwed up I am. I mean, Joe Mandell is just quite a piece of work that I am. So, man, I'm going to really piss off his dad and his wife and everybody else.
Oh, you're going to get the whole family involved in this one.
I'm done.
So the training camp schedule has been released. The Chicago Bears training camp schedule, training camp will be held at Hallis Hall from July 26th to August 14th. During this period, there will be 9 public training camp practices. July 27th through the 31st, and then the August 1st, 4th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So let's see. All public practices require a free ticket for entry. First come, first serve. See, this is what sucks about this. I was planning on going to training camp this year,
Right.
but I've only ever been to Bourbonnais and
I agree.
Platteville.
I
And
agree.
so if I'm going to drive 12 hours home to go to training camp, it's going to be at Lake Forest, right? And so I have to
Get a ticket.
basically I have to jump in a lottery right now or first come, first serve. I have to be there at like in a line of 5 million
No,
people.
I think you got to order it online.
Let's see.
You got to get your ticket online.
It probably says it right here. I'm just not. I'm just talking like an idiot. Let's see. It doesn't say right there. Tickets are first come, first served, and practice attendance.
There's a button to click on
the
there,
best.
get free tickets. That's probably what you're going to have to click to get the information on.
Okay.
Scroll that up and you'll see it at the bottom.
So the tickets are first come, first served. So okay. So anybody that needs to get their tickets,
But you know,
don't listen to me because those are my tickets. I'll fight you for them.
You want to hear the good news though? The good news is they're going to have two or three open. I think it's 2 open practices in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the same way where you don't have to get the first ticket. First come, first serve for the tickets. You can just go over there and go there and be able to go to their training camp.
That's correct. Yes. Well said. Kenny, welcome. Kenny's in chat now. Good to see you again, Kenny.
Hello,
Retro,
Kenny.
forgot to say hi to you, my friend.
Hello, Retro. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Doug Van Dorn. Did I see Doug Van Dorn last
You were
week?
okay there last week, Doug.
Doug Van Dorn must have been in the hospital last week or something because he wasn't in chat.
Okay, I didn't think I saw him last week.
Hey,
Welcome
Kenny,
back, Doug.
I got to ask Kenny, is that Kenny? Do I know you?
I think that's Kenny Ray. Kenny Ray was on a show before.
Okay.
In fact, I reached out to you again, Kenny, and then in emails if you want to come back on. It might have gone to spam, or you don't want to. What's up, Cliff?
Cliffster, Retro.
Guys, you guys just want to get to our guest.
Yep, absolutely. Bring me on, man. Bring me on.
Go on.
Man, I'm seeing double here, boys. It's like we're twins.
Welcome, Joe.
You poor guy.
Welcome, guys. Thanks for having me.
Wait,
what's up,
I'm
Joe?
the real Joe Mandell.
Oh, right. Sorry.
No, I'm not. No way.
You're not Foster. Forget it. I'll be Foster tonight.
Oh man, that's a tall order, Joe.
Oh boy, I'm not sure you want to do that.
Yeah.
You might,
I don't
you
know.
have to
I don't
your
think
house
it's possible.
Yeah.
You'll have lots of things going on, and they'll never end either.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh wait, that's already happening because he's married with a child.
Oh, you're right. That's very true.
You know
I
what?
can't argue with that.
Speaking of this, I just want to say this because I've been following Joel here, I don't know, 2.5 years or something. And he's just become one of my favorite people on YouTube, man. And not for what he does. Not for what he does, because what he does his job very well, man. He is a Sox fanatic. You could see it every week. But also for the person that I see him to be, you know, at the end of every show, the first thing he does is he thanks his parents and his wife and his kid and his dog. The important
That's true.
The important things in life is your family. So I just wanted to state that to our viewers that don't know Joe. Not only is he good at what he does, but he appears to me to be an excellent human being, and those seem to be getting harder and harder to find these days.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, we have a good time, and then we try to be good people at the end of the day. So
why don't you tell everyone what he's talking about, Joe?
Yeah, sure. So I am part of the Ballroom Network podcast stream. So I do a show called South Burbs Hitmen every Monday night at 8 p.m. Central. It's on the Ballroom Network. You can find us on YouTube or podcasts or Twitter or Facebook, wherever you can find us. And then during football season on Sundays, I do a fantasy football show every Sunday afternoon before the games called Fantasy Football Goon. So I do a little bit of baseball, a little bit of football, everything you need. We got you covered, man.
Awesome, man. I was on the Ballroom Network with you for a little while.
Yeah.
And, we were trying to
pass a little bit.
Yeah, you were one of the people that were willing to work on a Madden gaming night with me, I think.
This is correct. Yeah, it was me and Zim, my other co-host on South Burbs. He's the gamer. I'm a gamer, but he's the ultra gamer.
Yeah.
I might have to reach back out to you on that. That's something I've been trying to look into here for BCP. Is like, be cool to have just a live game Madden streaming.
Oh yeah.
With a barroom member and a BCP member or a chat member and a BCP member, just have it streamed so we're playing against each other, talking shit on air. Somebody is always the Bears, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys could be the Bears. I'll be another team.
Take off your hat.
Wait, how good are you at Madden?
Oh, it doesn't matter what team I'm playing as. You'll probably beat me, but
Okay, so then you definitely won't be the Bears because
put streaks on every play.
yeah, we have to figure out who what your level is before you play me, and I have to decide whether or not I want to be the Bears.
Zim is the better Madden player. For a hot minute, Zim was like the top 200 in the world for a hot minute, but not anymore.
My buddy is one of those, and he taught his kid too.
Oh man,
dude, I'm gonna say this on air. This is embarrassing. I played his 8-year-old, 9-year-old kid online.
Smoked you, didn't he?
Like 63 to zip.
Nice.
He knows the game inside and out, and I'm sure you don't. I suck at that.
Halfway
game now.
through, 3/4 of the way through, he sends me a submission thing. Do I want to give up? I'm like, no, you're going to suffer through kicking my ass.
You're like, we're going to play every damn minute of this game.
You're going to pay one way or another, whether I win or lose. You're paying somehow.
I'm not quitting this game. You're going to beat me 75 to zip, and you're going to be bored doing it. Okay.
Every last second on that clock. I wish I could slow it down so you can feel the pain of your victory. It doesn't even make any sense.
No.
Either way, I think it'll be fun to see that if it could be arranged. I'm not even sure if it can be. It's from what I've looked into, it's more difficult than I thought. So, guys, we get into the subject of the week. Last week when we did the center of attention, I pressed the wrong button. I did the let's shoot the shit thing, and nobody. Did you guys catch it?
I did.
Okay, during the show.
Yeah, it was like too early, man. But I'm like, crap. It was
it happens. That stuff happens, man.
And what did we end up doing anyways? Shooting the shit, basically, from the moment you did that, if you think about it.
Yeah, pretty much what we were doing. We were just shooting the shit almost the entire show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's just get to the center of attention then, guys.
Cool.
Which is cornerbacks. And we sat here watching the draft, all 20 fucking hours of it. Boy, that was a marathon. It was a lot of fun. That was some of the most fun I've ever had. But they got 3 cornerbacks in this draft. One maybe is a safety, but he's listed as a cornerback. And there isn't, what I see from these 3 guys, all of them have a lot of upside, especially Tyrique Stevenson, Terell Smith, Kendall Williamson. I'm very impressed with Terell Smith too. So kind of like to get.
Isn't he more of a safety though?
I think that's more of the Kendall Williamson is more of a safety.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I'd like to know your thoughts on this, Joe. What do you think of the cornerbacks that we picked up in the draft, and how do you think they fit into this defense moving forward with what we already have?
Yeah, I think they're going to fit in nice. Stevenson's the one for me that I think is going to be able to be plugged right in and be a good fit here with these guys. I'm interested to see how his training camp goes because I got a relatively high level of hype. My expectations are a little bit higher just because we've seen what he can do. I'd love to see him do it through camp and through the preseason as well. But for me, he's the guy that I'm looking at with the big circle around his name. Like this guy is going to be. He's going to fight. He should be a starter in my opinion.
Day one starter?
I think he should be, but again, I know it's a bit of a hot take, but we got to see what he does once he gets on the field with these guys. But the talent level's there. I feel like that may be a hot take for some folks, but I'm looking forward to seeing him get it done on the field because he's got the tools. There's a reason he got drafted. I think Poles is on his way to assembling that defense that he wants. The offense is there though, but we're not talking offense right now. We're talking defense. So that's where we got to build. We got to get some building blocks there because, as you guys know, we've lost a few pieces over the last year and change. A lot in trades.
Yeah. PJ, what do you think about this? The rookies we have.
I'm waiting to see which one of those rookies that we have is that dog. You know what I mean? That guy who just is a dog out there. I mean, I question, or I wonder about Dexter. If he is a dog as big as he is, man, that'd be nice. Because he's what, 6'6", 310, something like that. He's a big guy, and I'm like, if he's a dog, coming up that middle, we'll be all right.
It's going to help out the secondary.
It's going to help out everything because he pushed that pocket from that middle. That'd be nice. So
that's what I see out of Stevenson. I feel like he's that dog, but again, we got to see it on the field.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to get out of a rookie, right? But it's all signs are promising that they. I mean, I know it's only OTAs, but the fact that they just plugged him in there at starter to see what happens. I'm very curious to see what happens in training camp because I think by game 1, he's the starter opposite to Jaylon Johnson if he's not traded.
Yeah.
True. I hope not. I guess for the right package, sure.
Yeah. I like what Kenny says on this one. If Tyrique Stevenson, this is for people who can't read it, if Tyrique Stevenson is better than Joey Porter Jr., we officially have to call the Claypool trade a win.
Yeah,
that's true.
Now, I'm with you, Joe. I think he's going to jump in and be the starter, man. Maybe not week 1, week 2, but in the first 4 or 5 weeks, I just see it happen. And I was looking at this draft yesterday, and I'm going, man, if one of these guys makes a Hall of Fame, this might be the best draft ever for the Bears. And I know everybody's going to say Sayers and Butkus. But I look at this draft, and I'm going, man, we might have 7 starters out of this, 6 or 7 starters out of this, and maybe 2 special teams guys. And if I can't remember his name, the last guy we drafted, Shea's guy pulls off anything, that could be 9 guys playing in the NFL from one draft. I've never seen that before. Never.
6 or 7 starters.
Well, I went through it. I'm talking within 3 years of this draft.
Right. So let's just run that down. Pickens, Dexter, Roschon Johnson, Tyrique Stevenson.
Stevenson, right.
Obviously, right, of course, yeah. 5.
Right.
Shit.
Hold on.
I'm trying to remember. I got to look it up.
I can't remember either.
Terell Smith, Tyler Scott.
So now
Kendall,
we're at
Williamson,
9,
the tackle we drafted,
8.
Bell.
I'm just saying, I looked at this draft I'm going, man, if we get 6 or 7 starters and one of these guys makes the Hall of Fame, that could be the best draft we've ever had. It's a 3-4 year deal to find this out.
Yeah. Well, I don't see 5 or 9 starting this year for sure. I think this year.
I didn't mean that.
I think this year we probably only have maybe about throughout the year, maybe 4.
Did you guys say Sewell? Did you say that already?
Oh, Sewell, yes, thank you.
Didn't even count him either. So, I mean, look, we didn't even count him.
Right.
And I foresee him being in the picture big time in the next 2 or 3 seasons. I really do. I had us getting him in the draft. Coming out of my first draft that I did, I had like 4 or 5 of these guys on that draft, and I was just like going, wow.
Well, they got Sewell to be a blitzer, so you know that they're going to blitz with him when he's in the game.
I saw that with the Terell Smith pick too.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's going to be some cornerback blitzes coming out of this new defense in the next few years, and they're going to be using Sewell in a blitzing package a lot too. He's just a natural blitzer, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean that's
what I see.
But this defense doesn't really blitz a lot, though.
Well,
I think that's going to change this year.
I think it will too.
He's not asked to. He's real great in coverage too.
If they would have blitzed too much last year, it would have exposed their other weaknesses. especially against good teams. So they had to play it safe.
Well, even in Indy, when he was there, he didn't blitz a lot. I mean, this defense predicates itself on getting pressure with the front four.
Yep.
Mhm.
So it doesn't really blitz. It doesn't allow for a lot of blitzing.
It's getting that push up the middle and making them go left or right
Yeah,
into the end.
we want to see more blitzes this year, PJ. That's enough of that shit. We're talking about blitzes here. Sorry,
Say the right shit, you're off.
sorry, Joe. Sometimes we have to remove PJ when he gets out of control.
Just get out of here, man.
Yeah.
Well, you were talking about that front four. I just got to throw this out there to get your guys' thoughts. There's been a lot of like rumors flying around about an old possible reunion with somebody we used to have, a bit of a dog, in Akeem Hicks. Just curious if you guys think that's anything a bit of a reality. 'Cause he is a free agent. I don't know.
I don't see Poles going that route. We've had opportunities not to necessarily bring players back, but to bring in some quality that's a little older, and we haven't done it. I just think.
But see that I can tell you though, I think the difference though, and the reason I think that they may kick the tires is you need that veteran presence for these young guys.
Right.
So that's why I could see them doing it. I would love to see it if they can get him at the right price, but like you guys said, he's an established veteran that's probably going to command a pretty decent paycheck.
He was one of my favorite guys on the Bears too for years.
Oh, he's a good dude.
Because he's a good guy, and the guy can play when he's healthy. He play.
Loved playing for the Bears.
Yep.
Yes, he did.
Truly did. He wanted to retire a Bear. You could see it in his face. He was not happy he was leaving.
No doubt about that.
Even when he went to Tampa Bay, he kind of, during his interviews when they talked about it, you could see it. He was being polite, but you could tell he was jaded. He still wanted to remain a Bear. I mean, will it happen? I don't think so. Would I mind seeing it happen? I don't know, because
For the right price.
Yeah.
Right, Joe.
Well, who are you getting rid of? I mean, because
Right. That's what I started to think about there.
Seemed like we already stacked the defensive tackle.
Right.
Yeah.
We drafted 2 guys. We signed 2 guys.
Some of these tackles, man, and I was looking at some stuff the other day. They're going to be bouncing these guys around because they could just do too much with them, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, we drafted 3 defensive tackles.
Mm-hmm.
We signed 1 defensive tackle for sure.
True.
We signed a guy who's a hybrid defensive tackle, defensive end, Walker. So that's 5 guys right there at the defensive tackle position, and that's not including Justin Jones, who we already had. So that's 6. So where are you going to put Akeem?
And Andrew Billings. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what
true.
I'm talking about with the one who he signed in Andrew Billings for sure, that he's a defensive tackle. The 5th being Walker, who's, defensive end / defensive tackle. That's 5. So then you
Good
have
point.
the sixth one being Justin Jones. So you bring in Akeem, who you getting rid of?
Well, I guess you'll see what kind of, if any, deals get struck up, or we got to watch injuries during training camp, which is always a killer. So hopefully not. Well, Akeem could be one of those guys too, depending on what team he joins. With his history.
Yeah.
I don't see his age either. I don't see him being as old as he is that Poles would want to bring him in.
It's
True.
That's
Cliff makes a good comment. He says if the Bears are going to sign an old guy, it might as well be Justin Houston.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. And
Yeah,
I had to put this up there, Dan, because Kenny just said Justin Jones and Andrew Billings are your veteran defensive tackles, and they are.
Mm-hmm.
There's
true.
some experience there, man.
Yep.
Maybe not as much as Hicks, but
If
I
anything,
really like Justin Jones, and I've always liked Andrew Billings.
Yeah, I think they're going to be I think they're going to be way better than people give them credit for. I guess we'll have to see them play together for the chemistry, but
yeah,
I'm going in with, my expectations are higher than most off seasons. It's probably because Aaron Rodgers is gone, but nonetheless.
Good point.
I hate that guy.
So what's going to happen then if they lose the first game to the Packers, Joe?
Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, everyone's going to blow up. Everyone's going to be all worried if they lose. But let's be honest, they wouldn't be passing over the keys to Jordan Love if they didn't think he was somewhat ready. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Aaron Rodgers. I think that would be ridiculous to say, but is with the talent around him that Aaron had, they're like, let's just make the switch.
Here's my problem with that. Okay, they had Brett Favre for how many years, and
Too many.
I laughed out loud hysterically when they drafted Aaron Rodgers because I didn't like him in the draft. I thought he fell because he sucked and he was a bust. And then the Packers get him. I laugh. I go, good for you. And then Aaron Rodgers happens. So I dare to say, Jordan Love is going to suck because they did the same thing. He sat behind Rodgers for a few years, and now he's going to come out and take the reins under a team that they have been building. With they have a lot of draft picks too. If this game if the first game is a loss to Jordan Love, Justin Fields loses to Jordan Love, I don't know. I can't. I might have to buy a new TV.
It's okay. It's okay if it happens. I don't think it's gonna happen.
I
think the Bears are.
Hold on a second, Joe. How old are you?
I don't know. What do you think?
35.
No, it's just wow. You're pretty good. I'll be 35 in December. Yeah, you're pretty good. Nice work.
Got 13 years on you, man. That's almost the Brett Favre era.
That's fair. You've seen a lot more ass whoopings by the Packers than I have. So
PJ's got like 715 years on you.
Those are fighting words now.
I'm not Foster. What are you doing? I'm not Foster.
Oh, there you are. Well, Foster was gone. I had you as the punching bag there.
Well, I knew something bad was going to go my way, so I did an Irish bail.
Man, I'm telling you.
I sense it coming. I'm out of here.
No, I had to use the bathroom and get my water, man. It all of a sudden it got superhuman in my house. I got no air conditioning in this place, man. It's terrible.
Oh man, not good.
You need that. It's getting hot now.
Yeah.
Especially with all that smoke in the air.
With the smoke in here or the smoke
The smoke in there and the smoke in there.
I mean, plus it just got bug bombed, so it's got to be hard to breathe in there anyway.
No, it smells like the whole house smells like Pine Sol now. I used like 2 of those containers of Pine Sol, just clean everything, man, that I could touch. Because that bomb stuff's terrible. It's nasty.
Looks like it's random trivia time, guys. I'm so glad that you're here, so you can get a trivia question in, Joe. Let me just pull it up here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Which position group features the most Bears Hall of Famers? A, offensive line. B, linebackers. C, running backs. Or D, defensive line. Where are my answers at?
I'm gonna go with linebackers because I can at least name 2 off the top of my head. So I'm gonna go with linebackers.
Which position group features the most Bears Hall of Famers? A, offensive line. B, linebackers. C, running backs. D, defensive line. Come on, chat. What do you guys think? What's your guess, Foster?
I think it's a tough one, man.
Yeah, it is tough.
I'm going to go with defensive line. So we got Joe. You said linebackers. I got defensive line.
You
go ahead, PJ.
I'll say quarterback. I'm joking. Joking. Joking.
Dude, you can throw
not the most, not the least.
Throw him out for that one.
I'll say I'm torn between linebackers and defensive line, and I'm just going to say linebackers.
Okay, I'm a man of my word, and I accidentally saw the answer, so I'm not going to guess. My wife puts the answer on the back of a postcard.
Nice.
And I accidentally looked at the wrong side, so I'm not going to guess. We have chat saying B. Doug Van Dorn says B, linebackers. Mark says B, linebackers. James Ford says D, defensive line. Mr. Mayhem says B, linebackers. STC says D, defensive line. Wow, you are all wrong. And I would have guessed.
So it's offensive line?
I'll tell you what I would have guessed. It probably would have been linebackers, but it is offensive line.
Yeah.
What?
I was going to say that too.
Wow.
Man.
Yes.
We
I
did something
can't
a few
name
weeks.
one off besides Covert. I can't name one offensive line.
Go back.
Yeah.
Because we even talked about it a couple weeks ago. What was the guy's name, that offensive lineman that nobody knew that won that's in the Hall of Fame? It was a trivia question on here.
Stan Jones?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was Stan
Cody
Jones.
Whitehair. Sorry.
Jamarcus Webb.
Joe, you don't have to be sorry here, man. We nobody's sorry for anything we say. If we are, it's somebody else's problem.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. All right.
Very
I'm not
little to be
sorry. I
sorry
take it
for.
back.
There you go. There you
Yeah.
go. We're not
Thank
sorry about
Thank
nothing we say here, damn it. Sorry about that, guys.
Damn right.
Yeah, I could only think of Jimbo Covert, and other than that, yeah, no one
Wait, there's more.
that I can think of. During my tenure,
Jimbo Covert, Tom Thayer, Jay Hilgenberg,
they didn't make the top. Those guys.
Van Horn.
Chicago
Van Horn.
Bears Hall of Fame lineman.
I think the only lineman in my lifetime that I know of, offensive lineman in my lifetime, for the last 50 some odd years, is Jimbo Covert.
Yeah, that's the only one I know.
It's like I said, you got to go back. You got to go back to the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and you'll probably find 3 or 4 more guys.
Right. Yeah, that's possible. But I know.
No, you will. I just can't remember their names.
But
My dad would tell me about all these guys that you never heard their names, and he'd be like, man, if you saw them play live at Wrigley Field like I did, you'd know what I'm talking about. They were just, and I'm talking all over the place on the team, but there were guys I never heard of that he would tell me, and he'd be like, these guys were so freaking, and this is 20 years ago I'm talking when he would tell me this stuff. He goes, these guys were so good, I don't care what you did. They would kill people on the field today, literally, because they were just that good. And I couldn't even give you a name. But it was all late 30s, 40s, 50s into the early 60s because my dad, my family, I said this before, Joe, I can't go exact. My family pretty much has been following the Bears almost since like 1921. And we know for sure since 1931, for sure. That I have documented. But if my father got being a Bears and a Cubs fan from his father, who came from Ireland, that had to start. I just can't document it because nobody's alive to verify that fact. Not even my father. I should have asked him, dude, Dad, how did you start following the Bears? Because they used to the only thing they had was a radio, man.
Your family was watching the Staleys back then.
What?
No shit.
They were still the Staleys back then.
Yeah. That, and there was no planes flying around. There was no air. No interstates, none of this stuff.
The Wright brothers were coming around the corner.
We're close. That's just a few years early, but close enough.
So here's some names. George Trafton.
Defense.
George Trafton was defense?
No. I thought you were pulling up Cliff's comment.
Oh, sorry. These are the. So that's got to be an offensive lineman, right? George Trafton. Let's see. Danny Fortman? No, that's not an offensive lineman.
You can't go by numbers back then either, dude.
No, I know you can't. Clyde Bulldog Turner?
He was.
Don't know any of these dudes.
Clyde Bulldog Turner was a center and a running back with number 66. He was a beast too. He's a lineman in the Hall of Fame.
Bill George was a linebacker. George Connor? And there was another one I saw up here. Not George Musso, not Doug Atkins. Oh, Stan Jones. That was another one. So yeah, that I guess it's probably beats him out by 1 or 2. Patty Driscoll, yeah, he was on there.
Wow, there are quite a few.
Yeah.
So to answer Cliff's point, Hampton was a defensive lineman, not an offensive lineman. Tom Thayer didn't make it. Mark Cliff did say, "Oops, he was a defensive lineman." My bad. So yeah, during my lifetime, within the last 50 some odd years, only Jimbo Cofert's the only one made it.
Wow.
Yeah, and PJ's ancient too.
The last 50-something years, that's just.
But hold on, now.
Didn't you just retire 50-something years ago?
But hold on, now. Wasn't just Foster who just named all those Hall of Fame players from the 30s, and he named them as if he actually saw them play in live. So nobody caught that. He was like, "Oh yes, the number 66, he plays center and running back." I'm like, how does this guy know this? I mean, was he at the game or what?
And he goes, "My family's been watching the game since 1921.
I'm like, this dude, he was there.
I remember when the Cubs incorporated in
family.
1876, personally, but we won't talk about that.
I'm like, come on, man.
What's up, King Buka World? Thanks for joining us.
Buka!
STC, thanks for joining us.
Neil's checking in too.
Oh, man.
He's crying down there, it looks like.
Joe, we like to have fun here. We're sorry.
Oh yeah. No, don't apologize for having fun. Foster knows we have a lot of fun. So.
Oh yeah, it's a blast on it. You guys got to check it out if you're like, because I like the Sox and the Cubs, and people they just don't understand it. They can't deal with it. I love both teams. I love Chicago. I love this city, man. It's not what it used to be, but I follow them all. And you know what, Joe? I'm hopping. I'm watching more Cubs lately, honestly, because
I don't blame you.
they're starting to play. They're starting to play, man. I'm really disappointed in the Sox. Really. I had them winning 48, 50 games by the All-Star break, and I'm so disappointed with them this year.
Yeah, it's been brutal. Somehow they won that slugfest tonight against the Angels. I don't know how the hell that happened, but
yeah, I caught that on the
What was the score?
9-6 or something.
7, yeah, something like that.
They tried to give it up as per usual.
Yeah, they tried to give the game away. They're really good at it lately too, but it didn't happen tonight.
Yeah, see, I'm a Cubs fan, but I rooted for the Sox when they were in the World Series. I had fun watching that because I know they're from Chicago, so I rooted for them. Yeah, and I had a blast watching it.
And the 9-7 was the final, by the way, gents. I just confirmed.
See, I thought there was going to be more like 25-22 baseball games this year because of all the rule changes.
Yeah, and I surely didn't think we'd see a perfect game either, but that happened yesterday too.
Right.
Wow.
Right. That and the Hawks getting countered Bedard, man.
Yeah, huge.
Oh, that's huge.
The future is bright for Chicago hockey.
It is. Absolutely is, man. We'll do another show on that later.
I know who you could get on your show to talk a lot about Connor Bedard. I know a guy.
What would his name happen to be? The guy I've been hounding for a month? Either one of them?
Vinny Parisi.
Oh, Vinny Parisi.
Yeah. Oh, I watched the show yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I watched the show yesterday before the draft because they're like, I accidentally said, yeah, it says on my phone that the draft's at 7:30, and they're like, dude, you're gonna miss it. It's 7:30 on the East Coast. I messed the time up, man. So they were Vinny and Frank were laughing at me like going, he's gonna mess all of us up. Don't listen to Foster, dude. The draft's on at this time. So.
He drank too many Fosters today.
Yeah.
Well,
Australian for beer.
Yeah.
The next baseball game I see this year will be the first baseball game I see this year. I'm not a baseball fan.
That's the same for me.
I'm not a baseball fan. I can't even tell you the last time I watched a baseball game.
It's too many games. I'm a fair weather baseball fan.
I stopped, and Joe and Vinny got me back into baseball because I'm watching them every week. So I started peeking at the games, and then I found out I could watch some of them without having to pay $77 a month to see the Cubs games.
Right.
So I started doing it, and now I was even swearing at Vinny and Frank because now I'm watching hockey and basketball again. And I stopped following this stuff like 3 or 4 years ago. I don't have time for it in my life, and I'm disappointed that they've cut the average fan can't even watch or follow their team because they can't see them without paying for them. And there's 80 million people in this country that probably can't afford cable bill every month. And I'm serious when I say that.
Right.
All the one I used to talk about it when we were kids growing up, and PJ, you probably remember, going to a baseball game was almost free. If I had $5 or $6 in my pocket, I could spend a whole day at a game and get the scorecard and a pencil
And peanuts and a hot dog and
my bus ticket and my bleacher ticket and have somebody buy me a beer.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I'm sorry, man. We didn't have a baseball team around. I mean, I'm in Central Illinois, bro. I didn't watch baseball like that growing up.
Peoria Cubs were there for a long time, man.
Say it again.
The Peoria Cubs.
The
Ever hear
Peoria
of them?
Chiefs. Peoria Chiefs. The
Well, it
Peoria
used to-
Chiefs.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm mixing up Iowa.
Yeah, Peoria Chiefs. But I never will to a baseball game.
Good times, man. When
That's right.
I was young, I loved going to baseball games. We tried to go
Now,
as
when I
much
was
as we could,
young,
man.
When I was young, they didn't even exist. So we always been like a football and basketball town here. So
Oh man,
Well-
you missed something there.
wait a
You
second.
changed
though.
your mind.
The Bulls didn't play in Peoria.
I'm not a Bulls fan. Remember?
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not a Bulls fan.
He's Central Illinois guys. I don't know.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You guys got to remember. During that time, basketball wasn't very popular in the early 70s. So basketball not being popular, I didn't even see Bulls games. So when we would actually see basketball games, it'd be like the bigger teams like Boston, Knicks, Lakers. So I became a Laker fan early on, and I just stuck with them. And it's not like until I think the late 70s we started getting cable, and then we started seeing some Bulls game. But by then, I was already a Lakers fan.
That's
So-
true. I hate the Lakers, man.
That's sad.
I mean,
A lot of people do.
I'd like them if they'd go back to Minneapolis where they started out.
I became a Lakers fan in 1970 when they lost the NBA championship to the Knicks. Then the next year we won it in 71 against the Knicks. So
Yeah.
that's what started my journey with the Lakers. I became a Bears fan in 1969, I think, or 68, somewhere around there. That's a
1860.
real youngster. I was like 4 years old or something like that, and watching Gale Sayers and Dick Buckus, and I'm like, oh man, that's it. But again, during that time, because stations was limited, you had like either the Bears game on or the Packers game on. So like half my family was Packers fans and half of them was Bears fans.
Ugh,
And
brutal.
yeah, it was. But we didn't have all those variety of different things like we do now to see all these different games. You seen like the Bears or the Packers on every Sunday, so you became a fan of one of them.
Yeah. I was early into NASCAR, and I'm talking late 60s, early 70s. NASCAR, the Hawks and the Bulls. Because the Hawks used to be on regular TV back in the day, man. They were on Channel 9 or 32, I don't remember, when I was a little tight. My dad would grab me from upstairs at 9 o'clock because they'd have the games, Hawks games on the West Coast. And we'd go sit in this basement. We had this huge TV that had a 19-inch black and white Admiral in it. And that's what we'd watch the games on, man, drinking RC and eating Yo-Ho chips. And my mom would come down and yell at them, or I'd hide so she wouldn't see me. But that was like the first thing I got into really was the Blackhawks, man. And then NASCAR and then the Bulls. They had some great teams in the early 70s that nobody even knows about. Just awesome guys, man. They almost got, I can't remember if it was 72. I think it was 72.
Bulls?
Yeah, go back and look.
Yeah, they had a good team back in the
Early 70s.
I remember, yeah.
If you guys don't mind, let me address Doug Van Dorn real quick.
Yeah.
The Peoria Chiefs.
Why I left it up.
Yeah, Pete Vanaken was the owner of that Peoria Chiefs. He used to play at what was it called, Mining Field back then, and it was a big to do for the people locally, but not in the early 70s, to my knowledge. It was a big thing, and yeah, he had that Junction City, what we called it, Pete Vanaken's restaurant. So yeah, those are good times. But now they moved the stadium in the center of downtown. They built a stadium down there, and they don't get very much attendance. But that's what they did for Pete Vanaken.
They used to have an open Cubs tryout there every year. I was going to go in '89, but I decided to drink all weekend instead.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, in '89, I was over there in Korea, so I have no idea what they was going in Peoria.
Yeah, we got in the late '80s. We got a lot of stuff from like Iowa and Peoria and Chicago because, the Cubs are huge around the world.
Oh yeah.
And they just anything that you can get Cubs in Chicago, people will watch, whether it's a farm team or not.
Mhm.
But just to let Shorty know, when Doug was here, coming to the games, he got that catfish. So I'll
Yeah.
put it out there.
Yeah, he said he got the catfish when he was there. But my question was,
Spaghetti.
oh wait, my music's down. Hold on.
I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti. I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti. I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti.
What do you think about
Sorry,
that, Joe?
You
Do you
have
have
to
catfish
follow
in
all
your
that,
spaghetti?
Joe, but it's hard.
Well, what was the question?
Do you eat deep fried catfish with your spaghetti?
No. The only fish that I eat with my spaghetti is either shrimp or calamari.
Yeah.
That's it. I would try. I'd try it if I had enough to drink. I'd try it. Sure.
You're out of here, there, Joe.
No, bring him back.
Talking about my dog spaghetti. What? Come on, man.
Hey, man,
Sorry, Joe.
I love catfish. So I mean,
Well, that's what I said. I love catfish too, and spaghetti, just separately.
it might work. Is it just regular spaghetti sauce, or is it like a Cajun kind of sauce?
Oh, it's
I
just
don't know.
spaghetti. Actually, it's a ragu.
Yeah.
So like a meat sauce spaghetti sauce with spaghetti noodles and deep fried catfish.
Not for me, but I'd probably try it.
Not together. Just you got spaghetti
Separate.
on one side and your catfish. Like we always do, and I keep telling these guys, we do catfish nuggets, cornbread, a dessert thing, corn on the cob, and then mostaccioli is one of the sides.
Oh, there you go.
The catfish nuggets, my buddy, when he does them, oh my god.
See, I don't like taking anything that's. I don't like taking things that are breaded and putting sauce on them to make them mushy. Breaded stuff has to remain crispy.
But that's not what he does. They don't do that. We've been through this. It's not mixed spaghetti.
No, I know.
Okay.
PJ, yeah, he eats it separately, but he kind of dips the catfish in the sauce a little bit, right?
No.
Oh, I thought you said you I thought you said you like kind of.
You don't dip it. No.
This is important because Mr. Mayhem brought it up. There you go. Throw yourself out. He deserved to be picked for that one. Shrimp is great with spaghetti. I
agree.
And I'm a big calamari fan. We have it every Christmas, Joe. That's
There
our
you go.
Christmas dinner, man. I'm half Italian, so
You could eat it. That's
as my
all I
mom
need
would
is a
say,
little
the good
calamari.
half.
The good half.
I love how this off season shows. It's like, okay, let's talk about cornerbacks.
Right.
We spent 30 minutes talking about
Catfish
defensive
and
linemen.
spaghetti.
Now we're talking about hockey and baseball
Food. Yeah.
and food.
Well, trying to get everything that Joe does in here because he's only got what do you say? You're on good till 10 Central.
I said in the chat I'm good a little longer now. I'm good for another 45 minutes and change. So
Okay,
Cool.
cool.
We're
as long as I'm welcome, whatever
you're
works.
welcome, man. We'll get rid of Dan and it'll be me, you, and PJ.
You are truly
I
welcome.
know it's
Joe.
Dan's show, but the hell with him. We don't need him.
But if you say anything negative about catfish and spaghetti again, you're going to be out of here.
Okay.
You guys can't end the show without me. You guys have to keep going on until you just keep getting more and more gray, and your beards get longer.
Although I will say, I went
prescriptions for your glasses.
one time I did have a jerk chicken spaghetti that was good, but it wasn't like pasta. It wasn't like pasta sauce. It was like a jerk kind of seasoning with the spaghetti. It was surprisingly good.
It sounds amazing.
You know what? I mean, you guys might be shocked with this, but I finally ate some jerk chicken for the first time maybe about 5 years ago.
It's good, isn't it? Did you like it?
Oh man, it was like wow.
Oh yeah,
okay, man.
Mm-hmm.
So
Go on to the spicehouse.com, like that's in Chicago, or like Penzies, and get a jerk chicken seasoning.
I don't
And
go
have it
to
mailed.
very often, brother.
No, that you can have it mailed to you.
Really?
What is
Spice
it?
the spicehouse.com.
Oh, okay. Spices.
Yeah, and then you can get
those
the
mailed.
jerk
Okay.
chicken, their jerk chicken seasoning mailed to you, and it is absolutely, oh man, it's so good.
But depending on where you go, certain jerk chickens they'll like light you up. Some of them are crazy. Some of them are crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's it's not
Fire
spicy.
the hole.
Burn a hole in your truck.
Literally.
Fire the hole.
Mhm.
Back when I was married, we went out. I forgot where we went. We ate some hot chicken stuff, man, and we're laying in bed, going like dozing off. and I let one rip, and my dog got up and ran out of the room as fast as I've ever seen him move, dude. I must have blown it right at him because he just went, huh? Come on, man. He woke up out of a dead sleep. 120-pound Rottweiler pit bull just going, he didn't make the noise, but he got up, turned his head, and just took off, man. My wife's going, man, I'm the next one out of this room, dude. Keep that shit up. I'm like, you're the one who made me eat it. You get what you were.
If your dog leaves.
That's how you dog leaves.
Just took off.
Dog was
like yeah, he was like something spooked him or something, but I know exactly what it was because it was just hilarious. It was hilarious, man.
My dog's the opposite. He likes to lay with his ass next to our heads and then fart and then just melt our skin.
That would only happen once.
Yeah, you could taste it.
That would only happen once.
Yeah, you're a man that's supposed to serve and protect. Come on now.
That would only happen once. A dog farts on my face.
Myself from dog farts.
It'd be doggone.
That's right. Catfish and potatoes, mashed potatoes. Interesting.
Catfish and mashed potatoes.
That's
Mr. Mayhem. Yeah, I could do that.
I'd give it a whirl.
That's not bad.
I'll try it. I love taters, man. Taters
I love mashed potatoes. Oh.
And all kinds of potatoes. There's so many ways you could do with potatoes.
Love
man.
potatoes.
I just learned a new one when I was in Wisconsin last week. This chick showed me this, and I'm going, "Wow, I got to make this." I'll get it out because I got to get a couple recipes for my gravy. Matter of fact, where's BT9 or number 9?
What's
Bear Truth 9?
Yeah, Bear Truth 9 because he DM'd me for my Italian gravy recipe.
We're gonna rename this show.
Another food show.
Right, man.
Yeah.
Food Country Podcast.
Yeah, right.
Spelled with a P.
Man.
PHOOD.
Man.
I know. I thought about some way to mix in the BCP with food somehow because it's just like we always end up talking about food.
That's because we got Chef Cliff in the chat, and he always coming up with these good recipes there.
In fact, I armed myself tonight in case I get hungry.
Oh, nice.
Have you guys seen these?
Yeah.
Did you see that movie, by the way?
Yes.
I've not, but I've heard good things.
Oh, it's great.
Man.
For those that don't know, the guy who came up with the Flaming Hot Cheeto, the Flaming Hot Spice, was a janitor that worked for Frito-Lay. And he ended up becoming the second most powerful executive for Frito-Lay. But
there's a movie about it now.
The Funyuns version of these, I'm addicted, guys. I'm addicted.
Yeah, I would probably be too. I like Funyuns and I like Flamin' Hot. So,
oh god.
In other words, I have to stay away.
Yeah.
I can't do the hot anymore, man. God won't let me.
I mean, you have to take out a second mortgage on them if you like them that much because they're expensive.
Oh, I'm sure.
They're like almost $6 a bag now, $5.50 a bag. Yeah. So do you guys want to continue talking about the rest of the cornerbacks, or you guys just want to keep?
Let's just get to the cornerbacks here before we get too
far.
Go
back to them, man. We can bobble in and out here
because we still got to bring on Mammy later. Mammy, we got to bring her on later on.
We got Mammy waiting in the back. We have a little segment with my Mammy, Joe, or she. It's pretty good. We'll wait for it. Wait for it.
Don't wait too long.
You know
why? Foster might be going in the chat there.
I am.
He might go back there and talk to Mammy, so you don't want to wait too long.
I was just going to do that, man.
Flirt with my Mammy in private chat.
Wait, was that me or PJ? Because I know everybody was on that last week.
That was you, brother.
I looked at the comments. There was a few comments about yourself there, Mr. PJ and Mammy.
No. You have to doing your Star Wars impression. I am your father.
That was pretty good, man. That was pretty good. He channeled his inner James Earl Jones right there. That was nice.
James Jewel Jones, PJ.
I am your father.
Oh,
One of the players I'm very intrigued with this year, as far as the cornerback position, guys, is Jaylon Jones.
yeah. What's he going to be this year?
Jaylon Johnson, I think that he just is what he is. We've seen what he is. He's not an intercepting machine. He's a solid cornerback. I think he plays better in probably the 3-4 scheme as opposed to the 4-3 scheme. I might be wrong on that, but
What's the difference in your opinion?
well, he was playing more zone when he was in a 3-4, right? So now he's playing more. Well, in a 4-3, he's playing a lot of in a cover 2. He's in a lot of zone. I should say he was playing more man in the 3-4. So now he's playing more zone. It seems like maybe he was a better man cornerback. Am I wrong about that?
I think the jury's out yet because, again, I think it's different because we haven't seen what a true pass rush is with this in this cover 2 with us. That dictates how much how well the cornerbacks will do. So I'm not really passing judgment yet because I'm really waiting to see what that pass rush does.
Joe, you wanted to say something.
No, I was going to say along similar lines, but at the end of the day, I feel like Jaylon Johnson right now is just he was kind of mediocre towards the tail end of last year. And I'm not saying that's going to be him moving forward. I know he was banged up just like all football players get, but I'm hoping that he takes a big step this year because I was underwhelmed with him towards the end of the season. And I know a lot of Bears fans were.
He's not the guy that's going to go in there and stick to hit to somebody.
No.
And
you don't think he's going to hit? You don't think he's a hitter?
He's not a hit sticker.
He'll hit.
I think he does okay for a cornerback. I mean, he's no safety by no means, but I think he'll get dirty. That's how he messes up his shoulder every year. Even in college, he messed up his shoulder going in there and making those hits. So he'll make that hit. It's just, I mean, again, well, I already said I don't want to be redundant, but yeah, I don't think he's he's not a big hitter, but he'll make the hit.
You could definitely tell he babied that shoulder though towards the end of the year, and he had some really, really weak tackle efforts.
That's true.
Yeah.
And when he was playing better in the 3-4, he did have a pass rush, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had Mac and Akeem. So again, and plus he's on that right side. Whereas we talked about before, that a lot of quarterbacks first look is to their right, the defense's left, where Kyle Fuller was. Where Jaylon Johnson was on the right side, the quarterback's left. That's not the quickest read. Seemed like the quickest read is always on the right side, so he didn't get as many targets. He's not a ball guy though. He's not a ball hawk. He's not one of those, but he's a solid corner. I say solid to good corner as far as coverage skills.
Agreed.
Jaylon Johnson. Yeah. But is he sticking around after this year?
Depends on how much money he's asking for, in my opinion. I wouldn't make him a top 10 paid cornerback. And I don't know what the 11th cornerback is being paid right now, but I wouldn't break the bank for him, no.
If he has a dynamite year and he just is incredible, I could see the Bears just saying, we'll see what we got. Because we've seen, what you can be. I think he's going to have a good year. I don't think it's going to be like anything earth-shattering.
Well, the one thing that I think we can all agree on is you notice that players tend to play better in their contract year.
Yep.
That'd be about the only time, too, isn't it?
Yeah. They play for that contract year, they get the big contract, and then they kind of fall off a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's going to happen with him, but he could play very well this year and then be looking for that big contract. And in that case, like you said, Joe, I say part ways with him.
See ya.
Because especially if we're seeing this kind of stuff out of Jaylon Jones, as you can see down here, he's down here in the bottom of the screen. This is just the end of the season against the Bills. Just a couple of plays from the All-22 I tried to find. Nothing spectacular, but in this particular case, he kind of caused this play to break up because you're seeing you're seeing Josh Allen drop back, and it looks like he's looking right to where
Oh yeah,
that receiver should go.
He was on him like glue.
Yep, and he had him there, and then that was the opportunity. It was gone. He wasn't sure of it, and then the play broke down.
But haven't you guys noticed outside of Vildor, who Poles didn't bring in, that these cornerbacks that we have are like long? They're like long, and then they're like aggressive, and that's
Right.
something that kind of like a Peanut Tillman sort of type.
Mm-hmm.
It's that Eberflus kind of dog,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. I mean, bringing in Tyrique as well as that Smith, Jaylon Jones, they fit that type of profile, being long, lean, aggressive. So I think that's the prototypical cornerback that Poles and Eberflus are looking for.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree with you on that as well. You can see here he's doing his job. He's earning it there. He's down at the bottom of the screen again, number 31, Jaylon Jones. He's doing his job.
Yeah.
This next one that I have is my favorite play, I think, because it caused a turnover. And I'll show you that in a second when I load that up.
Is this the Bills one too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one, so here, Jaylon Jones is at the top of the screen. And what I like about this is when you're look at Josh Allen.
Yeah.
So he drops back, and look where his eyes go immediately, up to the top where Jaylon Jones is. He's looking for that route. He's got him. That's the coverage he's looking for right there, 1-on-1.
Who's he covering there? I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Don't remember. But he would not let him get inside if you watch.
Can you pause it right there for a second?
Right here?
He keeps him out to where Allen can't get the ball to him.
You know what I also what else? I mean, we're not talking about, but look at the perfect position of the free safety. He hasn't committed yet.
Yeah.
He's right in the middle of the field, and he hasn't committed. I mean, so as young as we were in the secondary, that's some pretty good coverage right there without a pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we get that pass rush,
he's just standing there. Yeah.
So he's doing a good job because he hasn't committed to where he tilted his hand, even though the quarterback is, like you said, staring over there to the left. He's not even leaning over that way. And
boom, from the minute he's not even in his drop back yet complete. He's already, boom, now he's looking to the left.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not there. He's looking. Looking. It's not there. Then he commits to dumping it off, and he overthrows the guy because that's the guy that he wanted.
Yep.
I can't see the number. Is that 13?
I think that's Gabe Davis. I'm not positive though.
So it's not Diggs because Diggs is covered by Gordon there. Diggs is 14, right? He's covered by Gordon right there on the 30.
Yeah, Gabe Davis is 13, so that's Gabe Davis.
Yeah, you're right, Joe.
Yeah, so he's got him. That he fucked this whole play up, and boom, it turns into an interception, and that's money. This is a guy that we should be looking at too, guys. We can't. He could be someone that's
makes the team, yeah.
Or turns Johnson into trade bait.
I've been saying this because we haven't, and STC brings it up. We seem to have the depth, and not just at corner. We have more depth than we've had on this Bears team in a long time that I can remember. I mean, even 05, 06, we didn't have the depth that we have today. I'm not saying these guys are superstars, but our depth is just quality, and there's an abundance of it. For the first time in a long time, man. That's
kind of how I feel.
We never had depth. We've never had depth in my whole life. The last time we had depth was in the 80s and going into the 90s. And even that was old depth. It wasn't the same as now, where these guys are all young, fast, and hungry. I love it.
Hold on.
Young, fast, and hungry.
The mid-2000s team had some depth.
We did.
Wait a minute, though. Did you hear what Foster said? He said we haven't had depth in his lifetime. his lifetime. You started with the Bears when they first became around.
1921. You said it yourself.
Man, what are you
My
talking about?
family. My
He's been around
family's been going watching the Bears.
my lifetime. What?
No, we didn't watch him. There was no TV, dude.
But no, I mean, honestly, we do have good depth. But to answer you guys' question though, I'm not sure if Jaylon Jones make Johnson expendable because Johnson is a player. I mean, he's a player. He's not, like I said, he's not a ball guy, but he's a player.
Oh yeah.
So we can't ignore that. And,
But I'm saying after this season, I don't think they're going to go giving Jalen Johnson big money.
well,
They're talking
If-
17
If
mil.
Tyrique Stevenson pans out this season as a first, like a game one starter, if they're like, holy shit, Tyrique Stevenson's phenomenal, right? I think Jalen Jones,
Oh yeah.
one of those two, could be the number one cornerback.
Well,
Next year.
but hold on. Look, I look at it like this because I think I watched Greg Gabriel, somebody who was breaking it down. He said, okay, Jalen Johnson, he's not a number one receiver, but he's more like a probably about the 11th best cornerback in the league. What is the 11th highest paid cornerback? And I just had it up. Cliff pulled it up. Cliff had it for me. I think they're making $13.5 million a year. So would you pay Jalen Johnson, let's say 13.8? Would you pay him 13.8 a year?
Right now, no. After this season, I'll have to find out what that answer would be because you're eventually going to need to pay Justin Fields, and you're eventually going to need to pay some other big name player, whether it's if everything goes correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
But
you would, Joe?
assuming that we don't have the pass rush that we need this year, and then also we have to go out and sign some big name defensive end next year, someone that might be I don't know, maybe there isn't one on the market, but if there is, we go get a Julius Peppers type where we're putting all that money into like that one position that we need.
Okay.
I don't know. It's with this draft, there could be one or two guys waiting in the wings to take that spot. Is the hope, right? With what we were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
Yeah.
depth that Brian Poles is building.
So what about you, Joe? Would you pay him 13.8?
I don't think so right now. I don't. I don't know. It's a big prove it year for me. But
Joe, I'm gonna go take a pee really quick. Can you control these guys?
No,
I'll try.
Don't put that kind of pressure on him yet.
He produces stuff.
I know, but not
He's
without
not a
him.
rookie to this.
Well, he's okay. He's got PJ. You guys said you keep me under wraps.
I'll be right back, guys.
It's all good,
Get
man.
out.
What about you, Foster? Would you pay him 13.8?
Today, right now, no, I would not. Again, and we've mentioned it, man. Let's see what he does this year with this system, these coaches, these players around him. Is he going to be ball hawking? Because he's not. How many interceptions does he even have? 2, 3?
One, I think
one.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's bad because we know exactly what he is to this point. He's shown it continuously what he is from the day he came on as a rookie. If you remember, he was amazing, really, as a rookie. If you go back and you think of that first season, because the guy
been
stepped
good.
on.
He just needs to be great. And I don't know if you guys saw the comments out of Dave Wanstatt last week. I don't know if you guys heard him. He was on NFL radio. He was talking about Fields. He was kind of saying how he's talking to people internally on the Bears. And he was like saying, this is a year Justin Fields really needs to take a big step forward. He goes, and if he doesn't, the Bears have a lot of draft capital next year. You could see them make a move in the draft for a quarterback if Justin Fields totally bombs out this year. It's a bit of a reality check for me because Dave Wanstatt's not just saying that. He's talking to people in the org.
Yeah. Right.
I think we all feel good about Justin Fields. I feel good about him right now. But if he can blow up with the talent that he has now, great, pay him. But if he can't get it done this year and the offense, doesn't get it done, you can move on.
going way off topic here, but what does bombing look like to you from Justin Fields?
I think it's another 3 or 4 win season. Anything from like 3 to 6 games, I mean, 6 games would be improvement on last year, but I still think that's bombing out with the expectations and with this division kind of being wide open for the taking now.
So it's not based upon stats?
It is. I was just going to get to that. I think if his interceptions go drastically up, I think if you start seeing him fumble a lot, turn over, not just through the air, but on the ground, making bad decisions, not throwing balls away, taking bad taking bad sacks. I mean, he might take a safety or two this year, but that's a whole nother thing. Yeah. I'm expecting him to take the next step and warrant to get paid. All I'm saying is right now, this second, I'm not making that decision yet until I see it get done on the field. But I feel good about Justin Fields. I think the Bears will, but I think he needs to ease those feelings by by using his talent around him. And I want to say one thing is I think the Robert Tonyan signing is a really under the radar signing. I think that's really going to help Justin Fields a lot between him and Kmet, that 2 tight end set. He's going to block. You guys saw what he did with Rodgers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. 2 years ago, man, couldn't touch him.
That was so well said.
What about you, Foster?
Thank you.
As far as would you pay
I'm
JJ?
in the same boat as Joe, man. I'm not gonna wait. No. I got 2 things on my head. We were talking about Fields, not Johnson, right?
I'm going back to Johnson though.
Okay, good, because that's where I'm at.
Right. Okay.
So I'm not going to pay him today. And I think somebody in the chat mentioned that Poles they're not even going to talk about his extension until after the season, apparently, from what I've read. And somebody even just reiterated it again. So we've said it. Show us how good you're going to be in this defense with these guys. And that's going to determine your dollar amount, because I heard him talking 2 weeks ago, like, they're going to have to pay him $17 million by the beginning of next season if he's the number 10 or 11. I know Cliff put 13.5.
That's what the 11th is getting paid right now.
Okay, that's right now. It's probably an old contract too. I mean, I'm just saying, because they had
Inflation.
a list of guys. I forgot what I was watching. What'd you say, Joe?
Inflation.
Yeah, big time.
Right.
They had a list of cornerbacks, and they were going down it, and then they pulled it from the screen, and they were going, well, they might have to pay him $16-17 million after this season just to be in line with the kind of cornerback that he is. And I'm going,
yep.
Can we afford to do that and pay Justin Fields the money he needs?
Right, because where
are we going to lose?
Look what Mark Kazak says.
Doesn't balance out.
How much do you think Fields will command in his next contract? I think it could be as high as $60 million a year. There goes your cap space.
Look what the Eagles did this offseason.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless Fields getting you into an NFC championship game, I don't see him making $60 million a year. First of all, I mean, that's just my opinion. But to answer the question as far as Jaylon Johnson, I'd be hard-pressed sometimes if he even makes the 11th best cornerback in the whole entire league. So I don't think his contract should break the bank. I mean, I'm thinking maybe 14, 15 million at the most, because
you know what I get from Jaylon Johnson though. I don't know. There's just certain players you just get things from. I don't think he wants to be a Bear.
I don't kind of see that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that he'd be like, I kind of see it on his face where he's like, man, the first chance I get it.
He looks like he just wants to go home sometimes.
Where's home? Utah? No, I mean, isn't he from Utah?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I know he went to college in Utah. I was wondering where is actually home at first. That's all I was asking, because I really don't know. Now. But I think another concern that I have with Jaylon, though, is his shoulder issue. Seems like every year he's missing because of that shoulder, and that started even in college. So that shoulder issue, he's guaranteed to miss 1 or 2 games a year.
Yeah, he's from California, by the way, guys.
Oh, okay.
See, yeah.
Well, he
I don't
probably
know,
like a one.
Fresno.
Yeah, I kind of thought he was.
There's another player that sadly Mark agrees with me. There's another player that I sadly feel the same about, and not to change the subject on positions, but Tevin Jenkins. I feel like he's like, man, as soon as I get the opportunity, I'm going somewhere where I want to go, where I feel like someone wants me. You know what I mean? Because
I
he
disagree.
wasn't drafted by.
I disagree as well.
Yeah,
He hasn't had the opportunity yet. He was banged up for 3/4 of last season. He got the opportunity towards the end, and he plays it all over the place. So I have a longer leash with Jenkins than I do with Johnson.
And it's just me, my own thoughts on reading him
right.
when he's talking, that it just feels like he doesn't want to be here. Like, this isn't who drafted him, and he feels that, and he wants to go to a team that wants to sign him when he's done with the Bears, because they know, or he knows, that team actually wants him. That's just kind of the room that I'm reading when I see him talk. Maybe it's the mind fuck that the Bears have put him through, the new regime.
Probably.
Well, I think that's part of the issue. There is, I think, him coming in. I'm putting myself in Jenkins' mindset. I get drafted by this team. They hype me up to be this left tackle. They're cornerstone of this line for the future. I get, I'm hurt, so I'm not really playing and showing what I can do. And when I do get a chance to play that rookie year, it's like in spurts. But, I have the mindset that, hey, you're the cornerstone. You're the left tackle of our future. Boom, that regime get fired. In comes a new regime. Well, we're going to try you at left tackle. Well, you know what? In OTAs, you lose it to a rookie, a 5th-round rookie. We're going to try you at right tackle.
Okay, stop there. Can I just pause you for a second? Can you imagine then he was probably like, yes, I get to go back to my position.
He wanted to play
the
left
right
tackle.
side.
He wanted to play left tackle.
For the money, probably.
That's
But
right.
I'm sure he was much more comfortable at right tackle.
Yeah, but I think that's what I'm saying. If you got this mindset, being drafted, you're the cornerstone, you're the centerpiece here. We're gonna have you at left, so you got your mind like, okay, I'm gonna be the man. Left tackle, I'm the man. When my time is up, I'm gonna get paid. I'm gonna really get. But now we're getting replaced by a 5th-round rookie. Slide him over the right side. Well, you're not working out there. We're gonna put you on the bench, and when you get fully healthy, we're gonna try you at right guard. Now, well, you know what? I'm getting my feet wet at right guard. Okay, I'm doing pretty well. I'm making some plays. We sign a right guard in free agency. We're moving you to left. So that's the vibe I get from him. Is like, okay, guys, what are you gonna do with me? I don't get the vibe of they don't. I mean, I'm going to get out of here. I get the vibe of, do you guys really want me? That's the vibe I'm getting.
Okay.
I'm going to throw
I feel
this
that.
in real quick with the Tevin thing is, and I'm with you, Peach, except you guys know that in college he started out as a left tackle. We did this already, right?
Yes.
I'm just saying he did start out as a left tackle, and he was moved to right because the guy who was the backup could play left tackle and he could barely play right. That's how he ended up playing right tackle in college.
But I thought he played right tackle first, then moved to left.
That's correct. He played right tackle. His buddy got injured on his left side, so he said, okay, I'll go over there and play there for a while. Then he got moved back to right tackle when he came back. So and he dominated there. So you can imagine his memory, movements were to that. He had what I loved about him in college was that first kick out that he had with his right leg. He kicked it out, got into a stance, and he was ready to go.
Right.
I know it's different in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I'm sure in his own mind he thought he was going to be so this is why I paused you there. Do you think that he was like, yeah, I get to go back to the right tackle, and then now I'm going to right guard. Oh, no, I'm going to left guard.
Yeah. I just think the guy just wants to play, man, and if he can stay healthy and have a good season,
I agree.
man, wouldn't it be great if him and Braxton were there for the next 8-10 years? Playing, all pro shit.
Yeah,
it would be awesome. And I think Kenny said it great in the chat. He said Tevin hasn't even earned the right to be comfortable. He should be practicing every day like he could be cut any time. That's the Tevin Jenkins that I want to see. I want to see the guy that's like, I'm going to earn my spot. This is my team. Let me go kick some guy's ass today. That's the Tevin Jenkins we want, and I think if he has that attitude, I think he'll be just fine.
Me too. It's the health.
I
He's
agree.
going to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Well, because I think in the interview he did say something about that line of, he's out there to try to prove his job every year. But the point I was trying to make in so many words were, even though most people thought he played well at right guard last year, they was talking about, man, he's a possible future Pro Bowler at right guard. But as well as he played, he still got replaced. So that's what I'm saying. That mindset of, okay, I thought I was doing well. I was doing, getting in my groove, and yet I still got replaced. I think a lot of that's to do with the fact that the Bears tried to get McGlinchey, but they got priced out of it. And because they got priced out of it, they shifted and went after a right guard instead of the right tackle. So, that's my point. And that's why during the draft, I was saying, I don't know if I would have went after a right tackle. I probably would have moved Jenkins there, keep on that right side, and then did something else in the draft. But that's what
our O-line has the weakest depth, though. Somebody even in the chat was saying it. That's for depth. That's our weakest spot is the offensive line.
Yeah.
And I meant to pull this up last week that he is named Pro Football Focus's 2023 All Breakout Team.
You lost me at PFF. Sorry.
What does Bill Belichick say? Stats are for losers.
Yeah.
I like PFR anyway, more Pro Football Reference.
That's
Anything you can get, but that guy's a winner, man. He's going to make it as a left guy.
100% agree. It was just a side note on him.
The greatest thing I think out of all this crap that's gone on the last 2 years is pretty much if there's a problem, you could probably plug him in any one of those 4 spots on that line, and he's going to give you a game or two to carry you through. He actually played pretty decent at left tackle the rookie year when he did play. Right?
This offensive line makes me feel like, I don't want to say it, but I have wood here, so I'll knock on it. God forbid something happens to Braxton Jones, that you could move the rookie over to left and put Jenkins back to right. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
I think Wright is a player. I do. I wonder what weight they're going to have him playing at. But I think Wright is a player. I really think
I think they might lean him up a bit.
Yeah, him and
310, 312.
Him, Jenkins are to me real good players. We got 2 dogs there. Even I'm thinking Nate Davis, he might be a dog too.
Nate Davis is king dog almost. Yesterday I just started pulling up one of the new guys I met on Twitter. He's got all this Nate Davis stuff, and I started going through all this stuff yesterday. I'm like, I didn't even see all this film before, and when I was looking at him when we first got him, and I'm going, man, if this guy can do this shit that was doing for Tennessee on the Bears, and Wright is any sort of right tackle, we've got that side of the line covered because Nate Davis is a dog, dude.
Yeah.
Go look at more film of him from Tennessee over the last 3 seasons. Look at the last 2, man. Just watch. Go pick out 5 or 6 games he played in, and look at what he did. I wish I could pull it up right now. This guy Gibbons last night, I can't remember his name. I'm going to have him on the show at some point here too. He was showing me all this stuff about Nate Davis, and I was like, wow, I did not do enough research on this guy.
No, Nate Davis is him next to Darnell Wright is going to be. We are all very excited about Dieter Iceland too. I honestly think he's the center of the future. I think we all we talked about it. We had a 4-hour episode about him.
Yeah, we did.
At the rate we're going now, we better have 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I think it was over 5 hours. Yeah, but it was nothing but passion for Dieter Iceland. The dude's he's a good player, man.
I agree.
And he just needs the experience. I think he's the center of the future. You go with that, the right side we just talked about, Jenkins on the left. This makes me want to know from you, Joe. By the way, I love your hat.
Thank you. It's the Clark Griswold hat.
Love that. Yes.
That's why I got it. Actually,
I love Clark Griswold.
This is the closest one I have to, and it's nothing like it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
The second that they put this on sale, I was like, that's the Christmas vacation hat. I'm buying that.
Yep. What's your record prediction, Joe?
Oh, I think I hate to say it. I don't want to say it out loud. I think they can win 10 games.
Oh, you were about to get removed. Glad you went there.
You're fine. We all think that, Joe.
Oh, you're going to say 7 or
10 or
something.
more.
No, I'm not going to say they're going to win. I'm not going to pull an Aldo and say, what did he say, 13?
14-3.
14-3.
We got it on the show. We copied that.
I love Aldo, but I want when he's smoking.
Well, he admitted later on with Greg Gabriel that, well, I was drinking that night. So
That's what he said, too.
he said it.
I had a couple drinks before that show, guys, so it doesn't count.
Right.
I think they win 10 games. I think they could be a wild card team potentially. I think this is Detroit's division to lose now. I really do.
Are you
100%
confident?
agree with that, man.
Are you confident in Dan Campbell leading them like that?
I am. I wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid when he first came in.
The biting kneecaps thing?
I thought the biting kneecaps thing was stupid, and I was like,
he had me at biting kneecaps. I was like, I wish that was my head coach.
I'm like, is this guy for real? Like, but is that really his personality? And then you see him over the course of the year. I'm like, this is that guy, and they're buying into it. So I think that the Lions are.
It kind of feels like they have the next Ditka of the NFC North. To me, that's how I feel about Dan Campbell.
Is it weird that I really like Dan Campbell and I'm a Bear fan?
I know. Let's remove ourselves.
No, I was gonna say
because
no.
I had my hand on the button. I just want to put it out there. I would probably take you both out.
No, I mean, part of me is happy for the Lions because they have just forever sucked.
Since 1957.
The other part of me is pissed off because now they're getting an ego, their fan base.
And David Montgomery.
But the other part makes me excited again too, because it would be nice to have like a Bears-Lions rivalry rather than a Bears-Packers rivalry, or it'd be kind of cool to see the Bears and Lions going against it, for years to come, instead of, because usually it's never really the Lions or never really even the Bears in it. It's like the Vikings or the Packers, and once in a while the Bears, occasionally the Lions.
I think for me, I look at their quarterback. Goff, I think, is decent, but I don't know if he's that quarterback that can truly keep them on top of a division for years and years. I think they're already looking to replace him.
They already have.
They did.
Yeah, so I'm not sold that the Lions is going to be that top tier team for any length of time at all.
If Goff plays like he did last year, they'll still win the division.
Yeah, he played.
Yeah,
if you look at, those are almost like MVP numbers from years past, dude.
And I know I said I had a fantasy show earlier, but I had Jared Goff on my team a lot last year, and that worked out for me.
I have to go look.
Sorry,
I'm a Bear fan last year.
I am a Bear fan.
No,
I think it's
we're all
okay if
Bears
you like
fans.
Campbell, Joe, too. I got no problem with that. As long as you don't like the freaking Lions. If you like the Lions, take them off now.
That's what I'm saying, Joe.
I'm not a Lion fan. I promise you that.
I know you're not.
I may be in Michigan, but I'm not a Lion fan.
Is Don Burr? Is that your real name? Is your name really Don Burr?
Don't do that to him, man.
One more time if you say it, he's going to show up. You can't say it 3 times in a row.
Well, now I've had it. I never do this
listen
shit.
to this, though. Jared Goff last year had 4,438 yards passing, 29 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions.
I wish Fields would do that this year.
That's like, I think that's similar to, or maybe even better than when Matt Ryan won the MVP a couple years ago, 4 years ago. If he plays like that again.
And he's only got more help now with Montgomery, and you got what the heck is that back that they drafted? The versatile back. He's really good too. Oh my god!
No, it wasn't. Oh, jeez. Who was the back?
Gibbs.
Yeah, Gibbs.
Well, I'm not going to help you guys out with this because y'all still talking about Detroit, so I'm listening to y'all.
I know. Everyone's immediately like, get this guy off the show. He's talking about Detroit. It's my fantasy background talking. It's not my fandom.
Oh, okay.
So now it's time to remove ourselves.
Exactly. So for all you Bears lovers out there like me, this is the Bears Country podcast, not the Lions Country podcast.
That's right. It's the Bears country. And I have to address Kenny's comment in the chat because I get this shit all the time. Kenny in the chat says, when is the next Pineapple Express? You wouldn't believe how many people stop me and think I'm freaking Seth Rogen. That's why you're asking, right, Kenny? My neighbor said that when I moved into this house.
Man.
He came over, I'm mowing my lawn. He goes, I was talking to my wife the other day and I was like, you know who he looks like? And I'm like, let me guess. Seth Rogen. Yeah, dude, how'd you know? I'm like, I've been getting it forever.
It could be worse, man. That's not somebody terrible.
Yeah, that's true. Although my wife says I'm the sexier Seth Rogen.
Yes, you are definitely the sexier Seth Rogen.
Thank you. I
Here we go,
appreciate that.
Peach.
I'm just saying. Cliff Victoria, I love you.
I didn't see that until now, until you said that, but yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck you, shorty.
I see it in the chat. I'm like, you got to be kidding. Another person thinks I look like Seth Rogen.
Kenny says, all respect, Joe, but yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Bear Truth 9 in the chat. What's up there, Bear Truth 9?
There he is, BT9, man.
Bear Truth
Bear
pops
Truth.
into a bunch of stuff. I mean, I see Bear Truth all over the place. Shout out Bear Truth.
Yep.
Thanks for joining us, Bear Truth.
Not that you're a whore or anything, Bear Truth, but you get around.
Ooh.
I said not.
Man.
Apparently you do too, because you know he does.
Yeah, but I am a whore.
I'm just saying,
No,
our viewership just went down. You know, Bear Truth just left the scene. He's like, you know what? I'm out of here.
No, he can't be because I'm gonna have the gravy ready for him. I'm gonna send him the gravy ready. He DM'd me to get my family's Italian gravy recipe. I'm serious. Last week.
Is that a red gravy?
Yes, it is a red gravy.
You guys stop talking about food for a second here.
So it's a marinara, not a ragu.
No, it's a gravy, dude. Marinara is different. That's a sauce.
Oh. Well, what the fuck, Foster? You holding out over here?
No, I've started writing it down so I could just give it to anybody. It ain't gonna do me any good when I'm dead.
I'll be mad. We always migrate back to food, don't we?
We do.
Always. Now I'm hungry.
Right.
That's why I have my Funyuns ready to go for when.
Yeah, you know what, Joe? You know what sucks about the show is every week after it ends, we got to all fly out and get something to eat because everybody's starving because the last hour is always damn food.
I had
I find myself in Melrose Park, Illinois at like 1 o'clock in the morning getting a bacon mushroom cheeseburger because we sat here and talked about it for an hour.
You say you're in Orland or Highland Park?
No, I'm in Chicago, but I went out to Melrose Park.
Got it.
To a place called Harlow's Grill that's been there for like 100 years, and it's one of their specialties is a bacon onion mushroom burger.
Yeah, I was eating chili at 1:30 in the morning. Like, I'm going to bed in a half an hour. What the fuck am I doing?
So you like shat your pants at 4:30 in the morning when you woke up?
Actually, no, I did not. I was more worried about the heartburn though, but that didn't happen either.
He did, Joe. His wife told me he did, man. He shit his pants.
The dog went running after that one too.
I just want to say for the record,
Dog left the property.
Cliff is my hero. That's all I gotta say. Cliff is my hero. His son had a friend over, and she said she recognized him. He was saying, "Uh-oh."
My 30-year-old son had a 30-year-old woman over today. She said she recognized me from somewhere. Oh no!
The Eskimo brothers or what?
Cliff said, I'll be on back cutting the grass.
Vacuuming the lawn, not cutting it, vacuuming it.
You're like, uh-oh.
Or you could be like old friend of the barroom, Greg Braggs Jr. when he shovels his lawn during the winter. That's it.
Shovels his lawn.
For the dog. It's wild.
Nice.
It was on a Twitter or something. Him shoveling it.
Dude, it's wild.
You probably don't know, Joe. Cliff, it was 12:04 a.m. on the show one night, and Cliff goes in chat, I just put my meatloaf in the oven. I was like, well, I had to like record scratch. Oh, hold on, everyone. Stop what you're saying.
What?
Cliff Victoria just put a fucking meatloaf in the oven at 12:04 a.m.
I mean, I'm probably the biggest meatloaf fan out there, and even for me, I've thought about it a million times, but I'm like, you're really gonna cook a meatloaf at midnight?
It's like 11 o'clock. He's in
Cliff
the kitchen, listening to the show, like mixing up his meatloaf.
He does whatever the hell he wants.
On the faucet for me so I can wash my hands.
Hey, that's classic though. It's like, hey, if I feel like doing something, let me just do it.
Dude, there's nothing worse than meatloaf hands too. Like, you know, when you got like all that breadcrumbs and meat and egg and
all the fat stuck all over your hand. You can't get the fat off your hands. Yeah. It takes like a quarter cup of Dawn to get it off.
But the end result is worth it though.
Yes, it is. Bear Truth 9 earlier said, yes, I support Bears fans and good content, and I wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you, Bear Truth. We appreciate
that.
Saying that, man.
We do appreciate that, man. Yes.
BT.
But did you see what Cliff said when the young lady said she recognized it? He said he went outside and started washing his wheels. He's like, I got to get out of here. He's like, I gotta go.
I gotta go clean the car.
Right.
Oh shit.
Oh man. Doug Van Dorn says, last time I made a meatloaf, I put it in the oven at about 3 p.m., a much more reasonable hour.
Yeah.
Now, isn't Doug the other chef on the show? Who was it? The other chef that we have on the show? I know it's Cliff. It was somebody else.
Walter was.
Oh, Walter.
Yeah. He was trying to show you up on your fish recipe by saying, here's what we eat with fish.
Hey.
Look.
It's not a competition for me. I appreciate anyone who want to sit there and take the time and put the effort into cooking. My hat's off to you.
James Ford knows exactly where I'm talking about. He wrote it right on there, 25th and North Avenue. Dead on. He must have gone there for food.
Yeah.
Let's answer this question for Bear Truth 9. Here's a question for you. Can you name 10 teams that have a better wide receiver trio than us? Name 10 teams that have a better wide receiver trio than us.
That's a good. That's a good
10 teams is a lot.
It's a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Maybe 4
There's
or 5.
not 10.
I don't know if I can do 10 without looking at the rosters.
Not off the top of my head, I can't. So good point there, Bear Truth 9. Good point.
You stumped us.
The DJ trade just changed the entire wide receiver room immediately.
Absolutely.
Immediately. Put everything in the right perspective where these guys should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know.
You figure you got to have the Eagles in there because the Eagles have a good wide receiving core now.
Mm-hmm.
They traded up. I don't put the Chiefs there because the Chiefs don't have all the wide receiver pieces. They're
never going to because they have to pay Mahomes
or Kelsey. Yeah.
That seems like where they're cheating their money, Joe, too, just like you said, in the wide receiver. They always keep moving around the last 2 years. They're in and out. Guys gone, guys back, new guy.
So Bear
definitely not the Packers.
So Bear Truth says,
what about the Vikings?
But Bear Truth says, so you think we have a top 5 trio then?
I'm not saying that.
Top 7.
I'm not saying that because as
5.
much potential as we have yet to see what Claypool can do in this offense and how the three of them actually work together. That's where my stance is. I think we have a lot of potential there, but like I told you guys in the previous show, I'm kind of skeptical on what Claypool brings. Although it's a contract year for him, and like as we stated, people do play better in their contract years.
I'm gonna do the timeout. DJ Moore and Darnell Mooney alone can elevate this team. They could be a top 5 wide receiver core, just those two guys, if they do everything they're supposed to do. Now, if we get Mr. Claypool to step it up big time, and some of the other, guys that are filling in, whether it's St. Brown or whoever ends up making the team.
Dallas and the rookie.
Yeah, I think Mooney and DJ Moore together are going to be unbelievable this year, and draft both of them in fantasy.
You're not worried about about Mooney's leg injury, huh?
Not right now. Not until I start,
right?
See him gimping around. But I think those two together are going to be magic. I hope I'm right.
Two teams that people are bringing up here is Miami and the Bengals have a better trio.
Bengals are good.
Mm-hmm. Who did that? I don't want.
I just want to say for Joe, because you actually said something positively there about the Bears, I want to give a spotlight on you there. Thanks for taking it back off there, Shorty. But you know what? You all right there, Joe. You all right. You said something very positive about the Bears there, so I give you.
I appreciate it.
I like you, Joe.
Yeah.
I don't just I'm not just going to praise the Lions the whole time on this show.
Okay, all right. That's why I gave you the spotlight for that.
You can if you want, Joe, but you won't be here long.
We can pull you.
Now you know you're out. You know you're out, Joe. If you got to get out, just start talking about how great the Lions are. You're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm worried. Is Mooney going to be okay, and is he going to be what we saw previously? I think yes. I honestly say this: out of the Claypool and Mooney, I think I lean towards more Claypool because Claypool is a Poles guy, Mooney's not.
But the thing is,
Fields loves Mooney.
Yes,
that's true. He does.
Yes, but to answer Bear Truth 9, I don't think Claypool's floor is 800. I think his floor could be lower than that. I think that'd be closer to his ceiling with the other weapons we have.
I agree. Yeah.
Because you got to feed Moore, you got to feed Kmet, you got to feed Mooney. I don't see Claypool getting 800 yards as a floor. That may be closer to his top.
I think that's ceiling.
Yeah. I think that's.
What if Claypool's the only guy open or 1-on-1 because they're doubling DJ and knocking Mooney at the line? What?
Yeah, but I don't think that'll happen every week though. That's what I'm saying. I think if Claypool start putting up some numbers, again, the teams will start shifting to him. Then somebody else gets them. So again, he has those good measurables, 6'4", 4.4 speed. So he got some good measurables. But I'm again waiting to see because he's never gotten over 1,000 yards. Even in his rookie year at Pittsburgh, he only had 800 and something, I believe. So I disagree, Bear Truth 9. I mean, I love you, man, but I disagree with you on that one.
Hey, Joe, I know you got to run, man, but why don't you plug all your stuff again? And whenever you got to roll, just go.
Yep, I appreciate it. Yeah, about 5. I'll bounce in just a few minutes, but I'll just do a quick shameless plug while I'm here. As I mentioned at the top, you guys can catch me on the Ballroom Network here on YouTube or Twitter, Facebook, wherever podcasts are found. I do a White Sox show every Monday night called South Burbs Hitmen, where we cover the White Sox, talk a little bit of all baseball, and we just talk about random crap towards the end, especially now because the Sox absolutely suck. Next week, this upcoming Monday.
It's hard doing a podcast when your team sucks, right? God, it was brutal last year.
You got to find ways to keep it fresh. A couple weeks ago, you guys have probably heard in Major League Baseball, there's this new iPitch machine taking the league by storm. We had the CEO of Spinball Sports, the president, on talking about the machine, the iPitch, just to kind of change things up because the Sox are brutal. You can go back and check that out. This upcoming week on Monday night, we have Alyssa Bergamini, the in-stadium host for your Chicago White Sox, joining us on Monday the 3rd. And tail end of August, we'll be starting Fantasy Football Goon again to get you guys ready for your fantasy football drafts. That's me, John Santucci, the Tooch, and Adam Sham is my co-host. That's every Sunday morning heading up to kickoff. And that's my spiel as a whole, boys. But I appreciate you guys giving me so much time tonight. It's been a blast. And you guys got me even more pumped up for football. I don't know how that's possible, but you've done it.
Joe, you're welcome on anytime you want to come on and talk Bears with us.
I appreciate.
As long as you don't talk Lions.
Yeah. Well, I can't promise during football season if I don't talk about the Lions a little bit because I'm a fantasy guy at heart. But yes, I will try to stick mostly to the Bears.
You can talk about the Lions, how bad they're going to suck somehow this year.
Yeah, maybe, and they still might. This division's up for grabs, boys. You guys all know that.
Yep.
I didn't get a chance to ask you, Joe, how did you become a Bears fan?
There you go.
I was raised a Bear fan, man. I grew up in the South. I first grew up in the North Burbs of Chicago, and then I moved to the South Burbs of Chicago when I was in high school. So I've been rooting for Bears, since I was a kid.
Okay.
The Devin Hester return in the Super Bowl was like the pinnacle of my Bears fandom. I've always been a Bears fan, but yeah,
It's in your blood, right?
Yeah, it's in my blood. So, but my love of football is starting to grow over the years with the love of fantasy. But I still come back to this Bears team no matter what. As you can see, I'm wearing the Clark Griswold Bears hat. It doesn't get much more OG than that. So, always love the Bears. Looking forward to hopefully an improving season. And like I said, I think it's a 10-win season, so that would be a huge improvement.
Yeah.
We did a collective. I think there were 6 of us when we did a collective. So BCP as a collective, we have them going 11-6 and making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
If we sat here and went through the schedule, I don't know how many times, man, but that was
our,
as a group. So
there it is.
There it is, right there, Joe. That's our collective.
We had 5 people on the show, and we took the majority of whoever, we all picked win or loss, and the majority, won. So we have.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, we have a little losing streak there, kind of
Saints
in the middle.
Saints game could be a win though. The Saints might not be as good as advertised. We'll see.
Even on the road.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say for sure. I said it could be.
Right.
What I did with that, Joe, was I said the Saints or the Falcons. Pick a loser because I believe one of those two are going to lose. We're not going to win those both.
That's
I don't
fair.
Think. Just because the way things can go so crazy, man, during a season. Yeah. We all know this.
Mm-hmm.
Things just sometimes just don't make any sense. Like
I'm aligned with everything
game
here.
Last game of the year. Did that make sense? No. But
injuries, knock on wood. But it seems like no matter what team makes it to the Super Bowl, they always seem to have the luck of one of the least injured teams on their side for the most part.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah,
that's the key.
But boys, it's been an absolute blast. Appreciate you guys having me on. I got to bounce, but love the show. Love what you guys are doing. Always fun. And
thanks for joining us.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll be happy to talk again with you guys during football season. So we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much, Joe. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on. You're always welcome on the show. Can't wait to have you on again.
Yeah, looking forward to it, gents.
Before you leave, before you leave, can I get your best? You done with BCP?
You down with BCP?
Beautiful. That's gonna fit right in the glide.
That's when I was working on that in my head the whole show. I was hoping you would ask me. I'm glad I didn't forget.
Man, I see your voice went up a couple of octaves too, though. So man, that's pretty good.
I saw you during the opener in the background. You're like, I like this.
I was bopping. Yeah, I was definitely bopping.
Cool. Awesome. Well,
Appreciate
thank you, Joe.
Gents.
Man, thanks for coming on, Joe. It was real quick. Let me throw this in there too. So when I sent you the email, I didn't even plan on today. It was like I'm just trying to set up future stuff because sometimes people have schedules they got to work around. I don't know your schedule. I know where you are a couple times a week, but other than that, I know nothing, man. You're in Michigan. I know that.
I am. I'm on Eastern. I'm barely on Eastern time zone, but I am.
I'm gonna be out by you in August, man, for like 5-6 days. I go out there with my kids.
Oh, there you go, man.
I had family just north of you. They're all deceased, but we still go out there and hang out. It's beautiful.
If you're out this way, hit me up. I go to Journeyman Distillery all the time.
He was leading you into that.
I'm going to take you up on that. We'll talk.
Don't do it. He was leading you into that. He was setting you up to say that. Okay, I'll be there. You need your roof redone? I can redo your roof.
That's a long way to go to do a roof.
You know what I do? A lot of times I'll travel to Terell house, and I fix their roofs or their porches, or my aunt's addition collapsed, so I went down there, hung out for a week, and replaced the beams under her house.
I live south
Saved
of
her
Atlanta. And this
thousands of
motherfucker
dollars,
wants to come
man.
down here to do my roof, and it doesn't even need to be done. I'm like, well, I mean, I guess I could probably use a new roof.
I know who to call when I need a roof now. So
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, man.
it's only
I'm the
8 years
man.
old, so it should be okay for a little bit.
Yeah, well,
Any hail damage? Any hail damage?
I'll
check
probably
it for
still
hail
be
damage.
roofing from my wheelchair, but whatever.
Well, one thing I know is as soon as you guys wrap the show, he'll be running out to get something to eat. So
Absolutely,
There
you
you
can
go.
guarantee that too.
I'm gonna go
It's
do
gonna be a
that.
big
I'm gonna do that now
chicken
before I
breast
go to
sandwich
bed.
is what I'm getting tonight.
Just take two Tums before you go to sleep after you eat your meal.
Absolutely not. No.
Love
Thanks
it, guys.
again,
But I had
Joe.
a blast.
All right,
Appreciate
Joe.
it, as
See you
always.
soon. Thanks for coming
I'll
on.
see
Later
you
on, guys.
soon, man. If I don't see you, I'll see you on Monday.
You know it. I'll see you guys around, and have a great rest of your show. I'll see you guys later on.
All right.
Thanks, man. Have a good night.
All right, thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
Joey.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, what a good guess. That was fun.
It was awesome. I love Joe. I just started kind of watching this or listening to it, and then I started talking to these guys, and I'm like, freaking bastards got me hooked. So I started watching Sox games, and then Frank and Vinny are talking hockey and basketball all the time. I'm like, I got this game. I can watch this game. So I go on there a lot of times, and I tell them what assholes they are, and I hate them. And they just laugh at me. Well, we can't help it. You're the one that's watching. You're watching our show, and now you're turning baseball and hockey and basketball on. Because I'm like, I don't have time for those sports, man. All I do is follow the Bears. I really didn't have time for this shit, but I'm liking it, man. I'm happy that I'm back following the Cubs, and I haven't followed them in like 2.5 years, man.
Yeah.
After an entire lifetime, from the time I can remember till 2.5 years ago, I saw almost all the Cubs shit, dude.
So before they were
When
Started
they were on Channel 9 and
back in
you could watch
1800?
them anytime. Sorry, Dan.
So you were a fan back in like 1897?
I was there when the Cubs were founded in 1876. Can you see this? Do I have to turn it up?
No, I can't.
Yeah.
Can you center it more? You're off to the side too much. You mean this?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, did anybody check their names tonight?
Oh, you fucker.
I didn't do nothing.
No, I didn't check my name. Did you?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, we've all remained.
I'm even not Joe Mandell anymore either.
PJ doesn't involve himself in that. That's between you and I guess. Guys, Mammy has been patiently waiting.
Oh.
Mammy, are you ready to come on the show?
I'm ready. She's gonna kill us all.
No, she's shaking her head.
No.
She's like, no, I'm taking my insulin now. What are you doing?
She's writing love letters to Foster.
She's ordering a fucking
What
rose.
she got? What she got?
She's ordering a Rosati.
Oh, Rosati's. I'll beat her in 45, Mammy.
Okay.
Told you. Shorty, you better watch out, buddy. That's all I tell you, man.
I was waiting for my phone to charge, so
Are you not ready yet?
I'm ready.
We're getting some major feedback. What is that? Your phone? That you're
Fan?
using?
No,
Fan
I
above her.
keep seeing myself here and in the waiting room, the green room, what you call it. I don't know how to. I don't know why.
Are you on your tablet?
Yes.
We're all on both, Mammy.
Yeah.
Can
Even
you?
on before, I think it was doing that. I don't know why.
Because
Do you have any?
you're on the top. She's on the top row this time. We're all in one row. Before she was on the bottom when Joe was on.
I see me under Danny,
Mhm.
and then PJ and Foster.
Do you have any earbuds you can put in? Do you have any earbuds you can plug into your?
You know what?
We gotta love Mammy. I'm trying to take.
Find some earbuds and plug them into that. That's just too much. Mammy, find some earbuds and plug them into that device, and then we'll run your opener and bring you on.
Dun, 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 dun.
Let's hit some chat stuff up. Maybe we've been lacking on them.
Oh
boys.
yeah, we have been, guys. Sorry in chat.
Yeah, let's go back to that thing that who was it? Walter said. PJ. Let's not forget Mooney had had one good season in 2021 when Nagy basically wrote A-Rob out the offense, minus 2022. Claypool had strong 800-yard seasons. But I think Claypool was the number one receiver, if I'm not mistaken, when he was getting to 800 yards. He was a number one. So him being the number one and still only amassing 800 yards is problematic, in my opinion. So I think now him being either the second or the third option here, I don't see him getting those 800 yards. That's why I say I think that would be the absolute ceiling for him within this offense with the weapons we have with Kmet, Moore, Mooney, and the running game that we're going to have. So that's where I stand at on that.
I get what you're saying. I just like the fact that which guy are they going to – which one of these three guys is going to get the double team every time? It's going to be DJ Moore most likely.
Yeah.
And I want to put it like on a rotation with the receptions, man, just like they off the defensive line, man. DJ Moore is the number one. That's right. I could see the minute he was here and the minute with the chemistry that they've already developed, and the numbers just prove it. Because I still say that guy's like a top 7 to 12 receiver in the entire NFL. And people are like fighting me going, oh, no, he's not even in the top 30. And I'm like, give me a list. I made a guy give me a list. And he did. But I disagreed with the list. So I just see that more of a rotation. And it's they're going to go with the hot hand receiving wise. Makes sense. But the guy who's going to be – whatever guy's not going to be being covered as much that week because they can't cover all three of them every play. You can't double all of them every play.
But here's another thing too. I think you can
say double, but
I think you can think about if a player's double team out of these group of guys we have, who still can get that ball? Can Claypool still get it on a consistent basis? Moore has proven that he can still get it, even though he's double teamed on a consistent basis. Claypool, that's what I said. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just waiting to see him do it.
We don't know.
I haven't seen it on a consistent basis.
That's a great question, man, and I hope he answers it the right way during the season because I can't answer yes on that question. I wish I could say PJ, that's for sure, but I can't.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see it, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But right now, I haven't seen it.
What I'm expecting to see out of this wide receiver core this year is that DJ Moore is going to help Justin Fields with the quick passing game, the short passing game, which in turn is going to open up the long passing game, the intermediate to deep passing game. And then you're going to start to see players like Mooney start to flourish again and Claypool start to come along in this offense like I think we should. The only thing obviously the X factor to this is the development of Justin Fields, the coaching staff and their development of Justin Fields. Is he going to take – guys, if we're sitting here again in a year, first off, it'll be amazing. This podcast has lasted almost 2 years. But if that's the case, if we're sitting here in a year and Justin Fields' stats are the same, then what?
Well, wait.
Come down to the other first-round pick we have. Let's just. Can I just pontificate for a moment?
Go ahead.
Let's say the Panthers end up with the first pick in the quarterback. Let's say the Panthers end up with the first pick in the draft. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's just start with that, and then let's say that Justin Fields has a slightly improved year. Maybe he has 500 more yards passing, maybe 5 more touchdowns, but he has over 1,000 yards rushing again, but not quite the same amount. Is that going to be enough improvement for you to go, we have the first pick. Do we just start over again with Caleb Williams from USC?
I got to throw a question in there first. Does he have more than 1 second to throw the damn ball all year? Where's the offensive line at, though?
Yes, assuming that he has – yes,
okay, so we're assuming that the line's developed enough to where he's got ample time to do what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And then his stats are just kind of
a little bit better passing, a few more touchdowns,
a few less innings.
Still over 1,000 yards rushing, but not quite 1,300 or whatever.
Yeah.
And here we sit with the first pick and the 10th pick in the draft. Do you even consider drafting Caleb Williams from USC, or do you just stick with and say, hey, he'll get it in year 4?
Man,
I love that.
That's great. That's
I'll,
great.
I'll pull my.
No, I mean that's honestly a good question.
Absolutely.
I mean because I think where I'm standing at with it is I'm trying to look at the reasons for him not succeed. Because if he has the time and the receivers gets the separation, why isn't he completing these passes? If he's just airmailing it and throwing, I mean, yeah, okay, that is a cause for replacing it. But
not necessarily airmailing it, but hesitant and not the 1, 2, 3, throw it now, but 1, 2, 3. Oh, I should have thrown it. Let me go over there.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's incomplete.
Those are reasons. I mean, that's a valid reason to replace him because from what I have seen so far, he hasn't had the time. The receivers haven't had the separation. But I love his leadership. I love his athleticism. There are things to love about him. But if he just can't flat out hit the broadside of a barn, standing right next to it, yeah, that's a concern for me. Mm-hmm. I mean, because if you can't make that pass, which, in my opinion, he has shown that he can do. Because I remember that rollout against Pittsburgh, I think it was. Man, it's like, so he has that ability. So if he somehow regress and can't do that no more, yeah, I'm with you. Okay,
there's 2 passes. That one that you're talking about was a rollout to the left against the Steelers.
Right.
The other one, it was a rollout to the right against the Falcons, and we threw it perfectly down the sideline to David Montgomery, right over the. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Those are the passes.
Here.
Yeah.
That was the game. He's sitting on the sidelines. They show him on the sidelines. I think we're down by 10. We got to get a touchdown now. They're going over the play, and he's shaking his head. And he's like this. And he goes in, and he takes us down the field, and we score a touchdown. When he did that, that was my thing. That game right there, that drive, when he came on the field and said, okay, we're doing it. I mean, you can see him saying it. And then they did it. That was when I said, 100% sure this is the guy I want.
He's the guy.
Because the stuff you're talking about with this earlier, Dan, I just don't see it happening. I don't see it going the same way.
Yeah. I mean,
don't.
I'm
Right.
not.
It's an if. It's an if. If we're here
It's preparing for the worst, right?
Right.
Hoping for the best. Like Cliff says, Shorty, we all know the answer to this after this season. Everything leans towards Fields being better this year. Don't forget he was great in college. Yes, he was great in college. Everything does lean towards him being great this year, I should say. So everything that we're talking about with an 11-6 season, a 12-5, a 14-3, a 10-6, this is all based on Justin Fields.
I want to throw this on for you, PJ. Walter Besky says, we all saw Claypool make Sauce look like a chump versus the Jets last year. We saw it. Go back to
one play.
it. What?
One play.
Sauce Gardner.
One play.
Rookie.
One play.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
One play. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. I mean,
takes a bunch of one plays.
I'm not saying I'm not saying Claypool's no good. Please don't misunderstand me, Walter. I'm not saying he's trash. I'm just saying I need to see more of it because what I did see seemed like the Bears was trying to get him involved, but because of his lack of knowledge of the offense and other things, it just didn't seem to happen. So I understand that, but I just need to see it and then how it then translate with the other weapons. I'm not saying that he's not a player who could get 1,200 yards in a different offense with different people, but because we have so many weapons and we're a heavy running team, I don't know if he will get to that 800 yards. That's what I'm saying within what we have.
I agree with that. Mammy, are you ready? How are you doing over there?
No.
Let's see what she has to say. Can't get it to work?
I can't get these things to work. No. This newfangled technology.
It sounds like you're plugging yourself into an amplifier and then like unplugging it.
It sounds like the ceiling fan.
I don't know why I'm still showing in two places. I didn't the first couple of times, but
Try turning off the ceiling fan.
turn off the ceiling fan?
It's hot. Too hot. Too hot up here. It's like I'm dying in this house. I'm gonna go home tonight and sleep in my own house. Put the air on. I swear to God.
Really.
It's getting hotter and hotter. It's gonna be 92 in the morning here, man.
Jeez.
Yeah. And the humidity here just makes it feel
I'm
like
gonna put some talcum powder on your balls before you go to bed.
No, I'm gonna go home, go into my room, turn the air conditioning up full blast, and lay in my bed for the first time this year.
That might be it, Tammy.
Oh, and Cliff said this too. Bears have so many wide receivers that he doesn't see any of them having 800 yards except for DJ Moore, which that's
Agreed.
a possibility too.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
I thought maybe that would change something.
I can hear you now.
It literally sounds like it's the ceiling fan. Right above you.
Yeah, but it's not terrible, man. How long are we going to be doing this?
Refrigerator behind me.
Well, the ceiling fan's still making a reflection on the ceiling. What is that?
Because it takes a minute to go off. To stop, I mean.
It's quieter.
Clip remover. We didn't see her.
Yes.
Kenny's been asking
Well,
for us to answer this too, you guys. He said this like 3 times. I don't know if you caught it. Kenny said, Can you speak on the addition of Edmonds and Edwards? Him and TJ went to the same high school, and the kid is a dog.
Hey, Kenny, shout out to you, brother, for going to school with their TJ, man. So shout out to you. But yes, I think those two may rival, not this year, but at some point, the combination of Urlacher and Briggs, given their type of play, they have similar measurables to those two.
This is definitely Kenny, because Kenny went to he lived the town next to me.
Yeah.
Or lives the town next to where I grew up. So our high schools were the town over from each other. And Edmonds went to Lake Villa, which is freaking amazing. Or Edwards, I mean. That to me is just amazing that we have hometown grown talent on the team. Like we talked about this before. I couldn't imagine how awesome it would be to play for the Bears. Let's see how Mammy's doing over there. No, it sounds like you're like
Kenny, I've just nicknamed them guys the E and E Express, buddy. I've already got the nickname for them. So I don't know if that tells you where I'm at, but I just see that. What a brilliant move picking up 2 of the best linebackers around, because there wasn't the guys that we wanted at defensive end or on the line. We couldn't get what we wanted. Okay, let's stack the middle. Let's stack that middle so we're set. And we're set for 3 or 4 years. We're set.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
But if I may, let me answer Bear Truth 9 real quick, going back to Claypool. He says it's not the 800 yards, PJ. It's what his talent can do for us. So he may get under 800, but my point is he's average around 800, and if he is R3, then that's a pretty good 3. 100% agree with you, sir. 100% agree with you, because and that's the point I was saying, is that I don't think he'll get to 800, but yes, I do agree with you. Him being our third receiver, yes, makes us a lot better. 100%. No argument there at all, bro.
isn't it way better that he's not our number 1 or 2?
Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying.
DJ Moore stepped in. I just right arrangement. It's like a conductor with the song and the music's in the wrong order, playing it. It's not going to sound too good. But you put the first page on there right, and then you line the other pages up, and now you've got a symphony. Bear Truth 9 said real quick, and I think this is a good point too, man. I like this. Our top 3 receivers can play every spot. If you don't got 3 solid wide receiver, that team's in trouble, because it's probably 3 solid cover guys. That team's in trouble because our wide receivers' flexibility can find the weak matchup in the slot or outside. And I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
So I don't hear that noise no more, Mammy.
Well, I muted her. Let's see how.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a guitar and you're plugging it in and out of an amp. It's like
it actually sounds worse with the fan off.
Yeah. Are you using your phone again, or just your tablet?
Well, my
Got her phone.
Try switching over to your phone.
Did she have them both on?
a what?
Do you have them both on? Your tablet and your phone?
Yeah, I was ordering my pizza.
I mean, no, I was talking about whether or not you had them both on the show. That's all. You're not.
Oh no, they're not both connected.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna remove you, and you try to just hop over to your phone, Mammy.
Now, let me take this one out, see if this is on Wi-Fi. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe that do it?
Stop. Up.
It's not
Listen.
perfect.
Hold on. How's that? Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, that's much better.
Much.
No, it's like whenever we talk.
Sounds fine to me, so.
When you talk,
No, that's
when you talk, it's fine, but when you talk, it's messed up.
yeah. It's like it's reverbing out of her speakers. Hold on, I'm gonna remove you for a second. I'm gonna remove me for a second. You guys talk. No, you're talking, Foster.
Foster was trying to walk away. Did you mute yourself, Foster?
Yeah, because I was going to go pee. It's all right. I'm good.
Can you
Let's
guys
cover
learn
some
to
of the
hold
stuff
your
in the
bladder?
chat, maybe.
Can
Pete.
you
What'd you
just
say?
hold your bladder, please? I'm just
This
Yeah,
is what
let's-
you're talking about. It's not the 800 yards, PJ. It's with this talent. Okay, yeah, we
Yeah.
did that already.
Yeah. There was something else. Somebody else in the chat had something. Trying to remember what it was. Well, Doug's comment there. Well, if Fields gets more than 4,000 yards passing this year, the top three receivers better well get a total of at least 2,500 of those. I think you have to factor in Komet as well as our receiving core, because I believe they're going to be a lot more passes to our running backs. That's what I meant.
Running backs, tight
yeah.
ends.
Yeah, I think a lot more of those passes are going to get through, especially with Tunyon.
Right.
Tunyon's going to be a big factor.
But he's given the running backs and the tight ends 1,500 yards plus.
Yeah, and see, I don't know about you, but I believe that Moore is probably going to get around 1,100 to 1,200 yards for us.
That's where I'm at, too. 11
So-
to 13, same thing.
So between Claypool, Mooney, Travis Scott, is that his name, Travis Scott? Or is it Tyler Scott? It's Travis Scott, isn't it? Well,
Oh,
Scott
yeah, the
Jr.
rookie. I'm
Yeah, the
mixing
rookie.
guys up. The rookie, yeah, Scott.
Then we got Velus Jones. So those four only coming up with 1,300 yards. I'm thinking that they should get more than that. I think those four should at least, I don't know, I'm thinking like maybe
2,200.
Yeah, those four. I'm thinking they should at least get us. Man,
Well, wait here. Let's break it down a little bit. So we'll
Okay,
go
good.
to the tight ends. Who's going to be the big receiving tight end?
I think I'm looking at Komet getting about 500, Tunyon getting about maybe 6, because
Okay.
he's more the receiving tight end.
Right. That's where I was going with this.
So that's 1,100 there.
Yeah.
Then you got 1,200, or let's say conservatively 1,100 with more. So you got 1,100 and 1,100. That's 2,200 right there.
That still leaves us 1,800 to divide
1,800 to divide with
plus.
those four receivers.
Yep.
See, those four receivers.
And
They-
3 running backs, let's say.
Well, I'm just thinking the four receivers themselves, they might get about 1,800 themselves. I mean, maybe I'm being really optimistic, but
Right.
between
I don't think you are. It just depends on how much we're going to be throwing the ball, because I see us like
Very
we were
true.
talking about early, man.
yeah,
This team is set up with this line. We're set up to run the freaking ball down your throat.
agreed.
So-
Agreed.
Right. So And I really can't wait to see what they do with the offense this year because I want to see some passes on first down.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like you've been saying that for 35 years.
Absolutely.
I just
135 years, Dan.
I think how I can sum this up for Doug and Bear Truth 9, in my opinion, the potential for Claypool to be 800 plus guy is there, but because of the way we run our offense and the many weapons that we have, I don't think he'll get to 800. But again, to Bear Truth's first point, yes, this receiving core, this top 3 we have is nice, very nice.
It's just nothing but we can't do it. We can't. We cannot. We were talking earlier. I'm like, we just can't have 4, 5, 6 wins this year. We can't. We can't.
No, we better not.
Remember earlier when we were talking about if we go back and we got like 4 or 5 wins and we play this over, do you draft what's his name? And I'm going, if we got 4 or 5 wins, I'm just hanging it up on the Bears after a lifetime, dude. Nah,
No.
I can't.
Well, yeah. Well,
I can't.
4 or 5 wins would get us to around 10 again, wouldn't it? So, because my pontification prediction would be the first pick from the Panthers, and the Bears have the 10th pick or the 12th pick or something.
Well, how about if
That
we
would be-
get the Panthers' 5th pick and the Bears get the pick 32nd?
There you go. You know, I just think that
I got to pee.
I think that with our I don't know, for us to have a bad year this year coming up, I think that would be totally on the defense. Totally. I think our offense will be vastly improved, is my short answer. I think we'll be vastly improved on the offense. And I just think if we fail, it'll be because of our defense.
Mhm.
And I even think our defense improved with those linebackers that we talked about with Kenny. Our defense has improved. I thought even last year we had a solid or a pretty good defensive back room. It's just that, that pass rush is an issue, the lack thereof. And maybe that changes a lot, even with, getting that push up the middle. Maybe Walker and Gibson, they come off that edge and they'll solve that or whatever. But yeah, I think if we have a bad season this year, it would be more because of the defense and not the offense.
I hope so. Because if we can win every game 37-35, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
If we can score 35, if we can average 30, plus points a game and win more than we can lose with the defense giving up just less than that, I'm happy with that. It's just, I am sick of seeing a stagnant, malignant offense. Our offense has been like a fucking cock that's needed Viagra for years. And it's like Viagra finally came out, guys. Go get a prescription.
It's just like Dan.
Yeah. Go get a fucking prescription, dude.
See what happens. See what happens with Foster when he get a little bit. He just start talking about this stuff now.
You just got to deal with it, man.
They're like
See,
a
look
limp
at
cock.
even-
Their offense has been a limp cock for decades and decades and decades.
But you know what? As most people fear, and this is what I fear as well. What happens to this offense if we are good with this offense? Getsy may be gone. I know they're going to promote Janoku or whatever the quarterback coach is. They'll promote him to the offensive coordinator. But will it fall off? Will the offense fall off? So that's my concern, because it seemed like a lot of people from that tree seems to get head coaching jobs. That Shanahan tree, you got all those different guys. What was the guy out of with the Rams, Green Bay's head coach, Miami's head coach, Minnesota's head coach. All these guys coming from this tree, and Getsy falling in that same offensive scheme. He does well here this year, and granted, it's because of the weapons and whatnot. He can be a potential head coach candidate next year.
I agree. I agree.
There's too many things that can happen. Before I forget, did you read that from Doug?
I'm reading a lot of stuff here. Cliff's saying we pee a lot.
Yeah. It's starting to get really hot in this house where I'm at, dude. Like almost unbearable. I've got all the windows and the doors open, so
You don't have no.
plane or
Freaking these
fireworks.
Costco seltzers, they just go right through me.
You don't have no fan or nothing.
I got a fan blowing on me too. I just got it on real low so you don't hear it. What I wanted to say was, though, or not say, was just say
Have some of those ice cubes delivered to the back door like they used to do, and just put them behind the fan while you're blowing it on you.
there you go.
Yeah. You got to have that ice box on the back of your house, right? The ice.
I got my original one when I designed and built it back in the 1890s.
I got a suggestion for you, Foster.
Yeah.
Put one fan in one window.
Yeah.
Facing you.
Yeah.
Put another fan in another window facing out to take that air and suck it right on through there for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I try and do. I'm just limited to.
Mammy's nodding her head to that.
This room, I'm in the wrong room because this used to be a garage, so it doesn't flow good into the rest of the house.
Oh yeah.
I think we got the Mammy thing figured out.
Hey. Looking good, Mammy.
Poor Cliff.
Yes.
Cliff says, Foster, I'm outside in Florida. Don't tell me about hot.
Good point.
All right, guys.
90 degrees in my garage and rising.
Mammy's finally working correctly, so let's get to the. Her up there. We finally got you working, Mammy. So give us your cornerback breakdown, Mammy. Tyrique Stevenson, Jalen Johnson, Jaylon Jones, Kyler Gordon. What do you think of our cornerback room, Mammy?
I love them.
Yeah.
I love them all.
They form good right angles, right? Cornerbacks. Yeah.
Yes.
This is the first time I've seen Mammy with her glasses on.
Oh,
Hey,
really?
Mammy. Hey, Mammy.
These are just cheaters.
Good evening, Mammy. How are you doing this week?
I'm better. My tooth is gone down.
Tooth has gone down and you got pizza on the way.
Right. Yep.
It's a good Thursday.
Yep. All that goofing around, my pizza will be here now. I'm gonna have to hang up. So.
I don't know if you guys
Hey,
got this.
Foster, I wanted to ask you, Foster. I wanted to ask you. You said you were half Italian. Which half was it?
The good half?
The good half. Okay.
That's what my mom says.
I always
I'm
thought that there was
full-fledged
one
Italian.
time.
You're what?
Hello.
Oh,
I
she's
hear
freezing
you.
up.
Ah, we lost her.
Oh no.
Man, we'll just probably get good too.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
He'll probably get good.
it's like I always could tell there was one side of you that was off.
Well, I just figure it this way, man. I'm Italian, German, Irish, and English, and we're pretty much all drunks. No, I'm joking.
What's up, Eduardo? How you pronounce that?
Eduardo Miguel.
Eduardo Miguel.
I wanted to throw this because you were talking about the ice, delivering the ice. So Joe, you should have just stayed on the show. You could have said this stuff in person to Manny if we could get her on the show. Because yeah, the horse-drawn carriage is delivering ice block for Foster now.
So what did you guys do, Shorty, to fix her problem? What was the problem?
Well, I had her switch over to her phone,
Okay.
but then
We lost her.
yeah,
Did she do this? Because Joe Mandell says Mammy set her phone down, is covering up the microphone. My mom does the same thing.
she's completely frozen. She keeps popping in and out. Like her pizza's got to be there any second.
Yeah, well, Cliff's already on that because he wants to know if she ordered enough for everybody.
I'm just saying. I mean, because we have some late night eaters on our podcast. I'm telling you, we have some late night eaters.
Doug
Didn't
Van
Joe-
Dorn.
Didn't Joe say he was going to eat something before when he left the show? He said he was.
That's probably why he's still hanging out listening to us, because he's eating right now. My family's sleeping. Got my headphones on.
Yeah, and he's sitting there with the drink, and he's eating some probably right now too. Wow.
Pizza right
So
now.
Are you eating any food? I got a feeling you're eating something.
Oh, he's in Michigan. He's not eating a Lou Malnati's, but he's eating something.
Man. Too much to work with there. I'm going to let that one go. I'm going to let that one go. See, I don't miss them. I just let them go sometimes.
I forgot. Cliff said, he goes, that was Fast Times at Ridgemont High quote. It was. And I don't forget how many people were there, but he's like, did you order it up for everybody? And there's like 120 people there or something.
Is your headache still there, Mammy?
Look at
It's just fucking Illinois, man.
Joe's eating leftover BLTs, man. Up in Illinois. Your son needs medical attention at this point, I think.
Oh my god, that's a short right there.
Man.
Fucking
You idiot.
What type of pizza did you order? Oh, she's muted.
Oh, she's catching her feet is catching up. We can't hear you, Mammy.
Oh,
that sucks.
This is
what's going on?
This sounded like it was going to be some good content tonight.
I know, that was about to get good.
Man.
I keep telling her, Cliff.
Come to the free state of Florida.
Mm-hmm. She's checking her pizza order now.
Priorities, man. You got to have priorities. Just leave let's all leave and just leave her up on the screen for an hour and let her do what she does. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, 3 hours I spent trying to get that cornerback stuff together. Just went down the hill there. We just.
That's how welcome to the podcast world, PJ. Welcome to the podcast world.
Yeah.
Joe said maybe you could teach Mammy sign language for the duration of the show. Here, Mammy. This is for you. Eduardo Miguel says, Illinois fucking Comcast connections. I have problems all the time, man.
Yeah, she's frozen here.
She's just go like this, and she'll just. It's like disco. It's like, wait, am I on acid now, or is everybody? It's just me.
We're all on it, man. If you're watching Mammy, you need to be right now.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, DVD.
Sometimes I just think, why the fuck am I doing this? And it all comes down to you guys. Every one of you in chat, you guys on the show, Mammy. I mean, this is there's no more fun than this on a Thursday night for me.
Joe Mandell's filling in for Retro, man. He's on a roll. Like my mom. Turn your Wi-Fi back on. It works every time.
I'm back on my tablet.
Okay, it's
Are we
better.
all here?
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good, too.
Fuck that iPhone, man. I'm telling you. It's a piece of shit. Right, Dan?
You know, it's like I'm a Ford guy, and all my cousins are Chevy guys. You know,
Yeah.
I'm an iPhone guy. They're all Samsung people. My mom's
Yeah.
not a Samsung person.
It's an ongoing dispute.
Did he just say he was a Ford guy? What's wrong with him, man? A Ford
I know,
guy.
right?
Oh,
Right?
man, what's wrong with you, dude? Come on,
The
man.
hell did I raise?
I got 4 Fords, PJ. They're all old. Here, I'll say PJ. I got 4 Fords.
His dad was a Ford guy. Mustangs, F-150s.
You never owned a Ford or a Chevy in your life, Mammy. What do you mean?
I said your dad was a Ford guy.
I know, but you were saying I'm a Ford guy, so.
I had a Cutlass.
Hey.
That was an Oldsmobile.
That 76 Cutlass was the best vehicle I ever owned, man.
Man.
GM.
The best.
She's talking. See, now she's talking. That's 76
I've
Cutlass.
had
see?
17
Yeah.
Cutlasses. They are awesome. I love them. I want to get a 72 again.
You know, that car was falling apart, but man, that V8 engine was strong as all get out. I always tease it. I'd be driving down the highway and the car would just keep falling off, and I'd just be sitting there driving an engine down the road, you know.
Yeah. Did you see how she said that, Shorty? That car was strong. Yeah.
This cracks me up for people listening because usually I'm the one with the terrible mouth, but Eduardo's going, Mammy, I got 4 kids in the background. Can you watch your language? Of all the people, it's not me tonight. Thank God.
Sorry. I was just very ticked off.
Yeah, I think so.
Children, don't try this at home.
Oh God.
And then,
Oh, man.
Cliff's pretty right. Domestic cars are pretty much crap. I would never touch a Mopar product anymore because they're gone. It's basically Stellantis out of Italy, and it's all garbage, man. You want to buy? Actually, if you want to buy an American car, you buy a Honda Accord. Seriously.
Most of the cars now are garbage.
Yep. That's why I'm driving all old ones.
You
man.
know, you guys, what do you? You sound. There was a bit that Louis C.K., the comedian, did about people bitching about their phones not working when they're on an airplane. And he's like, you're sitting in the fucking sky in a chair like a Greek god, complaining that your fucking phone doesn't work. I have to wait 3 minutes for this to download. It's like our cars are push button starts. They go 8,000 miles without oil changes now. They're connected to the fucking sky. Like, what are you guys talking about?
8,000 miles without oil change. That's where they fall apart. Sorry.
Right.
I'm old school, man. I do everything the same way I've been doing it forever, and my shit lasts.
Oh, I know. Ask Danny.
Acura. I'm driving a 2004 Ford Focus with 170,000 miles. I could get in and drive it anywhere in this country. Because you maintain it. You got to maintain it. They're all turning to crap.
I have a 2004.
You got to keep putting sugar in your gas tank. Make sure that you put water in your.
Let's make sure Shorty runs no maintenance for anything.
Water in your transmission.
Yes. Don't forget to throw brake fluid in your oil crankcase.
Yes.
Thank you, Brian. For just
Absolutely, Brian Gilmore.
This Bears Fan Interactive Podcast. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much.
Brian, I went back to Texas and I did an interview. It was a palmetto bug in that bathroom taking my razor. He almost shanked me this time.
Well, let me just say for the record, though, my Jeep is working just fine, so I have no complaints about my Jeep there.
What year is it?
Well, yeah, words out of my mouth.
Now, why we got to get all in my business? Now? I just say the Jeep is fine now. Just let it go.
He just bought it yesterday.
You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Mammy. I just bought it. I still got the sticker on it, okay? But it's still working fine.
Is it a Jeep Wrangler? Is it a Jeep Cherokee? Is it a Jeep Pussy?
Is it an Elmer Fudd?
There's plenty of pussy versions of Jeeps out there.
Okay, I want to give each of you guys one guess here. What do you think it is? You think it's a Jeep Wrangler, Shorty?
I asked if it was a Wrangler or
I'm
a
asking
Cherokee.
what you think it is.
Cherokee. No, what's that bigger one? That bigger, newer one? That's what I'm seeing you in.
I'm going to say that, PJ, you're not a Jeep Wrangler owner. You're a Jeep Cherokee owner.
Sure, Foster?
I said Grand Cherokee, man. I think
Grand Cherokee,
Mammy?
Is that what that nice big new square one is?
Yeah.
No, a Jeep Wrangler is like, I'll give it away, but it's like my Jeep.
Yeah.
Or a Jeep Cherokee is like the other one that we had.
Like the big station wagon.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a Grand Cherokee. Not a Cherokee. There's a difference.
The Grand Cherokee. That's what Foster said. The Grand. Yeah, Foster said the Grand.
Because that fits you. And here's the good news. That's the one you want to get. Because the rest of them, like those Liberties, they have problems, man. The low they're having problems with them left and right.
There's only been like 5 models of the Grand Cherokee. I think about 5 different body styles. I've had 4 of them.
Oh wow! So
I
you
always
had,
wanted a Cherokee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a Grand Cherokee, man. Grand Cherokee is man.
Oh, of
Gotta
course.
go grand.
so do you want to guess what my Jeep is then?
A Wrangler.
You want to guess the year?
92.
Oh, you're close.
I saw your truck, so I figured
It's
you
the
don't have a
first
brand
year
new
they
one,
came out.
because you would have spent like $200,000 on trucks if you had a new one.
1941. Am I right? Is that the first year the Wrangler came out? Was
Oh,
1941?
it's so funny. I was going to say the 40s.
Or was it
Yeah, it was a-
1912?
it was a war Jeep.
No, it wasn't 1912. It was during the war. I think it was like 1941.
Kaiser, the company Kaiser, built all the Jeeps for the Americans starting in 1941. I think you're dead.
I was going to say they had them in the German War, right? They had them in the German War.
Yeah, World War II is when that's when that became a vehicle, and then American Motors picked up on it and started. That's when they started the Grand Cherokee in 61 or 63, 64.
Not the Grand Cherokee.
1940.
The Grand
The Grand Cherokee, Dan? Just the Jeep, the
You're right,
Wrangler.
the Jeep Wagoneer was the first one from I think 64.
Okay, because the Grand Cherokee started in the 90s.
Well, what we
No,
wait, guys,
no,
we
they
have
had
some new
Grand
chat
Cherokees in
numbers.
the 70s.
Dobbsy,
My father-in-law, until recently, had a 1977 Jeep Grand Cherokee. He drove it that long, man.
let's welcome some new,
Like
some new
5
chat
years
numbers,
ago,
guys.
6 years ago, got rid of it finally. 'Cause it started
Dobbsy
welting away.
34 and Blink the DJ. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
Hi, Gabsy and Blink.
I have a 1994 Jeep Wrangler.
What's up there? Dobson 34 and Blink the DJ.
Yep.
So to answer your question, it's 1994
1994. What was it? Wrangler?
Jeep Wrangler. Yeah, it's got the square headlights.
And he named it Elmer Fudd.
Elmer Fudd.
Bidit, 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 bidit.
Because my father and I pulled the motor out and rebuilt it, and then he passed away, and then I had to put the motor back in with the help from a neighbor, and I got it all put in, and then like 6 months later, it started going.
Elmer Fudd.
It wouldn't idle. It would just so it sounded like Elmer Fudd. So
For reference here, I looked up on Google. It says 1992 was the debut of the Jeep Grand Cherokee there, Foster. Trying to tell you, bro. I know a little bit of sometimes.
Yeah, I did. I knew couldn't have been much earlier than
Yeah, like I
that.
said, I think they only had like about six models, and I had like 4 of them, something like that. It's like they just started not too long ago.
I just got to look at that because his had a big Grand Cherokee symbol on the back window. But you know what? He could have put that on now that I'm thinking about it. I thought they were older, but you know what? It's the Wagoneer has been around since 60,
Yeah.
64.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're all.
That was
they're all
probably the
derived
first
from
one
that.
I saw that I wanted was probably the Wagoneer.
Joe Mandell's got a Grand Cherokee Overland.
That's what I have.
Okay.
what are you adding a third word to it for? It's
Because you
Grand
have
Cherokee.
you have a Grand Cherokee Laredo Limited.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some.
Different
Okay.
versions.
Yeah.
You guys,
Yeah,
got, the good,
different
you guys got
versions.
the good ones, man.
Price
The Overland's
price
got
tag
good
goes
ones.
up.
Right.
Them things are not cheap, man.
I know,
It's just the more they add to it, they got to keep changing the name.
man.
Mhm.
Man.
Jeep Nation, baby.
Yeah, I just was reading that.
Yeah.
Oh, so Blink the DJ that's a female picture. So she's saying Jeep Nation, baby. One of the things I've noticed driving my Jeep, you know, we all wave to each other. You know what I'm talking about, Bink. I always like, it's like riding a motorcycle too. We always wave to each other. We always wave to each other in Jeeps, and I always notice that the females never even look at me, and I'm like, what?
Well, you don't know
It
about
sucks to get old, Dan.
you don't know about that waving to each other unless you buy a brand new Jeep and they tell you with the Jeep Wranglers, you have that certain wave that you give to each other.
It's this.
No. You can tell that guy never owned a Jeep.
It's just like this.
I haven't owned a
No.
Jeep.
It's like this.
No, you guys don't really know what the wave is. You guys
No.
don't own Jeeps.
Don't know what the wave is.
The wave is like this.
Stadium.
Your hands on the steering wheel. You go like that. You go, hey.
You hang your left hand out the window, hang it low. And
That's
you
a
just wave
motorcycle.
backwards. You do that same thing with the Jeep Wrangler.
Do you have a window on your motorcycle, Dan? Really?
No, but you put your arm out to the left and you hang it low when you're on your motorcycle.
That's what you do with the Jeep Wrangler too.
Like you're going to clap hands with whoever's driving by.
Exactly. That's it. Thank you, Mammy.
I'm like.
I'm not so think as I dumb I am.
You're over here. I'm a failure. I'm a failure of a Jeep owner.
Cliff says,
Be very quiet. Joe Mandell is hunting catfish, guys.
In Michigan?
He wants to have some spaghetti.
They got some great fish in Michigan, dude.
He's got his spaghetti is ready. He's like, fuck, I need catfish right now.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yep.
You see him. He's out at the lake with his shotgun, walking around the lake looking for catfish.
M80s. M80s,
Joe,
man.
good to go,
M80s.
Hey,
You throw those M80s in the lake.
I'll tell you, Mammy
I guess.
Mammy knows about that fish and spaghetti. She knows that fish and spaghetti. Mammy gonna know about that fish and spaghetti. See? 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 Mammy knows.
I think you have a new fan, Mammy.
Now, see, I put my glasses on to read.
What did Mammy just say? She said.
See, I told y'all. See, that fish and spaghetti was a black guy thing black person thing in the Midwest.
Hmm.
Mammy knows what's up.
Wait,
It's not just a southern thing.
Yeah.
BJ, hold up your left hand. Better stop hitting on my mammy, motherfucker.
He hasn't brought up that divorce in a few weeks. I'm just wondering.
I am your father.
Can't read
I'd
anything, BJ,
stop
because
telling
you're-
people that if I were you. If you're talking about me or Dan, you don't want to tell people that, BJ. Think about what you're saying.
Eduardo says hunt carp, healthier,
Yep.
misunderstood. Didn't we talk? We just talked about that, right?
We're talking
Carp
about
are
that last
actually
week,
really
didn't we?
good.
We were talking about the Asian carp, how that was a couple weeks ago. We were talking about this.
Yeah.
I don't know about the misunderstood part, Eduardo, but
I've always been disgusted by carp and like afraid of catching them because they're just so gross looking.
That's that invasive fish, isn't it? The one that's
the Asian carp. Asian carp.
Asian
Oh,
carp?
Yeah.
The Asian
still a
carp.
carp, right? That big ugly thing.
Yeah.
But
He's
those ones
jumping out of
jump
the
out of the
water.
water at you on the boat.
Yeah, that's the Asian carp.
Yep.
They'll
Knock
come
you out.
spear your head out of the water. They'll be like, stop.
They're just
Get out of my
they're
fucking
committing
boat."
suicide. They're just jumping right in your boat.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hmm.
So
they're fed,
now I'm going to have to like, I'm going to go have to hunt for carp now and try one time. Just see how good they are.
The next one, Simon gets asked him to keep it. Elmer Fudd in Starfleet.
Doug Van Dorn says Elmer Fudd in Starfleet form.
Hunting
Be
kill
very,
one.
very quiet. We hunting Kingwans.
Klingons. Klingons. Yes.
Be
That's
very,
pretty good.
A Trekkie. Yay, a Trekkie.
That's pretty good there, Dougie. I like it, Dougie. That's pretty good.
very, very quiet. We hunting Klingons.
Very, very quiet.
You guys are awesome in chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I mean, you guys are what makes this fun.
there.
Well, that's good because I don't have any new updates.
Well, you're slacking then because I have updates.
Well, other than I heard, as far as stadiums, I heard Lake Forest name thrown out there, but they never said anything about it except that. Aurora, Rockford, they're pretty much, Aurora's pretty much out. Rockford has some sizable piece of land.
Now, question for Aurora.
Waukegan's land is pretty much, there were asbestos plants on there, and they call it the rust fields or something like that.
Yeah.
The whole area. So it would take too much money for him to decontaminate.
Is Aurora, is that still part of Cook County?
No, that's that's out around Naperville, isn't it? So would that be
Yeah.
DuPage?
I think it could be DuPage. I don't know how big DuPage is. I don't remember. I know Naperville's in DuPage, but Aurora's
Yeah.
still west of it. So
Hey, Alexa, what county is Aurora in?
there you go.
Just what is the town west of
located in Kane County.
Kane County.
Kane. Okay.
Let's see if that works for me. Aurora, what county is Naperville
Who?
in?
Oh, well,
Or,
who?
Alexa, what county is
Aurora.
Aurora in?
It's 10:50 p.m.
Look at that.
PJ's
Aurora.
She
talking.
heard her
PJ's
name, but she
talking
didn't
to
know
the
what you
stars.
asked her.
Let me
Let me try one more.
talking to the stars, Peach. Aurora Borealis.
Alexa, what
What
city
state
is Chicago Bears in?
She didn't hear you. Here you go.
Alexa, what city are the Chicago Bears in? You useless fucking.
That's what I say all the time. You little useless piece of.
So you have an Alexa with you, Shorty, or you trying to use Manny's?
Trying to use Mammies to see if it
okay.
works.
All right.
PJ,
Yeah.
his stepdaddy.
The kids use it all the time now. Anyway, so yeah, I think all of the other ones that are throwing their hat in are pretty much out. They don't have the property size. Chicago now has a piece of land in called the 87. You guys familiar with that?
South.
The 87.
Yeah.
It's I think it's along one of the old highways or railroad tracks that they tore up and planted all grass and flowers and everything. They beautified it. And the owner of the Dolphins owns it. So they're saying McCaskey has a straight line to that one.
Huh.
So it depends on what Johnson or what's his name? Is it Johnson, the new mayor? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Brandy or Brady Johnson or something like that. I don't even know.
I tried to stay out of Chicago stuff because it
Yeah, you could tell how much I care, right?
Oh, crap.
It depends on what they want to go for. So,
I think
but there is another offer in Chicago besides Soldier Field.
I think the issue is the fact that Cook County is in charge of what taxes there. That's the whole holdup in Arlington Heights anyway. So
Well, that has a lot to do with the school district because they made a lot of their money off of the racetrack. And with the racetrack on, they have to make their money. But the thing is, the Bears are saying you quadrupled, that amount. And they turn around and instead of the 97 million, they offered them 53 million, and they're still poo-pooing at 53 million. But it will only go up from there as they build and bring more things into the property. The taxes will just keep going up. So you can't start at 97 million. You got to start a lot lower.
exactly.
And prior to that, they were only paying like 1.2 million or something, 2 point something million into the school district before that. Now all of a sudden they want 90 something million out of nowhere.
Well, it's because the school needs to get their part and everybody else needs to get their part. The public themselves really want it there for the most part. They had a board meeting, a big town meeting a couple of nights ago. I don't know if you guys watched any of that.
What, did you just have to shed your skin, Foster?
No, it's getting hot in here, man.
Don't you have AC?
No, because I'm
No
not
AC?
in my own home.
No.
I'm not at my own
Oh, okay.
house.
But hold on though.
Buy one of those $59 units you just put in your room with you.
I'm just saying, man, you
I'm
have
just gonna go home tonight and sleep in my air-conditioned room. That's what I'm
There you
doing.
go.
they're trying to show your chest and whatnot. You got Mammy on the show. Stop playing with us, man.
I thought he was shedding his skin for a second.
Man, I thought
Snake
he
that
started,
I am.
Sticking it all back there.
he started rubbing on his chest and whatnot, taking off his shirt, going, yeah.
He's got his own new lady.
My shirt's all wet, and as I'm taking it off, Joe Mandell says,
Little wet t-shirt contest going on there. Or what?
Fawcett ripping off his clothes as his room gets hotter. You better end the show or else your ass naked in a few minutes.
see, Joe fits right in like he's been here the whole time, man.
I'm telling you. Oh my goodness. Also, there's nothing. Oh yeah.
You guys should catch his show on Monday night. At least go on for the last hour because we just do the same shit. It's fucking hilarious, man. Him and Vinny are funny, man. So is Zim, but Joe and Vinny just crack me up, man. That's why I just keep watching them, man. They're just awesome.
When I was on the ballroom, I was watching some of Joe's stuff, but it was Sox related, and I was like, more of a Cubs fan. But Joe, it was great talking with Joe, so I will be checking you out more on the ballroom for sure.
They're good. They're good, man. Here's what's his last one, because you were talking about the mayor, man. So Joe said his name is Randy Johnson, and you got to watch out for the birds. I don't know if anybody remembers that one.
Hey, I was close considering I don't live in Chicago. I said Brandy Johnson or Brady Johnson.
Yeah, but Joe's a liar. Randy Johnson's a pitcher, and he killed the bird.
See, I know nothing. I know nothing.
So what happened, Mammy, was that pitcher it's an infamous play in history. He was throwing a fastball, and right in the middle of the ball being thrown to the batter, a bird came across the field, and a fastball split a bird in half.
Yeah, it was like 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and the bird flew right in front of it.
It's like
I never in my life heard that.
And all you see
never heard that story.
Mammy, all you see is nothing but a flock of white feathers. That's it.
Yeah, I bet. And red, white feathers covered in red.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up while you're talking about it. Let's see.
Yeah, I've never heard that. And I do watch some baseball, so I mean, I'm surprised. I don't watch sports news or anything. So other than that, I read the Tribune now, the sports. So.
What type of card did you say you had?
Wait a second. Are you trying to say that you're not qualified to come out here and talk Bears with us, Mammy?
Hey, I'm fooling you all, aren't I?
Maybe.
Doing a damn good job.
Yeah.
I have all my notes. You see all my notes?
Oh, jeez, you're like Cliff.
How many kinds of pizza can you order, Mammy?
I'm just saying, Mammy and Cliff got the king and queen of notes there. I'm trying to tell you, you're going to have Mammy notes and Cliff notes.
Don't get too involved in notes, Mammy. You're going to be like, this is too much for me. Well,
you know what you what we talked about the other night, Dan. So I was trying to think of ABCD. So I was scribbling a lot of stuff down. And I didn't really come up with anything smart. I would sound way too stupid. I don't need that.
Just do it because it'll be better than half this show. Jeez,
Make us look smart. How about
you're
that?
The half that's good. I'm talking about me and Dan again. Remember?
We're the dim-witted ones here, not you.
Yeah, man. It's all me. It's all me.
I had a question when I was going to ask Dan. I meant to ask it on one of the shows, and then I forgot. So then I asked Shorty, and I said, I should have just done that as a trivia question. And he said, well, then you'd have to come up with an A, B, C, D, multiple choice. And I'm like, why? Maybe I don't want to do a multiple choice.
That's right. Screw him. Just because he gives us a choice doesn't mean you have to.
Okay, so I remember the trivia question. I think it was, what's the difference between OTAs and minicamp? Let's just give you some multiple choice.
Here. This is what I came up with. There's no difference. They're both the same. B, mini camp is 4 weeks and OTAs are 3 weeks. C, OTAs are for newbies only. And D, OTAs voluntary and mini camp is mandatory. You got it?
I know the answer, so I'm not gonna, answer.
See, so everybody probably does who knows football, right?
What's the answer?
Huh?
What's the answer?
D. Which most there was a study done I want to get technical here. They say when most people create their own multiple choice, their answer is always C. So for Mammy to make the answer D, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. Most people make their.
Told you I'm not as thick as I am.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where to put it. I thought I put it in the middle. Yeah.
See, most people put it at C, the third choice.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna guess A, Mammy. Is A the right answer?
No.
You didn't even give us a choice. Did you catch it? Anybody see Joe's? I got to give Joe's comments because he's killing me.
Me too. I was about to pull that up. Adding to the show from bed in a pitch black room while sleeping with my wife.
He sounds kind of like you, Dan. Except you laugh with your wife at 4 a.m.
What are you doing?
Got dog farting in his face. Who was the dog? Who was that? The dog farted in the face. Who was that? Was that you?
That was me. Yeah, my dog likes to fart in my face. Yeah.
His dog farts in his face, and I just fart in my dog's face. I got a better deal out of this somehow.
I want to show you this pitch, Mammy. Here, pull that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So here.
Watch this. Show it again.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
What are the odds of that?
What is that?
I don't know, but it happened again in this last week. It happened again this past week.
Are you kidding?
No.
It did?
So that's like 2 in a trillion or what?
Okay, I'm going to try to slow it down. Watch. See the bird there?
No, all I see is the guy in red. Okay, there we are. No, I never saw the bird. I just saw the split.
Slow motion. Obliterated.
Ooh.
Wow. Which direction did it come from?
From the
right. Coming from your right.
He turned that thing into a pillow.
Oh, there I saw it, yeah. Wow. That bird never saw that coming.
I mean, you could not. Well, that happened again, you just said.
Yeah, they were just talking about it in chat even.
Wow.
They went and played the lotto for crying out loud.
I had squab that night for dinner from Arizona.
I'm just trying to figure out, why did you stop the showing there, Shorty? I mean, there was still more to that video. Keep going.
Not sure what else there was after it. Let's see.
Just keep going. Keep going.
They probably all fainted, right?
No, I'm just trying to get to that one part that they were showing.
More Jumbo. Great movie.
What happened to that woman that was on there?
You
want to go back to the...
You got to go before it, Peach. That's
all before
looking at it was a woman. You are getting divorced soon.
I'm going to be hanging out with you, buddy.
Yeah.
Here you go.
You just don't want to be in this house, though. There you go, Peach.
Here, you want me to zoom in?
No.
Oh, she was doing the weather or something? Okay. You can get that one.
PJ's wife wonders why he watches the news the weather 14 times a day.
You gotta stay informed, brother. That's all I gotta say. You gotta stay informed.
Nobody ever watched the weather, so I always picked the pretty women to do it. That was why they initially did, anyway.
Gotta stay informed.
Well, and why was Tom Skilling the weatherman forever in Chicago? They should have put a hot woman in place.
Well, because it was such a tough field, for one thing.
Well, Mammy turned down the job. She said, I don't want it. See?
It's not a tough field, Mammy. I used to lie every day.
There goes Foster. Going to pee again? Going to get some ice cream.
Hoping up for his balls.
Good grief. Where is my pizza, you guys?
It never takes that long to get a Rosati's delivered to you.
I know, right?
I know, right?
That was a little Minnesota, wasn't it?
That was from Canada right there.
I'm just saying, the mere fact that she's getting a pizza at 11 o'clock at night, that's impressive.
Earlier in the show, Foster was talking like this. You had your cigarette like this, and you were talking like, and you had just this Chicago accent going while you were talking, and you had your cigarette in your hand, and I just was like, I wanted to pop. You're muted.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. I just can't figure it out.
I know. That's because he's in Georgia now around all that southern drawl. So when he comes home, you can't understand it. So he says to me, Mom, you have such an accent. You say Chicago. Well, we're very nasally, yes.
Well, I say Chicago. You say Chicago.
I probably say it different ways. Chicago.
You've already said it several times tonight. And I've noticed you say Chicago. Cargo, not cargo.
Who, Foster?
You.
Me?
Yeah. Everyone, just say PJ. Say that the biggest state in Illinois.
The Windy City.
Oh, fuck it. Insert here, Bears.
I pronounce it Chicago. I put
Chicago.
Chicago.
So I'm the only one that says Chicago.
Yeah.
I think if I'm talking fast, sometimes it comes out Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say Chicago.
There's an old Indian joke about a black bird that flew to this land for the first time, and it was flying down from Milwaukee. And it flew over Lake Michigan and flew out over the marshland, and they were up in Milwaukee going, man, what happened to our crow? And some dude stepped up and he goes, oh, she crow go Illinois, because it was a female crow. Well, I screwed that whole joke up. Never mind.
Crow go Illinois.
Thank you, Shorty, man. Thank
you.
I was about to do it too, man.
You had us all just hanging for nothing.
Right. And it's all anticipating, and you mess up the joke.
Yeah. The heat get into your brain a little there, Foster? What?
Just don't
my
take off that
brain's
shirt.
got into my brain. What's
Take off that shirt again, bro. Not take off that shirt again.
This is your brain on brains.
Yes. It's just like the eggs. I'm still cleaning off this computer. I started picking more out today, man.
I swear, it sounded like you said the AIDS.
Yeah, that too.
It's the AIDS. I'm still trying to get off my computer and the eggs.
I gotta take my my heart medicine / AIDS pill for the week.
Hey, Cliff brings up a good point. How do you guys pronounce your beverage? Do you call it soda, pop, or what do you call it? Soda.
Man, we had a big thing on this because the East Coast, they all say,
yeah.
Do they all say soda out there?
I grew up saying pop, but I changed it to soda when I became an adult.
Come on, Jim, let's go
now
get a pop.
Yeah, it was a pop. Growing up, it was a pop.
It was a pop.
See, as a kid, we used to call it sody, not soda.
I call it sody now.
Yeah, we used to call it sody.
Sody.
Then, as I became an adult, because I would pronounce it sody, and because when I was in the Army, and people from different parts of the country, they like, what do you call it? What are you talking about, sody?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so that's what I started calling it pop. So I call it pop now, and let me get a pop. Because I hear people in the South call it Coke, no matter what the drink.
Yeah, the Coke, yeah.
Yeah. So
technically, it's soda pop.
Yes.
Soda pop.
I don't.
Yeah, and some people just say soda and shorten it, and some people go with pop to shorten it.
I haven't noticed that living here, whether they say pop or soda. So you might be right. It might just be Coke.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because I asked somebody. I said, so how do you differentiate if you say, give me a Coke?
Right.
How do they know not to give you? I mean, to give you a Sprite or a.
Right. What if I want a Sprite or a root beer?
They go, we only have Pepsi products. You go, okay, I'll take
Do they say, well, PJ, do they say Coke or cola?
That's probably what it is. Probably cola. Is it
cola? Cola would probably classify any dark Pop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's my pizza.
That's exactly. She did that just like I did. Remember that show?
Gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, there's my pizza."
Sure.
That's your mother.
Probably been knocking on the door for 20
throw
minutes.
this out because since we were talking about Pop, everybody in the chat's involved now. So,
What is it?
so Walter Baskey said, he's like, yeah, Cliff. The first time someone said, "What Pop do you want?" I kind of looked at him sideways because he's used to saying soda.
Yeah.
And then Doug Van Dorn has done it all because he said that he lived in Minnesota long enough to change from Pop to soda. And just because I'm back in Illinois and Popland, I still call it soda because he was up there with soda for so many years, man.
Mm-hmm.
I know all my friends on the East Coast, Boston, New York, Maine, they all call, yeah, I'm going to go get a soda. That's
My
exactly
wife,
what
when
they
we
say.
first got together, she called it a pop. And she was like, it was an adjustment for her because I call it soda, but now she calls it a soda.
Oh, look at you, convinced. You look.
Got to her.
Look, he turned her. He turned her to the dark side.
And now I bought her a soda stream, guys. And do you know what else I did?
Well, we want to.
Fuck using that soda stream canister that you have to go to Bed Bath & Beyond to exchange. I bought my wife a 5-gallon CO2 tank with an adapter to run her soda stream so she can have fucking soda stream, not pop stream, soda stream for months on end. Months.
That guy's just a heck of a guy right there. And you know what? I just gotta give it to you, bro.
Here.
You're the man. Let me pat you on your back.
I'm not. He's probably got a big insurance policy on her and he's trying to kill her with sugar.
No,
So
it just carbonates water. She
I know,
literally just drinks
joking, dude.
it straight up water.
I'm joking.
So you don't drink soda, Foster?
I drink pop. I drink very little, and I drink either 7-Up or root beers like the dark one. I don't drink. I used to drink 2, 3, 4 cans of Dr. Pepper every day, man. It's not good for you.
Wait, hold on. We're having Mammy feedback before she opens her pizza. Hold on. Cliff, go get, you can buy an adapter for a 5-gallon CO2 tank. I'll send you a picture of it. You can get it on Amazon, dude. You can just put your adapter to your soda stream and never have to won't have to refill that for a year.
Hey, Bink the DJ. Bubbly, isn't that a champagne?
That's what I call that. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, isn't that
Just
champagne?
put that on.
Well, it's just bubbly water.
I don't
I
know.
mean,
it
whenever
is
I hear
good, Cliff.
somebody reference bubbly, I always refer to it as champagne. I never refer to it as like a soda.
Me too. Right.
Yep.
Bubble. When you say bubbly here, man, everybody, because we don't drink champagne, so everybody's like, okay, bubbly's fine. Where's the freaking orange juice?
Mammy, you have to show us that pizza.
Yeah, the bubbly has always been champagne. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Wait a second. I got to throw this on. Another Joe Mandell update. You fuckers for me wanting a pizza now in bed at 12:15 a.m.
Food country
podcast.
Oh, look at that.
Mammy, I'm coming over.
I
Look
could
at
be
that
there. I could
delicious.
be there in 35 minutes, Mammy.
Mammy, I'm coming over.
I'll just drive a little quicker. I'm only by O'Hare Airport. It ain't that far.
I'm just saying, Mammy, I'm coming over.
It's about 45 minutes, Foster.
Yep, I'll be there quick. It's gonna take PJ like.
Sounds
3.5
like you guys
hours.
have this time frame worked out a little bit too. It's only it's 45, not 35, Foster.
Yeah, but Mammy, I'm doing 100.
He was right when I first said I ordered pizza. He said I'll be there in 45 minutes.
Huh? Man, that looks pretty good there, man.
Mammy, you did the same thing that I did when I was at your house when I was like talking and I was oh, pizza's here, and just got up and left.
And Joe calls it pap. He doesn't know how to talk right. Pap.
So-
P-A-H-H-H-H-P.
And this is right.
It's what?
Sorry.
That is.
Oh, that's a new lemon lime. I actually had that today for the first time.
I've never even heard of this before.
Today was the first time I did too, because I'm like, give me a Sierra Mist, and they're like, what's the name of it again? Because I didn't know what the heck it was. She's like, is Starry okay? And I'm like, what's Starry? Is it lemon lime soda? And she goes, yeah. I said, that's fine.
Must be another Southern thing.
It's got to be a new one. It's here in Chicago.
Is it?
Yeah. I just found out today, like at 3 o'clock or something when we went to go.
Isn't it crazy how you find out something about something one day and then you hear about it forever? It's amazing.
Yep.
I know. Well,
sons of bitches.
Being saying that bubbly is referred to as seltzer water.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I didn't know that. So thanks for informing me of that.
Yeah, I don't use that comment.
I just always thought it was champagne, having a little of the bubbly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So well, whatever, you know what? As long as you know what you're talking about, I'm not big on champagne or seltzer water.
I just get those Mio or the knockoff versions you can flavor your water with and just seltzer water. Yeah, no, the little squirt things.
Oh, okay. I know what you're
Just
talking about.
make some seltzer water, put a orange flavored drink in there, and
Well, I like Chick-fil-A lemonade.
Never had it.
Oh,
it's good.
Oh, the best lemonade I ever had.
Wow.
The best what?
Best lemonade I ever had, Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A?
Yes. Best
I had some from somewhere takeout that was in my refrigerator, and I didn't drink it, obviously, the night I got it, and I didn't remember where it was from. I drank it like a week later and was like, oh my God, this is so freaking good. Why can't I remember where it's from? So I still don't know.
Man.
But I've never had Chick-fil-A, so it's not Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A lemonade. Nice.
Man, you go to that racist bastard's restaurant? You know he's a racist motherfucker, right?
I really don't follow the news like that, and I don't keep up with the current affairs. So
he's racist in many ways.
I don't know what half the things I partake in. I don't know what stance these people are. So, hey,
no, he like the first Chick-fil-A that was ever made. The very first one is in my town. And the owner lives in my town. He made this he built the whole city with movie studios and everything. And he's a very strange guy. He got into an argument with a gay gentleman, and I think the guy worked with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he found out he was gay and he fired him or something. And it became this huge thing because he's so Christian that he's like completely and 1,000 times against that. So it became this big thing that then he finally ended up apologizing to him and like had a meal with him and, apologized to him and blah, 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 blah. But there's just there's been this like racist thing around the owner of Chick-fil-A.
So liking disliking somebody because they're gay is racist?
Well, he's racist. He's been known to be racist against blacks as well as racist against gays.
It would be another adjective other than racist if you're against gays. So that's
prejudice.
Prejudice. Right. He has extreme prejudice. Yeah.
And that's what the Bears need to have all year is extreme prejudice against the opposing team.
I remember taking this class when we was up there doing this diversity class we had to take, during our training and whatnot. And they said everybody has some prejudice in them. It's just whether or not you feed into it and let that drive your actions, because everybody has their own biases and prejudices about something. So I personally try not to get hung up on a lot of that unless it's directly in my face or something like that. But again, because I don't know where the owner of Coke's saying what his stance is on.
Right, of course.
I don't know what the owner.
Bottom line is he makes a good chicken sandwich.
Huh?
Yeah.
The bottom line is he makes a good chicken sandwich.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like lemonade. But but if I don't know these things, a lot of things, like there was a rumor one time that the owner of Timberland,
I muted.
and I'm like, okay, so I don't get off on that.
Well, good for you.
We got Chris Watts in the house. Okay.
Chris.
We woke Chris up.
All right. Cool.
What?
I always feel so bad because when Chris Watts comes on, it's time to leave.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, Chris. We'll see you maybe next week, buddy.
Thanks for coming, Chris. We got to get the fuck out of here now because we came in the show.
Can you hear me?
What do you mean? Don't be leaving just because I'm showing up. You wankers.
We can hear you, Mammy. I just keep muting you because we're getting that feedback again.
Go, Mammy.
No. Okay, well, I'll just leave because I can't talk. You keep freaking muting me.
No, we
It's like saying, shut up, Mom. Shut up, Mom. Shut up, Mom.
No, it's like more like we have to shut up. You're not talking because we can hear us coming from your.
Yeah, when we talk,
it comes back from. Yeah.
Yeah. It messes up when we talk. When you talk, Mammy, you're perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as long as you're talking, you're good. But when we're talking, you're not. That's why I try to mute you when we're talking.
I don't know why. Dan, you need to figure out why I'm showing up in two places. I think that's where the reverb's coming from because I'm talking here and I'm talking there. You know, it's like.
No, we're all in there, Mammy. We're all on that same line.
I'm gonna mute you again. Yeah, we'll figure it out, Mammy.
But Foster, do you see yourself up here and in the green room?
Yep, and I see right next to me is Dan, and then there's a blank page where he's got the stuff putting on the screen, and then there's PJ, and then there's you. And as I'm doing this, I'm doing the same thing here and down here, and that's every show. I don't think you saw it earlier because you were on the bottom. Joe was up here, so you didn't see yourself unless you moved it.
Cliff, that's my Mammy, Cliff. And Mammy's displeasuring her. Sounds like it.
I'm sorry. He put that up earlier. He put that up a couple times, man.
I was shaking my head when he said you were up top and he was on the bottom.
Chris Watts says hi to you, Mammy.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Ooh, Mammy Shorty. That's your name now, Mammy Shorty.
She has the same last name.
Yeah. As long as you don't go by Scrody Fitz, we're good.
Yeah.
And Foster, I was going to tell you that I'm all Italian at this point in my life.
It changed. It changed
by injection only. So I had to half of you
I could have partied with you back in the day, man. I don't party anymore though.
Neither does she, so you guys will get along just fine. Tea? Oh, that was a blast.
Mammy, I'll come over for tea and THC. We'll do gummies.
Gummies, yeah, there you go.
Then we'll both end up asleep at the table, drooling on ourselves.
No, you'll be hitting the pizza tonight. Well, Mammy, why don't you go eat your pizza and so we can stop that annoying whatever sound that is, and then we're gonna wrap up the show.
What that is? I wonder if it's the magnet plugged into my tablet to charge it.
Could be.
Thing in the bottom, you know?
Could be.
Because it charges with this magnetic thing that you got me. This thing.
That piece of shit son of yours. Buying you cool technology that doesn't work.
What? You what?
That piece of shit son of yours buying you cool technology that does not work.
I know, right? Keep trying to bring me into the 25th century or something like that when I want to stay in the 19th century, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, it's raining here. It just cooled off.
Right? Back in the 1800s, Foster, right?
Absolutely. Yep. What? Oh, yeah.
I'm very content to stay there.
You got to use that horn to hear yourself.
I broke it. It was made of wood.
And my glasses.
Yeah, there you go. I used to do that at the blackboard because I would never wear the glasses. And you can actually, if you do it small enough, you can actually see. Perfect. Perfect. It makes a lens. Do it. Try a black piece of paper. Take your glasses off and look through a pinhole, and you'll see everything perfect.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Refocuses.
I watch the TV like that a lot. Oh, wait, I can't see it better.
And then she's got to close one eye because she's eating pizza.
I see Shirley, and I see Jay, and I see Foster.
Romper room.
Very good. Thank you.
Mamie said she seen me, Shorty.
What's that?
I used to get mad when she didn't say Jim because she'd always say Jim, but there's some days she
Barely
wouldn't.
hear
I was
anybody
like,
with all that noise.
I was
Yeah.
like 5, and I'm like, that bitch didn't see me today? What the hell?
I'm just saying. Mamie said she see me, Shorty.
All right, Mammy, go eat your pizza before you turn into Cliff eating a freaking meatloaf at 12:30 at night. In this case, a pizza. And we're gonna stop talking so you can talk, so we don't get that weird feedback. And then we'll let you say goodnight, and we'll let you go so we can wrap this shit up. Oops.
Then I will just say goodnight, and I will enjoy my pizza. And you all, not y'all, you all have a good week.
Use guys.
And happy 4th of July, guys.
Thank you, Mammy. You too. Have a great week.
Work somewhere. We're so pounded down by the bad air right now. I'm not even sure if they'll have fireworks. So
You could just come by my house because they're blowing up the neighbor's house in about 6 hours the way it is here. They go nuts. It lasts for 3 weeks, 3-4 weeks. This neighborhood just goes insane. The best show I've ever seen is 2 blocks at a place called Oriole Park because from the time it gets dark till 1 or 2 in the morning, they run probably $20,000 worth of fireworks, and it's just people in the neighborhood. And we've been doing it so long that the cops, instead of trying to throw us out, they bring in extra garbage cans so we can clean up our mess. I think it's really cool because they don't even bust it. Like when we were kids, we would run from the cops, right? I was there last year and I fell down on the ground laughing, and the cops pull up to me and they're like, "Dude, are you okay?" And I said, "Man, I'm just laughing because I did the same thing those kids did 45 years ago. They all started booking across the park, and all you guys said was, okay, go home, come back tomorrow, blow off the rest of your fireworks over the PA." When it was us, they'd be like, down to the ground, hands in the air. Totally different world. Now I was laughing at them because it was hilarious. These kids are running away squared, and all the cops said is, "Yeah, go home and blow them off tomorrow, guys. We'll see you later." But the kids were running, like 20 kids are flying across the park scared as shit. I was just laughing. I fell down in the field laughing, and the cop thought I was having a heart attack or something. He's like, "Are you serious?" And I said, "Dude, I've been walking through this park since like 1972, and it never fails to amaze me how I see myself decades later in somebody else's shit.
Oh, shit.
Never fails, man." And we've got a million comments in the chat too.
Let's get to him. Mammy, let's say goodnight to you. Go eat your pizza.
Yep.
God bless you, man.
Peace out.
Week.
Love you, Mammy.
Love you too.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, boy. That's fun.
Bye-bye.
Hilarious. Man, it dropped 10 degrees in my house in like 2 minutes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I'm just as glad you didn't drop any more clothes.
No shit. I was getting worried there.
Yeah, for real. Jeez.
Shut up, Joe Mandell.
Golly.
It's 5:20 a.m. by Chris.
Cliff said, Chris Watts says, Foster now looks like a slightly hairy vagina.
little peach fuzz for you, Chris.
I'll tell you what, if you ever see the vagina looking like Foster, boy, that'll teach abstinence. Man,
You got a vagina with teeth, you better run.
like,
Well,
whoa!
I made retro gay.
I think Retro hasn't been around in a while. He
He
must
was
have.
here earlier. He took off.
Yeah, he was here, and I've been talking to him on DM, direct message, the last couple days because we understand each other.
Bink, the DJ, thank you for saying that. Peace out, Mammy. She'll appreciate that. Chris Watts says, love you, Foster.
I love you too, Christopher. Man, we're gonna hit that Raiders game, brother. Together.
Doug Van Dor says, enjoy your pizza, Mammy. God, I wish I could have that pizza right now.
Isn't it about time for Cliff to join the show? I think he got that Benet done or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Hey, Cliff's got a
Hey,
Rolodex of excuses now, even though he was a co-host for like 6 months.
I'm just saying, congratulations, Cliff, on your 2 closings this week. Good job. I'm glad get to kick back a little bit, relax. Good job on your closings. But
Now, hold on. And while you're at that closing, make sure you donate to the Chris Watts Fund. Cliff, you just closed on 2 houses. Donate to the Chris Watts Fund. Damn it! Give me any of your shit.
It's getting close, dude, and we need the money. That's it, Peach. We're going down to Florida. We're gonna grab.
I'm going down to Florida
in a week. Afterwards.
I'm gonna see your ass in a week, Cliff. I'm coming for you. You're gonna write a check, a blank one, to the Chris Watts GoFundMe.
Hey, if you're going down there, man, grab some of that food he be cooking while you're at it, though.
I will. I'm hoping to hook up with Cliff. So I'm camping. Next week is gonna be it might be just you guys, if you guys want to do it, because I'm gonna be on vacation. I might be able to come in, start the show for you, maybe end it for you.
Joe Mandell, you're working next week.
There you go, Chris. $50 coming your way, Chris.
All right.
Do you need the information for that again? Let me pull it up for you.
Oh, come on.
There you go. Just for you, Cliff. Write it down. GoFund.me/322A167D. GoFund.me/322A167D. Donate to the Chris Watts Fund today. Let's get him here to see a Bears game. Cliff, talking to you, Cliff. Chris Watts says, "Cheers, brother Cliff."
All right, this real quick, and I'm going to stop. This is for Joe Mandell. Can you read that? Read that out loud, Shorty.
Foster going to dump a bucket of water on himself like Flashdance. He's
Ready?
dripping.
You ready? Oh! Oh, that's cold, man. Woo-hoo. It wasn't a bucket, but there was enough water. At least I'm cooled off now.
Well, plus help
I got a rubber mat down here.
It helped to clean up the urine that you're sitting in too.
The urine and the feces, all of it.
Yeah, it's.
Whew. Actually, I need to go outside because it's raining. It's probably colder water.
You know what, guys? I got it.
He
pulled
he
himself.
Couldn't even make it. He gave up.
He pulled himself.
Yeah. Hey, hang on, Peach. Hang on, dude.
Oh, it's just me now. All right, so it's been a great show. Thanks for joining us, guys. I'm just gonna wrap this. You want to come back now to wrap the show? Oh, I see.
But hold on, though. This man poured water on himself like he really do a flash dance.
Anything for a viewer.
He's sitting in his own it's like dripping down his back and into his ass crack right now.
It is, and I can't see. I can't see.
This dude, my God.
Oh. I should have used tequila, Cliff. It would have been better.
Yeah, Cliff's saying I've been drinking tequila, so he'll send the money to Chris Watts GoFundMe when he's straight. That means I'm not gonna fucking
it's not
do it.
coming, dude.
Do it now while you're drunk, Cliff. Do it now while you're drunk, Cliff, or else it'll never happen.
Oh,
Cliff, we need you. We need you.
If you're drunk, you'd be like, fuck it, I'm making $100.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, God.
Man, this dude pouring water like.
Oh, you guys are killing me. I tell you, you guys, what makes this fun. If it wasn't for you, every one of you, Mr. Mayhem says, I enjoyed the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhem. We love you being part of the show and chat. Without you guys, every one of you, it just doesn't work. So thank you. Chris says that he would like to come on next week with you guys.
Awesome. Let's do it, Chris.
Cool. We'll bring you on.
I just hope somebody knows what they're doing because I don't know nothing. TJ. He's looking at me like
Crash course.
I think he's going to get up and literally leave. Oh, okay.
Doug Van Dorn says if this was a TV show, Foster's computer would start to spark and belch smoke, but the video feed would continue.
Man,
That'll be next Thursday, 8 Central.
Joe says that was vodka. He's like, poor.
Moonshine, Joe. Moonshine. I don't do vodka anymore. Just good old moonshine.
Moonshine doesn't count, right? It's not an alcoholic beverage. It's beyond alcohol.
But see, moonshine, if you just dump it on yourself, you can get drunk too because it goes into your pores immediately and you're bombed. See?
Right, there you go.
Man, the table's all wet. My phone's all wet.
Oh, man. You
got
guys
a little farther away, I think.
are awesome.
Oh, crap. My phone's soaked.
What?
Now he's dealing with the consequences of all this stuff of pouring water on yourself, huh?
Uh-huh.
Floor's got a rubber mat. It's a vinyl floor. And I'm getting a new phone next week anyways.
He'll just take off his shirt, rub his underwear in his ass crack to clean up the water, and then hop in bed.
Dude, are you watching me every night?
Would you put a camera in my house?
Yeah. I was wondering who was using my 7 cameras. I can't control the damn thing.
That's what I was doing when I was there. You didn't know, huh? Good.
I could have had a
Just and whatnot, like, ooh, I like pleasuring myself. Ooh. Oh.
Shut up, PJ.
I have to loosen up my skin so I can shed it.
Like, yeah, let me stretch it out a little bit there. Ooh.
How come my glasses are wet and I wasn't even wearing them?
Doug Van Dorn says you can get drunk just being in the same bottle with it, in the same room with an open bottle of Everclear. Cliff says Everclear parties used to end up as orgies.
You were there too, Cliff?
Hold on. Let's take back to what Cliff said earlier. When that 38-year-old friend of his son said he looks familiar, there you have it.
Everclear, that's what it was, huh?
There you have it right there. You look familiar. You ever drink Everclear?
Yeah, last time I drank Everclear was with you, Cliff, and you've got 2 extra kids.
Man.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Mr. Victoria, you look familiar. You ever drink Everclear? That's what Cliff said.
The answer is yes. Oh, I got to go vacuum my car.
Yeah, I got to wash my wheels.
Go wash my wheels.
Now we know the whole story.
Oh, you see what happened, right? He had to get a car. He had to buy a new car to replace washing the wheels with, so he's not vacuuming his lawn anymore. He's like, okay, everyone's on to me.
That's why he bought the Zamboni. I know it.
Man.
Vacuum the lawn with that thing.
Chris Watts is asking what Everclear is, and it's grain alcohol. It's like if you drink it every day for a month, it would kill you. It's like drinking gasoline.
I was going to answer that wrong because he said, "What's Everclear?" And I'm like, Chris, whatever you see in the right way will probably be clear.
It's also a pretty decent band.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I'm going to see them actually August 19th. They're coming to like our little town.
I still need your address, Dan.
Don't do it, Dan.
No, I'm not doing it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't.
What about the location of that camper you were discussing?
We're in Alaska.
Man.
I can get there, dude. If I can drive, I can get there.
Yeah, I can drive to fucking Alaska.
I'll come up to Alaska and do your work.
I got a 2000 Ford fucking Saturn. I can get there.
A Ford Saturn?
Whatever the fuck you have. A Ford Focus. What is it? A Ford Focus?
I got like 2 Focuses. Yeah. I'm an idiot. I got like 7 cars, and none of them are new because I just don't like the new cars. I can fix all of my cars by myself.
So how many of them run?
1, 2, 3, 4. Two of them need a freaking $8 trans seal, and I'm too tired to lay under there at the end of the day to jack the car up and replace a little piece of fucking rubber. It's coming, man. As soon as I sell this house, I'm going to get
That's
all
how
my
you ended up with kids, right?
You're not having mine, Foster. I live in Great Britain.
Man.
I'll be right there, Chris. I'm getting into focus now. I didn't tell you I made it fucking seaworthy. I even got a sail and a mast in case the motor goes dead.
Yeah.
Well, guys, let's wrap up this shit show.
Yeah. Having a blast, though.
I've
driven a Ford Focus. Never drove a Ford Focus.
I primarily don't want to leave. I primarily want to end the show because I have to piss again, and I want to get made fun by Cliff.
Fuck Cliff and the steak chops he made tonight or whatever it was. Go play with your muscles, Cliff.
But you know what, though? You're entitled to go use the restroom again because Foster already been like 2 or 3 times. So go ahead.
Well, I was also getting water and my lighter broke. So I've had to run to the toaster twice to light my cigarettes.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead, Burton. Because Foster.
Yes, sir.
You're right. That's all I say. You're right, buddy.
Thank you. It's life. You got to have fun. You got to enjoy life, man. You know how short it is. It's a quick flight because you're really old, Peach. No, life is a short flight, but the good thing is that we are our own pilots. Remember that.
I got one better for you.
Do it.
Life is a beach. Have a ball.
There you go. I made the mistake, and instead of having a ball, I married a beach.
Whoa.
Whoa. You should have seen your face, dude.
Whoa. Man. So any questions from the chats before we Gary close this thing out, though? Anybody any questions there about anything, I guess? Bears related. You can talk about what life was like before the flood. Just check with Foster. Any questions at all? Man, we're here to answer them, to interact with you guys. Cliff says, my life is a beach. Plus, I was in 3 airports this week. Agree with you guys.
Wow.
Do we have any Jess Bush picks?
Life is too short. I can't believe I'm 50. Chris Watts. Take it easy, Cupcake, because it gets harder from here on out, Chris.
Hey, do you guys remember that show back in the day? What was that show called? Was it called American Hero?
The Greatest American Hero?
Greatest American Hero.
That's Chris Watts.
That's what I'm about. That's who Chris Watts reminds me of.
Well, dude, when we did a show, I think we did a show, you and I, going way back, and Shorty pulled up the Chris Watts, the guy from Greatest American Hero, and we probably sat there and laughed for 20 minutes over it.
Yeah, because that's who Chris Watts reminds me of, the Greatest American Hero.
Cliff's awesome. Cliff, man, you got to get on the show, dude. I've watched all your old stuff, dude, that you did with Shorty going back. Cliff is 61, but he's 25 on the inside. I'm the same way, dude. I still feel pretty good even with all the crap that goes on. And I want to throw this up there too, because just to answer DVD, because he wasn't here last week. It's easier to deal with having no lighters or matches in a house with the gas range. But yeah, the toaster will work. And I used to be addicted to cigarettes, so I totally understand. My problem here, Doug, is I don't have a stove. So it's the toaster or nothing right now until I find the other 6 lighters that are in my cars. But I just thought I'd let you know I don't have access to a range. Actually, I got one. It's sitting out. It's sitting outside up on cinder blocks, shrink wrapped, and then covered with a tarp. I just don't have the gas line or nothing back in yet. Hopefully next week I'll have the stove and the rest of the kitchen together. I spent the day working on electrical stuff outside.
But hold on, though. So you mean to tell me you living in the house and you don't have a stove, bro?
No stove. Haven't had one the whole time I've been here. I have a microwave, a convection oven, an air fryer, a hot plate, and a skillet. A griddle. So if I can't cook on that, I don't need a stove to cook. I got one burner with the electric thing.
BCP is calling out to Cliff Victoria. Come up to Chicago and help Foster out, because this man is in desperate need of a good meal because he does not have a stove. What in the world is going on? And for Chris Watts, let me just say for the record, you are the greatest American hero.
Yes, you are.
See what I did there?
I got to get two more things in, guys. Doug Van Dorn.
Hey, that's what she said.
I was trying to find. My mind went back to him going like this.
Well, now you're doing it. Now you're doing it.
We're all going like this. He's fucking going like this.
Hey, congratulations on your birthday, DVD. He turned 68, and he's telling Chris to enjoy the 50.
He turned 68 3.5 months ago.
Right. Well, I didn't know that. I'm wishing him happy birthday now. I could do that. Even if I did.
Oh, Chris. Yeah, Chris Watts turns 50. Is that what you're talking about?
Chris turns 50,
September.
but Doug turned 68 about 3.5 months ago, and he's saying enjoy 50 years old. And I get it.
In about 3.5 months. So, yeah.
Oh, I read it wrong. Okay.
So I'm 48 right now, Doug.
Hey, Shorty, happy birthday, man.
Dude, mine's coming up in like 8 months.
Happy birthday to you too, guys.
Happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday to you too, man. Thank you. Hey, Merry fucking Christmas too.
Happy birthday to everybody. Let's have a party.
Hey, my birthday's on Christmas, all right? If you're going to say happy birthday to me, you better say fucking Merry Christmas too.
Your birthday on Christmas?
Yeah.
That sucked, didn't it?
Yeah. No, it didn't. It does.
It does.
It didn't. It does now.
So as a kid, did you get extra?
I'm an only child. I always got 2 presents. Everyone else got 1. Now I just get older on that day.
Oh, you don't get presents no more?
My wife gets me presents.
I hope.
Presents aren't the thing, dude. It's who's there for you.
No.
I never got shit, dude. You know what I got for Christmas all the time? Socks and underwear.
Well, I'm just saying, for Shorty, for Kitty to get him a present, that's a big thing.
And my return to her is a big thing too.
There you go.
Hey, Kitty, thanks for the present.
That's right there.
And I want to see a picture of Shorty tomorrow because he's going to have a black eye like Aldo did the week before. So what? I got to throw one more comment. Joe Mandell said, "Hey, you guys told me this was going to be a short show. Fuck! If this is a short hot damn, what's a long show? If this is a short show, what the hell's a long show like?"
Did we do a show one time for 6 hours?
Yeah,
we did it.
8 hours and
draft.
16 minutes. I think
the draft.
The
draft was 6 and 8 hours, but then we had Shay on, and that was almost 5 hours.
Yeah, we had some shows there.
I think it was over 5 hours, and then we've had a couple of 3.5 hours. You know, you fuckers are just really hard to end a show with. We have so much fun.
Well, PJ's only got one more question. It's in 37 parts.
But hold on. We discovered that it's not me that be asking the questions. It's Foster who can't shut up. And then it's Shorty who sit up there and ask the questions. It's not really me at all.
Nope, never is, PJ.
It never is, PJ.
It never is, PJ.
That's why you got to go.
Here's
you got to talk to people about that, PJ. You got to talk to a group. And
were you gonna say you got to talk to Foster and stopped? You got to talk to a group. Wait, go back to Joel. Oh no, I read that one. Never mind. That was it.
Like, seriously, how do we turn?
Cliff's big excuse now for not sending the money or coming on the show Seriously, guys, my office is crammed with crap right now. We're rebuilding the entire house. I can't do anything.
Hey. Cliff, let me just say one thing to you, my brother. Just one thing to you. Take a look at Foster's house.
You can't, because you have nobody seen my house.
Okay. Do you have paneling on your walls, Cliff? I think you're better then.
Take a look at
You're doing better.
Take a look at Foster's background right now. And you worried about
paneling on your walls, Cliff?
Oh,
I think you're doing better, Cliff.
You are good. You are good.
This tour, dude. So I've been like putting all my tools together.
Here comes the tour.
It's all tools and equipment. The whole freaking garage. It's 1.5 cars worth of fucking tools, man.
Are you seeing this, Cliff? I'm just saying.
Does your house look like that, Cliff?
Yeah.
Well, then you should get on the show.
Yeah.
Just make a commercial for that. Does your house look like this? No? Well, then you should join Bears Country Podcast.
I'm telling you.
Oh, man.
If you're
Cliff's getting, he'll be back on the show soon. He'll be back on the show soon. And when he does,
Doug, I'm in Chicago, about 3 miles straight east of O'Hare Airport. I'm literally in the heart of the Northwest Side, man.
You're full of shit. When I visited you, your place was in like fucking Antioch, dude. What do you mean?
I was living in a fucking shed next to the lake. I got a jet ski, but it only goes to the right. You can only do 2 circles with it.
It's not actually a lake; it's a river.
Yeah. Dude, it's not even that. I just pissed in a big fucking pothole.
It's a 5-gallon bucket full of your own piss.
for like a month, I just peed in that pothole every week and then took the old jet ski out.
Cliff being
because it's not that big of a hole; it only goes in a circle. So
Cliff being politically correct, and I gotta admit that's pretty crammed. Instead of like, no, that looks like crap there, Foster. You're like, oh, I gotta admit that's pretty crammed. I appreciate your politeness there, Cliff.
Man, everybody who is still hanging out watching this, we love you. I'm gonna look you right in the eye. We love you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I've been trying to figure out a way to like reincorporate BCP into like a Seinfeld meets Bears. It's kind of like a show about nothing. It's a show about the Bears and nothing.
Have a good night, Joe.
Good night, Joe. Thanks for coming on, man. I think we at least he should be really tired tomorrow.
Hold on a second. We gotta give Joe the slow clap, like the '80s movies, for hanging out that long. Ready? Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you hanging out that long.
I have no idea what I just did there.
Wait.
It's Chris Watts. Chris Watts is talking about my pothole with the piss in it. And wait, where'd it go?
It's somebody else's piss.
It's somebody else's piss, Foster. Oh shit! I'm in the wrong pothole.
Man, everyone who's seriously been here the whole time and still hanging out with us, you guys are fucking rock stars. We love you, man. It's
like I said, if you guys have any questions for us, go ahead and shoot them at us because I'm willing to answer a question.
I mean, we clearly are the brightest minds in the room. You might want to know what we have to say.
Yeah, because I spent 4+ hours trying to put some videos together that never got played. So I just want to say, I'm willing to answer a question.
All right, you know what?
Nope.
No. We can revisit all this stuff, man, because we could talk about anything we want anytime. Whatever this we should just start talking what these guys want to talk about. So then next week, PJ, we can pull all that shit up and just go through it. Screw fucking Dan, because he won't be here.
Exactly. Won't be here. Yeah, screw me. Here's one of PJ's videos, guys.
That's what your wife said. Oh, sorry.
But seriously, no. PJ did put together some videos for us, which I do appreciate.
This guy.
This is Terell Smith.
Love him.
Yeah, this Terell Smith. What I did notice about Terell though, he's a good. Seems like he's a good press corner, and he's long again. He's long, and seemed like he has some ball skills.
Absolutely, man.
And if
gonna
I'm
be
not
a starter.
mistaken, I think I read or heard somewhere that he was like a track star or something like that, where he, track star in high school.
Yeah, I love his frame.
Track background in high school track background.
Yeah, I think he like won the state championship or something like that in track.
Look at that frame right there.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 foot, 200 something pounds.
Got some power in them legs.
And he played at a Big Ten school, so he's played against good competition.
There you go, PJ.
Hold on.
What do you guys think of the recent gambling suspensions?
I haven't heard. Is that from the Detroit Lions one? Is that what you were talking about?
No.
What happened?
They're every day, and I don't know the whole thing on this because I'm catching bits and pieces. They just send out a list of names of who failed their drug test and all the other violations. So guys are getting suspended every day.
Oh wow. Okay.
I don't know how many. I don't know what the volume is, but I heard the first day was like somebody's going, "Holy crap, man!" 2 or 3 guys got suspended for 6 games or something right off the bat before anything happened.
Oh wow. Okay, man. And
that's what it was: gambling and PEDs. Gambling suspensions and PEDs.
For the record,
performance enhancing drugs.
I just want to say this, Cliff. That's what she said.
I just want to know who she is. I want to know who she is, PJ.
I don't kiss you.
Chris Watts says, does a tree make a sound when it falls in the woods and no one is there to hear it? And I'm going to say yes, because BCP makes a sound on YouTube when it falls in the ground and nobody's there to hear it. It does still make a sound, so I'm going to say yes.
Because if you're rocking, we're rolling. That's all I got to say.
Let's see.
Cliff said PJ rolling tonight. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. If you're rocking, Cliff, I'm rolling. Mic drop.
Real quick, guys. I got you, but I wanted to read.
Wait, hold on a second. Don't make it quick. Let's keep going till 5 a.m.
Okay. But it's only like 2 sentences. I'm reading about the gambling suspension.
Make them slow sentences.
The NFL on Thursday announced 4 players.
Slower.
The NFL on Thursday announced 4 players have been suspended for violating the league's gambling policy. Isaiah Rodgers and Rashad Berry of the Colts. Free agent Demetrius Taylor are suspended indefinitely through at least the conclusion of the 2023 season for betting on NFL games in the 2022 season. Now, there's more stuff than that, but that's the big one that he was talking about with the gambling.
You know what the best part about that is? Not one of them is a bear yet. Yeah.
What?
Not one of them is a bear yet.
Right.
But I'll say this: it's kind of what rubs me the wrong way. I don't know if you guys noticed this in the last 2 years. I think the NFL has partnered with gambling things to where they are promoting all these gambling sites. So you're promoting these gambling sites. Your players take you up on this advertising that you've been giving these gambling sites, and now you're suspending them for it. To me, you shouldn't even be partnered up with these gambling sites. I know it's all about making money for them, but again, if I'm going to suspend a player for doing this, why am I advertising people to do this? And then you always give that caveat, gamble responsibly and all this other stuff. But like, stop with the gambling stuff. I'm like, that to me is a slap in the face, basically, to where, okay, we don't want you guys gambling, but we're going to promote these people to get other people to gamble.
I agree.
Yeah.
If you're going to make gambling legal, your profession should not stop you from being able to gamble. If it's federally legal, your profession should not stop you from being able to gamble. if you're a lawyer, you should not be prevented from gambling on the so and so to win the so and so to have so many points or whatever. What's the difference between any one of these guys who play in the NFL 5 years ago that went to Vegas and put $1,000 or $10,000 on a 50-1 odd team to win the Super Bowl, whether it was the team they played for or not? What's the difference?
They're not on a site where it's publicly announced that they're gambling. That's the difference.
I just think it's wrong.
Here, read what Walter says. They can gamble off team facilities, no issues.
What?
They can gamble off team facilities with no issues.
The only people in the NFL who can't gamble on any sports are the non-players. So
they are betting on sites, listed sites. That's the one rule you can't do.
But why are you promoting these sites? So that's what I'm saying. You're promoting all these DraftKings and all these other things.
Yep.
I mean, you're actually promoting these sites, and then you're now getting players in trouble for actually doing that, because that to me is just crazy to me. It's like, okay, if you want to make a stance against gambling, which me personally, I don't gamble. So if I don't want my players to gamble, why am I sitting up here advertising their sites? All because of money. And it's like, you want this advertising dollar from these gambling sites, but then you're telling your players not to do it. And it's like hypocritical to me, for the lack of a better word. It's just hypocritical.
It takes one person, though, to bet on their own team to lose and make big money on the loss, and then for that player to single-handedly have dropped the pass that lost the game, or dropped the interception that lost the game, to pinpoint on them whether it's true or not. It takes one instance, and that's all it takes. Well, because if you bet on your own favorite team and then lose, and then purportedly played poorly, then it's reasonable for dismissal. Yes.
I mean, I understand, but see, so my point is, why advertise? I mean, because if you don't want your players gambling, which I agree, I wouldn't want them gambling either for that reason there, but I wouldn't also, on the other hand, have all these promotions for gambling. It's like you got I've seen so many commercials in the last 2 years about all this gambling stuff, and I'm like, oh, bet DraftKings or whatever else the other ones are, and it's like, why are you promoting it? It doesn't make sense to me.
I agree. It's an absolute mess, man. And you hear about this shit where people on food stamps are bitching because they can't use their link card and their debit cards from federally funded money to gamble. All this gambling stuff, for me, it should go back the way it was. There shouldn't be any fucking teams in Vegas. Vegas should have what they have, and everything should have stayed the same. All this crap is doing is screwing up this country worse, because you got so many people that are addicted to gambling. You got other motherfuckers like myself. Like, I'm an alky dude. I used to just throw money around. Oh, yeah, I'll throw 20 on that. Dude, you won. What did I bet on? I don't even know. But, I mean, it's going to ruin the fabric of many families, because they're taking this money that they're living week to week on or month to month on in certain cases and throwing it out the fucking door. Because in gambling, there is no gambling. You are designed to lose. Yeah. House always wins. They have the odds. Yeah, somebody might win money, but you're going to lose because the odds are against you. I stopped gambling.
You're going to go back and gamble again because you won.
Right. Or even if I've lost so much, I know this machine's going to hit, because I used to do this. We had illegal machines in all the bars, so I'd go follow the machine. Oh, this guy just put $100 in here, man. I'm going to win. I just spent $300. How come I didn't win? Give me a drink. Oh, well, now I got to go home and not pay my bills and have my wife kick my ass.
I think part of the problem is with me. We as a country needs to understand that we have people with certain problems. When there's gambling problems, alcoholic problems. We have to understand that, and therefore not promote certain things. I mean, even if you want to have certain people do it, not to promote it, because some people can't handle that temptation of being tempted with doing this. And then there'll be that person who barely got making ends meet, and they see this thing on TV because, contrary to popular belief, you are very influenced by what's on TV. If you wasn't, they wouldn't spend millions of dollars for a 30-second commercial on the Super Bowl. But anyway, so the point is, if you subject them to these temptations and advertisements, and then they start gambling, you're messing up households, to Foster's point. And that's what I'm concerned with as a country, that we are going down this rabbit hole, and it's like, what are we doing just for the sake of money? Because it's not like the NFL is hurting for money. They got money. They don't need this advertisement from this gambling to be able to sit up there. Oh, we need more money from this advertisement, or we can keep on getting more, making more and more. Stop it. Think about the people, because I'm with Foster. We're just going down the wrong road. That's my rant.
No, I get it.
100%, Peach.
Yeah.
Real throw this in here too, because Walter Besky had left this up. This is the thing that the NFL states. The NFL, it's in quotes. The NFL prohibits all players from engaging in any form of gambling in any club or league, facility, or venue. So these guys are doing this during OTAs and shit. That's why they're suspended.
The temptation's there. Why is it there?
Right.
Why is it there?
It shouldn't. I agree with you, man. I don't like the casinos. I wish none of them were here, because I see what's happening to people. I work with a lot of people in recovery, and I see what's happening. There's some people that transfer addictions, man, and they're screwed. They're screwed because they're just buried in it, and they can't get the help they need, because all the facilities that used to help and get some government funding or give you a little help, they've cut all that shit off. Now they just throw you in jail. Again, and that's not going to help anybody when these people need to be at a counselor's office or sit with a psychologist and going through the issues that cause them to gamble, because it's usually this is the problem.
Yeah,
there's a problem.
Even with the whole lottery tickets, everybody, don't let the lottery get to like $1 billion. Everybody trying to sit up there. Oh, let me try this ticket, and it's like people have lack of self-restraint because they're desperate to get that instant win. And it's like, it's a fantasy, and they're buying into it, and it's hurting the fabric of our country. I don't mean to sound like a politician, but when I really think about the overall fabric, because of these things like that, it's like people looking for this pipe dream that's not there.
That's to when you just said the lottery, don't let it get that high to the billions. That just kind of made me think they should just start splitting it.
Yep.
When it gets to a certain number, okay, now there's 5 winners. Now there's 10 winners.
Well,
100.
it's still only one number that wins, though. So are you?
No, but I'm saying
they have more than one drawing.
Yes, that's what I think.
Okay.
I got $200 million. Let's make it $10 million pots. Let's
right. If you're at $1 billion, make
instead
it
of
5,
one
20.
idiot.
Right.
He's going to blow it all in. Usually, the people that win the lottery are broke within 10 to 12 years.
What are you going to do? Exactly. You hand a complete idiotic, moronic civilian $1 billion. I mean, they could be a fucking bank for a country with that much money, and they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. So if you were to get to that number, like, once you get to 200 million, you split it. You have 2 drawings. You get to so if you get to $1 billion, you split it 5 ways. Everyone can win 200. Now you got 5 winners at 200 million, so on and so forth, right? Or less, maybe 100 million.
PJ and I think we discussed this. Tell me if I'm wrong. PJ and I spend $6 a week on the lotto because that's your best odds, and I don't need 600 million, man. I will do just fine with $2.3 million, right?
$250,000 win, $100,000 win would be fine.
Let me stop you guys right there. I am not in agreement with Foster on that one. Give me the big money.
Okay.
Give me the big money. I'll take the 600 million. So now me and Foster not together on that. But no, I do not get it.
Your odds stink. They stink.
PJ, if you could put $2 down tomorrow on a pick 4 or a pick 3 and win $75,000.
I don't gamble.
But I'm saying, if your odds were better to do that,
no.
That's
gambling. I must be thinking. I'm sorry, Dan. I must have mixed mixed you up with somebody because I was talking to somebody and I thought it was you, Peach. And I just said this: the odds on regular Illinois Lotto, because the thing is so low, it's $1 million, $2 million.
Right.
Your odds are like 100 times greater than winning any of that Powerball shit.
Yeah.
I just
I don't
stopped
gamble
playing
either,
it.
by the way,
And
PJ.
nobody in Illinois hardly wins it ever.
That's
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you have these things where people lack self-control, and we have our vices, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to preach to anyone. Don't get me wrong, but when I see people get in trouble with these things, be it alcohol, be it drugs, be it gambling, all these things, people get in trouble with these things. So to promote them for the weak-minded person or the person who can't handle these addictions, I think we as a country we owe it to them not to tempt them with it.
So Chris Watts says he has a very addictive personality, so he steers clear of gambling. So
Smart man.
he spends his money on bow-legged ladies. Is that what you spend yours on too, PJ?
That's a big fat negative. That's a big fat negative. No. I'll
I'm
tell
with
you
you,
guys-
Chris, man. Whatever it takes, I'll pitch in $5 or $6.
I actually try to spend a lot of my money on doing activities with my grandkids, believe it or not. That's my thing.
Like whatever it might be, sports
Bowling,
or like taking them out to
Bowling,
right
going to camps with them.
pizza night or ice
Cooking.
cream night or
I mean all those type of things is what I do because
how many grandchildren do you have?
I have 11 of them.
Holy
73.
wow!
And one of the things I try to tell them, and I preach to them, I'm like, the most valuable thing you have is your health, and therefore spend that time with your family. Because at the end of the day, for me, my experience has shown me, when chips are down, it's family that's there for you. So make these memories with your family, man. So I have a blast with my grandkids, and that's why that's my thing there. It's like I try to tell them, look, again, let's not get off on these other things because I got teenage grandsons and they're getting pulled. You know how it is when you're a teenager, you're getting pulled to do certain different
Especially in
things.
this world now, yeah.
Yeah. So you try to reinforce that family value, like, hey man, you may think it's a in thing to do is spend time with your friends and hanging out, partying and whatever. Spend some time with your people, because those are things you don't get back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I
Totally 100% on with me, Peach. I'm right with you, dude.
it's so stupid of me.
All we become is a few memories. That's it. For
Yeah.
the people that we love. That's it.
Mhm. Yeah.
So make that the priority, because that's the important shit.
Yeah.
Not the car I drive, not the house I live in.
Agreed.
It's
Everything-
this stuff, like our communication, because I love you guys, man. It's I love this shit. But that's that's the important stuff.
Everything that we do
Joe Mandell.
becomes a memory. The first hour of this show, the last 10 minutes of this show have been a memory. They are now they're a memory.
Yep.
It's no longer in the moment, right?
Agreed.
So you have to make sure that you live in that moment and make the best of it with what you have in that moment. Because you never know what could happen. You could lose
Absolutely.
a grandchild or a child or a parent or a sister or a brother or a cousin. And those are the most important, or a best friend.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
that's what I have some family members that, for the most part, everyone I talk to when I get off the phone, I say, I love you, man. Foster, we've said that to each other.
Yep.
I think you and I have said that to each other too, PJ.
Yeah.
We barely fucking know each other. But I have family members that, all right, man, awesome talking, man. My best fucking friend. He's like my brother. All right, love you, man. All right, bye.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I
Like,
agree.
why can't you just say it back? It's important to know that you love these people, and that for them to know that, or for you to know that they love you.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
absolutely,
I
man.
agree 100%.
All you have is that moment you're in. I could go.
PJ.
We could end this show, and I could die of a heart attack in my sleep, and
Yep.
BCP's over. This
Yep.
is this could be the last show, right? It's
Right.
and same thing with you guys. It could be like, well, we're not fucking doing this anymore. If anything happened like that to you guys, so it's like live in the moment, enjoy it,
Yep.
love what you have, love the
Yep.
people that you have, and that's why it's so important for every one of you in chat to know how much we love you and how much you are important to this show. Everyone who listens to this, if you're listening to it in pod or audio form, if you're watching this, rewatching this on YouTube, and you're still here after 4 hours, it's very important to know that we love you guys, and you guys should love yourself, and love everyone. And love is one. I've been stuck watching this show alone. I'm on an alone marathon on the History Channel where they put 10 people in the woods and they have to live by themselves. And every one of them, like some of them get to the point where they have everything perfect. They have the perfect shelter. They're catching fish and killing animals. They're like living perfectly. And they're out there for like 60 days. And they're like, I can't do this anymore because I miss my family. I miss my friends. I miss my loved ones.
Well,
they're about to win $500,000, but they've gone that far and don't give a fuck because it comes down to what matters most, and that's what we're talking about right now.
I think we are creatures that are made to be social, whether we would accept that or not. I think we're made to be social with each other. My condolences to Chris Watts. He said he lost his father and this year. So my condolences to you for that. I'll share a story with you. One thing that really prompted me in the stance that I feel, because like I've always tried to spend time with my parents. My parents was older, and my mom died in 2017. And I knew instantly, because my parents was married for 66 years. I was like, man, instead of thinking about myself, my grief, I'm thinking about my dad. I'm like, wow, how does my dad handle not having his partner of 66 years who's now gone? So I focused all my energy on trying to be there for my dad. So in that year and a half that I had him left, because he died in 2018, I was like, I want to focus on him, make the memories, the time, the moments matter. And that's what you have to do, be able to do. You have to make moments matter.
And by you doing that, you probably preserved him for longer than he might have gone, losing his love of his life after that many years. You might have given him an extra 6 months of life or more,
But more than anything, I had no regrets when he did pass.
Huge.
I didn't have that thought of, oh, I wish I would have spent more time. I had no regrets because I saw him every day, spent time with him, did things with him. And because I knew I didn't want to have the regrets. I'm not trying to downcast on you, Chris, because I know you said you haven't seen your dad in 10 years before he passed. But that's why I try to tell you guys, make the memories. Make the memories with your people now.
Make them
now, because you never know what's going to happen. You never know.
My father moved.
Wait,
my dad,
let me throw one in here. You guys just went twice because I want to address Chris. I want to make sure Chris hears this. So PJ, first off, man, you hit it on the head. It's
wait. First off, Chris says, "I love you guys. Love is all you need, and we love you too." Chris, go ahead, Foster.
Absolutely. Your health, and if you can have good health, take care of your health, and be content in life, and whatever that takes. It's usually 4 or 5 things. For me, it's my higher power, my God, my health, and then everything comes after that. Because if I don't do that in that order, I'm not there for the people that I love and care about. And being content, I don't have to be happy all the time, man, but I know what it's like to be freaking miserable every day for years. I know what that's like.
Right.
So just being on an even content plane is a blessing. And then, Chris, I didn't have a great relationship with my mother, and she died a year ago. The relationship was terrible. I moved out of this house when I was 15. And I did something I never thought I'd do. I came and spent the last year with her life with her. And she still treated me like crap and told me I was a rotten, miserable louse and all this stuff. But I'm okay with it because that's not really how she felt. There was something wrong there. But today, what I try to do, because I'm finding out, of course, this is how it works. All the good things that she said about me that she never would tell me to my face. but she told all these other people, and I'm finding this out. So I'm feeling guilty. And I got a buddy, like I said, I work with a lot of people in recovery. I'm in AA, I do this stuff. And he's like, dude, he goes, here, your mother would just want you to do the right things out there in the world because you didn't when you were younger. So it's what we call a living amends to someone that we can't reach out to and touch. Just try to do the right thing and be a decent human being, because your parents, your mom and dad, or your dad's looking at you, Chris, and he just wants you to be a good person and try and do the right thing and not have the problems that you're having. So it's up to you to find that contentment, to find that higher power, whatever it is. I'm not saying you got to believe in God or this or that. That you have your choice in that. But that will definitely help you, because I've seen miracles. I see miracles all the time, just from people taking this little bit of philosophy that I'm passing out and living their life that way. Because I don't care about this money or this house or any of this crap, dude. I want to spend what time I got left, I want to spend it with the people I love and do the things I'd like to do. And if you're fortunate enough, you get a chance in life to do that. And I have the chance now, so I'm taking advantage of it. Even if I got to live under a bridge and hang out with people or whatever. But I'm going to do the things that my mom and dad would have wanted me to do, which is take care of my family, help people, try to do the right thing. Don't get too down, because don't take anything, especially yourself. Don't take yourself too serious, because we're just people trying to do the best we can every day, and that's all we're going to be. That's it. That's all I got. It sounded like we were just at one of my meetings. Yeah, that's all I got.
Chris says inspiring words, Foster.
Just take it to heart, Chris. And you DM me anytime, man. Anytime, dude. I need to send him a Magic Jack so he can pick up the phone and call anybody in America for free. $50 a year if you send him a Magic Jack.
I think what's important is the fact that, a lot of times, people get wrapped off in the being happy and being having this and having that. It's been my experience, and this works for me. The greatest joy I have is when I just seek peace. Just peace. I don't need to have a lot of money. I don't need to have all these things and go on all these trips. Just give me peace. If I can just sit in my man cave or in my office or wherever I'm sitting at in my house, and I'm like watching TV at peace, not a care in the world, I'm good. Or cooking. That's one thing, that's why I admire you guys who are chefs. I mean, I'm, like I told you guys, I just learned how to cook, 2 or 3 years ago. And cooking brings me peace. It's like, okay, I'm doing this. I'm in that little zone of just being at peace, man. And to me, peace is where it's at, man. I mean, I take peace over anything else. Just give me peace.
It's true.
Man, peace. Give me peace. I'm cool. I'm good.
Find it in whatever way that you can.
Yes.
The alcoholics and addicts that are out there and not recovered would kill for some contentment or peace of mind, because that's what we've never had, man. It's like the hardest thing for us to get. Addicted people, it's hard to get peace of mind. It's like something we look for our whole lives, and we can't find it. We can't grasp it. We can't get it.
If I can,
go ahead.
If I can just piggyback onto your two stories about your loved ones. So when my dad, we grew,
Hold on, Shorty. We got to take all these comments and do a whole show. You should read all this chat.
No, sure, I am. I'm trying to pull them up.
It's amazing.
I know. I'm reading everyone. They're amazing.
Sorry for cutting you, Dan. Go ahead, buddy.
But my family, my dad's side started migrating to Colorado. My great uncle and his wife, and then eventually my grandma, and then my dad, and then his brother, and so then we ended up moving from Illinois to Colorado. Well, but before that, my dad was sick most of his life with Crohn's disease, and he had been in and out of the hospital many times, and he had gotten to the point when he was in Colorado that he was just sick all the time. He was just in and out of the hospital, and I was like, we have to move there. So Kitty and I just upped and moved there. Just a strong feeling. And we moved there in August of 2010. And by July of 2011, my dad was gone. So less than a year. So like the strong feeling that kept pulling me there to move there because I just kept feeling like I feel like I don't know why. It's just like he doesn't have much time left. He's always sick. He's always in good spirits, always doing things, always helping people, doing things for other people. He's always making jewelry boxes for his doctors and all this kind of stuff. He loved to just, he could never sit still. He's like me. He always had to be doing something. So we went out there to Colorado, moved out there, and then he ends up going into the hospital, gets diagnosed with liver cancer like almost a year later, and he passes away a week later to the day. And so, like, if it wasn't for that moment of just having that, like, you felt it. We have to go there. I don't know why, but let's go there. And ended up working out for the best for everybody in the long run, because, and ultimately, we got to spend the last year of my dad's life with him getting to really know Kitty, my wife, and you know, a lot more. And
Good.
We did everything together. I learned a million more things from him. You know, I inherited all of his tools from him that I got to do things with him, learning how to do them with him. And,
right.
You know, like I said, we pulled the motor out of the Jeep and then we rebuilt it. And then he passed away and then it was my Jeep. I had to put the motor back in. It was like, so I got to spend that last year of his life with him. Just having fun, going up in the mountains, taking motorcycle rides, hanging out, building things in the garage, pulling apart the Jeep, this and that. And if it wasn't for if I would have been sitting here in Illinois or there in Illinois going, man, I wish that was calling me to go there, but I didn't do it. And then he died a year later. I don't like to say that word. I like to say passed away. A year later, less than a year later, I would have been just, I would really be struggling with it today going like, wow.
Yeah.
But I got to have that last time with him, and it was the best time. The best 1 year stretch of my life I've ever had with him in my entire life. We became absolute best friends. Did everything together.
I'm glad you got that chance.
Told each other we loved each other after every conversation, which we never did in our lives. And so, you know, those are the things we're kind of talking about. You got to take advantage of those moments and just take advantage of loving your family when you can, because
absolutely,
it really is all that matters. And kind of to the Chris Watts thing, it's like I fell in love with Chris as a good person, as a Bears fan, as a friend, and fuck me if I wasn't going to find a way to get him here to see a Bears game. And you know, that's my little bit of love that I kind of spread out to you, Chris, to try to make that happen. And I don't mean to like stroke my own cock, as Dan McGuire would say, but I'm pretty proud of that because it's happening. I love that. Chris Watts, you're going to have the best time. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait.
Can I just say this real quick to Chris Watts? Because Dan is in love with you.
I'm in love with you, Chris Watts.
Do not share a room with him when you're here. Do not share a room with him.
Dan, you're not my type, baby.
Dan, you're not my type, baby. I'm like this. I'm like this. Woo. I'm going to be hanging out with Chris too. So if you're not his type,
I'm in love with you. Like, whoa. I'm not share a room with you, Chris.
It's funny because we did a podcast together. We were talking.
I just wanted everybody to remember this, man. Leave the people you love with good memories, because that's all you're going to leave them. Even if you leave them $1 million, the money doesn't matter. It's the memories of you and the things that you are. That's why I love doing this show, because my kids are going to have this to look at long after I'm dead, I hope. Anybody that cares about me, hopefully they can see this and just go, yeah, that guy's such a fucking idiot, but I love him. You know?
Hopefully they see the right show where we're talking about love and family and everything. Oh, I caught the right one.
Right. Right.
Oh, they're talking about his vagina head right now. I don't want to hear that.
We're going back to that next week. I'm shaving everything again. No, I'm kidding. I'm probably
next
not.
week is going to be his ball sack on the table. Look at this, guys.
Yeah. Hold on.
Doug Van Dorn says, that is so great, Shorty, and so great. I talk to my folks and later to my mom nearly every day, in their later years. I'm so glad I spent the time talking with them. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. I know with me, like I said, because when I came back from the Army, I think I came back from the Army in 1989. And when I came back, I started spending time with my parents because, I was away from them. And my parents having 10 kids. And all of us lived in the same town pretty much. So I was the one who left and I came back. So I spent the time with them. And one thing I learned as a young adult. A lot of times when we're kids, we look at parents as this awesome person or this person who can do any and everything and who's supposed to take care of our needs. Once you become an adult, you got to start realizing that they're people. And because they're people, they have their own challenges. So let me look at them as a person. So I started looking at my parents as people. And I'm like, okay, what are their interests? What are their needs? And once I started doing that, and I started truly appreciating them for that. And my mom used to watch like Columbo. She would watch Murder, She Wrote, these type of different things like that. And I'm like, okay, let me sit down and watch TV with her just so I can get in her world to where I can share something with her. Because if this is what brings her happiness or peace and she really enjoys it, let me meet her where she's at and not think and just focus on things that I want and things that I want to do. Let me do with things that she finds interest in. Watching the Animal Planet and things like that, things she liked. So I got involved in that and watching that with her and interested in it to where we can even have conversations about that. Even soap operas, Days of Our Lives. I mean, all these type of things you do just because you realize life isn't just about you. If you care about this person, you want to take an active interest in what they got going on in them, even if it's just watching a TV show. Find interest in them and have at it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And will it kill you to take an hour out of your day or 20 minutes and talk to your family members? I'm blessed because I get to talk to my kids every day, and I get to talk to my brother almost every day, and my sister almost every day.
I'm blessed that my mammy comes on this show and puts up with our ass.
What?
I said I'm blessed that my mammy comes on the show.
Yes.
Yeah, you are.
Sits here with us and shit.
Yes,
you are. That's awesome, man. I could never do that with my mother. No way. Wouldn't fly.
Yeah.
Wouldn't fly. I mean, none of this stuff would fly with them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, because even for me, like when I was, working my beat, I would always talk about my parents' house.
You were working your beat?
Ooh.
Oh, come on, Foster.
Finally.
Come on, Foster.
Finally, Shorty gets. Yeah, I'm doing it, dude. I'm doing it. Two hands, baby.
Thanks,
I was able to stop by there, fortunately enough, and see, my parents, 2-3 times a day and spend that little 10, 15 minutes with them, just again, chit-chatting real quick and go on. Now, I know everybody isn't able to do that. So me being blessed to do that, I thought the world of it. So I was grateful that I was in that position to be able to do that.
Absolutely.
Hey, Chris Watts, if we let you go back to England, we'll make sure you bring a magic jack with you.
If we let you.
Foster going to hide you behind one of the panelings in that closet. I mean, in that garage there.
I'm screwed up, man, because I take everybody in and help them. It's what I do, man. It's why God put me on this earth.
I try to talk to Chris as much as I can. Like, we don't usually go a couple of weeks before we at least have a meeting like this that's not recorded. We can talk to each other.
He told me, Dan, and he was begging you to stop. No.
And I know. He keeps telling me, like, I'm busy tonight, mate. I'm throwing up. I can't make it. No, but we've developed a really good relationship, through that, and it's been amazing to. I lost my train of thought because you fucked me all up with that.
Yep.
Well, Chris Watts.
All we got to do is find him a woman. He just said he's after a woman for a green card.
I was going to say, I keep telling him when we're talking, maybe you don't have to leave. You know.
Well, you got to introduce him to the
I know
woman,
about
man.
20 hookers. Not that I use them, but I know them.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. He said, he's after that woman for that green card. So
He's after a woman for the green card. Yeah.
hey,
I might be able to hook you up with my cousin.
dang.
Hey, Chris, don't
She's
worry.
never
man.
fuck
I'll
you.
just make
She's
you a
never
green
fuck you
card.
because she's borderline lesbian, but she might give you a green card. Thank God she didn't hear me. Thank God she doesn't watch this.
What did Shorty say? That dude's a nut. He said,
You'll know her when you meet her, Chris.
you said,
Killing me, man.
dude said, borderline lesbian.
Oh, wait, I gotta say this though, because there's a lot of people in this chat opening up and like Walter and some of you guys, man. Just
yeah.
DM me if anybody needs to talk. DM me, man. I'll send you my number. I'll talk. I'll listen. It's what I do, and I mean it. I mean it. You can get a hold of me, man.
Foster's got tits. He's a good listener. Right over. Did that go over your head?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Keep
it
your
went
clothes
over my
on,
head.
Keep your clothes on, please.
Calling me a breasted woman, you are.
Doug Van Dorn says, "You really want to keep this up till 5 a.m., Dan?"
Hey, Doug, you're retired, bro. What else you got to do, man?
I mean, what's going to happen is we're going to end the show and then talk off air for like another 3 hours accidentally. Might as well like hang out for the people that are waking up on the other side of the world. Maybe Australians are waking up.
You're good, Cliff. I just want to see you on the show, Cliff, because you crack me up, and I think you're just an awesome dude.
Oh yeah, he knows that.
No, I meant this because he said because these guys have been opening up, man, and I like to talk to people like or even just listen. But Cliff said crap.
This dude
Foster, I went through hard times when my younger brother, but I think with my younger brother, I'm pretty happy now.
Foster, I went through hard times when I was younger, but I'm happy now.
When younger, but I'm pretty happy now. Okay.
Thanks for the offer.
See, Cliff, you don't know me because you called me a good guy. Damn it.
Yeah.
I just went down in the basement because it's 15 degrees cooler in the basement. This room got hot again. So I won't be talking to you guys for long after this because I'm going to fucking get the fuck out of here and go take a nice cold shower and sit in my room at my house with the AC on.
Well, it's only going on 4 hours and 37 minutes. You want to wrap this up?
No, fuck it. I was going to do some work on the house and have you guys watch.
Sure. What do you got? You got power tools? Are they going to make noise? Just put it on mute.
Absolutely, man. What do we got?
You do vacuum your lawn there or what, man?
I'll turn on the compressor, get the framing gun out, and start putting up some walls, dude. Ready? Fuck no, I'm going to sleep.
Man.
What was that? Oh, wait a minute. What? All right, Walter, because I don't know what this question. What the hell was that, Foster?
When you was walking through your house.
Yeah, but I just was wondering exactly what he was talking about when I almost tripped coming up the stairs.
Who knows?
Because there's a cabinet in the hallway that shouldn't be there, or what? Hey, we only got 2 hours to go for the record, Dan. Let's just stay on the air.
You have 2 hours to go to set the record. No, the record's like 8 hours if you want to. If you're just talking about shows and not draft shows, then yeah, you might be right about that.
Yeah.
Can I say this for the record though?
Oh yes, Walter. I was exposing myself. That's what he meant.
Let's just understand this. It's Foster and Shorty, the one who's keeping it going. I'm not saying much at all. I just want to say that for the record.
One more thing.
Because we haven't tried to end the show yet.
Oh, okay.
Once we go, okay, you want to end the show, and then you'll go, yeah, well, just one more thing.
Well, you know why I say it then? Because you guys be doing all the talking all the other time, so I finally get a chance to say something before we end the show.
Walter looked away, and then he was greeted by your nipple.
They could just twist anything for him to make him right. Son of a gun. And it actually sound. You know what's scary is it sounds right too.
But
I know. He's convincing.
I may not always be right, but I'm never wrong.
Yeah. See, there it is, man.
I'm just gonna put it out there for you.
Sorry,
you are
sorry
the
about the
senior
hip
of the
shot, Walter.
group.
I know it wasn't what you hoped for, but
Hey, well-
it's the best I could do on short notice.
We have to respect PJ's wisdom here. He is the oldest of the group, right?
159.
Percent.
Now, for those of you 11 who's left in the chat, who would have thought that I'm actually older than Foster? Who would have guessed that? I want to see a show of hands. Who would have thought that I was? Put your hand out, Foster. You don't count. I would have seen
that my whole life.
Who thought that I was actually older than Foster?
Doug Van Dorn says PJ would say, "Okay, we can wrap this up. I just have one thing to say first. It's in 37 parts. This is subpart A of part 1."
The only thing I got to say to you about that one, bro, I'm going to kick you out of the Central Illinois club here. You know, you can't be talking about me like that here, but that's all I got to say. I want to send that mountain lion to come visit you.
I got that. That's the old back to school routine where Rodney's in there and he goes, "Yeah, I've only got one question for you, and it's in 27 parts." Because he's like real happy that it's one question, yeah, but there's 27 parts with like 7 subsections per part.
Well,
He's like, what does the poem mean? It means I don't take crap from nobody.
Well, you guys got to learn how to ask questions. But no, in the chat, how many of you thought that I was older than Foster?
Who thought that PJ was older than Foster? Or who thought he was younger than Foster? Because I would have guessed from day one that you were younger.
Yeah, because he looks better. I look like crap, man.
Hey, I'm heterosexual, bro. I just want to put that
Me
out
too.
there. I just want to put it out there.
Okay. I'm not. I'll have to ask all my kids if they think I'm gay or not.
Doug Van Dorn says, "I thought Foster was older than dirt. Much less than PJ."
I'm laughing really hard because, like, even 20 years ago, my neighbors used to say that because I looked like this. Yeah, the old crab next door. Yeah, he's like 32.
Did you see what Walter said?
Yeah, I figured Foster's first job was a lamplighter in 1827.
Walter's awesome, man. Oh, man.
Chris
that was my second job. My first job was sewing robes in the early, like 35 BC. AD?
Wait, Cliff Victoria says, I'm older than both of you and better looking. LOL. Well, get your ass on the show and prove it, Cliff.
People should definitely not believe everything they think, huh, Paige?
I'm just.
Bink
I gotta
the
say,
DJ is back. Oh, she's laughing. Thank you for joining us. Unless
not-
you were there the whole time.
I'm not going to
we got
argue
it.
with Cliff because Cliff got that blowtorch that he be cooking that meat with. So whatever argument he got, I'm with him. He ain't gonna fry me.
That's what he's got is a small roofing torch, and mine is bigger. I'll burn him before he gets a foot from close to me. My torch is bigger, Cliff. It's longer. No,
He's got a bigger torch, Cliff. You might be better looking, but he has a bigger torch.
That's right.
Now we're comparing torch sizes.
It's the flame, man. It's the flame. You got to keep. They're just like balls, Pete. You got to keep them light.
Hot like fire.
You got to keep them light and covered in talcum powder, right?
Yeah, tomorrow
Man.
for sure. Here, 91, 92 degrees with high humidity. It's going to be brutal tomorrow here, man.
So I need to ask Bink a question though, seeing as though she didn't comment.
Here's where it goes, Foster. Right?
Oh, were you guys ready to end the show?
No, not at all. Ask Bink a question. Let's keep this going for 25 more minutes.
All right, I got a question for Bink. What are you a DJ of, Bink? I just want to know. I'm just curious.
Bink the DJ.
We'll have to have her come on the show and show us.
See?
Not
And that
everyone
wasn't so
wants
bad,
to
was
come on the show, Foster.
And
They
Chris
do.
wants to know I'm actually the oldest one on the panel right here. Now, Cliff and Walter are both older than
Doug.
I am. But Doug, not Walter. Sorry, Walter. But yeah, Doug and Cliff are older than I am, but I'm older than Foster, believe it or not. You know what?
Not by much, but he
That
is.
didn't even sound right coming out my mouth.
Yeah, you really botched that one.
It doesn't even sound right. I mean, I can't admit that. I cannot admit that I'm older than Foster, man. I'm sorry. I can't admit that.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I can't admit that.
hey, Doug. Wait, I gotta answer Doug's question. Doug said, "Is that a torch in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" Sorry, Doug. It's a torch.
Man, I just pulled a muscle in my leg laughing at that.
Man, I'm just saying.
Torch in my
So
pocket.
Bink says she's a DJ of house music. Do you guys know what house music is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course I do.
Yeah, she said from way back in the day. I'm taking it. It's a she. I'm taking it. So if it's not, I apologize.
She confirmed she was.
Okay, all right, cool. So yeah, house music. Man, that's what's up, Bink.
Way back in the day.
Man.
No, it's not
Oh,
that
man.
way back for me, Bink. I started it. Matter of fact, I used to play baseball with shoeless Joe Jackson. It says it right there.
And you and Shields Joe are going, hey, you know what we should do? We
should
got to
start
create
house
this
music.
new form of music called house music. Let's do it. Come on.
Because we were doing it in the house, so we're gonna call it house music.
Well, we were in somebody else's house scratching the Victrola. He was cranking it, and I was scratching it.
Hold on now,
Trying to do
Cliff.
some mixes. It didn't work out too good. She's a
Yeah.
she.
Yeah,
You-
she's a she.
You know, Cliff is my guy and all, but him telling me I look so good, you know, Cliff.
But
Let
you
me talk
look
to you.
so good, PJ. Uh-oh. He's hitting on you now. Jeez.
It sounds
Here we
like the
go.
Seinfeld thing, man. You are so. That's you.
Cliff. Don't be hitting on PJ. He's got eyes for Mammy.
I either got eyes for Mammy or Bink.
Bink's picture there. She has a beautiful smile, so I can see why you would have eyes for her.
We'll start doing the dance for the house music. Is that how you do it?
Wait,
Now
hold on.
you know what that looks like, Dan? PJ, turn your lights down, dude.
Hold on.
You're looking too white there.
It's this now.
Oh, look at it.
Wait, maybe Bink can help me dance to this, so I'm not so white.
So, yeah, that's Chicago house music.
Like 3 more people just tuned into that right at the wrong time.
Cliff. Me too, Cliff. It was fun as shit.
Man.
Dan, you are so white. Come on.
At least everybody knows.
Come on. Let's turn the back up. Let's go to all right. How do I not look white? I can change my skin color. Let's start with that. But then, how do I not look so white?
Dan, you want to look black? There, he looks black to me.
What about if I'm not in my chair?
Get
What
out
about
of
if I
here.
stand up like?
When I comment like that there, Foster, you got to go, man. I'm just sorry. Foster got to go for that one. He making that comment like that. What's going on here, Foster? Oh, I'm going.
I don't even know what I'm talking about, Pete. I'm babbling at this point, dude. What did I say?
Hold on, man. What is Shorty doing right now?
I don't know, dude.
I mean, he looked like he's doing one of those Richard Simmons aerobic classes.
One too
I'm
many
giving
bowls.
myself a heart
He's gotta
attack,
take a
guys.
shit.
Just leave me alone.
He needs to piss again? I don't know.
I mean, I thought he was like having a convulsion or something. I mean,
I'm trying to give myself a heart attack. Just leave me alone.
Well, I was just wondering if Kitty called in the seizure yet, or that not that he's having.
He is
Is
actually
he having a
a
seizure?
robot right now. Oh my gosh. He went back to the 70s, didn't he? What is going on here, guys? You
Well,
guys.
I have to turn it up then for that.
Oh, goodness. Oh. Bink, come and save him. Bink, come and save him. Bink, come and... Oh, my gosh.
I don't think there's any hope.
What is that? He looked like one of those tree people from Lord of the Rings.
Me too, Cliffy. I cut it out.
Oh, God. Oh.
Man, what is
That was almost, you know what, TJ? Somehow that almost complimented him, and I don't know if that's right, but
see,
that was like a step up. Your comment was like a step up, man. You're supposed to go down, not up.
So you say I'm getting better?
No, you're getting worse.
Bink says he's
the
long
more you
gone.
practice and the more you dance, the worse you look.
So I should just stick with the first part?
Man.
Well, yeah, if you want to go back to 5th grade.
Man.
Teacher can
I was
put the
hoping I had
star on your head because you're a good boy.
Well, see,
He's long gone, she
I was
says.
gonna say, Bink's absolutely right. Long gone.
Let me give you a quick lesson there, Shorty, on dancing.
The other thing, Peach, he doesn't
No,
even
I want
have
you
the
to
hip
do
movement.
a quick lesson and show me. Don't tell me.
No, I'm already showing you.
All right.
Play the music.
All right, let me turn it up for you, buddy.
That's it.
All right, let me try. Hold on.
That's it.
Let me try.
You're doing too much movement there.
All right,
Gotta
hold
go
on.
up. Gotta go with the beat though. Nope, too much movement. Observe.
Figure it out one day.
I'm telling you, man. As Chris Watts says, less is more.
Less is more.
I'm trying to tell you, man. He got it. See, that's how all that. You do that when you're in your teens. You get older than that, you're like,
Cliff says I'd be a first cut on Dancing with the Stars. Thank you. So what you're saying, Cliff, is I could make it to Dancing with the Stars. There's hope.
Yeah, it's
there's
kind
hope,
of like Dumb and
guys.
Dumber.
There's hope.
You've got a 1 in a million chance. I've got a chance.
So you're saying there's hope.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, 4 hours and 51 minutes sounds like a good show to me, you fuckers.
Man. But hey, I got one more thing, guys. Psych.
Did you read your new thing now, Shorty?
If the scrody, you can't even spell.
I know I can't. I was rushing.
You got multiple capitals where they don't belong. If what is if like if the
scrody
scrody
fits, it was supposed to be.
Well, why is if accented with a capital IF?
Dude, don't get into
train
details.
dancers.
Yeah, that's what you're not ever gonna be.
Hold on. That's not true. What's your best Soul Train dance? Come on. That's totally different than my dance. Should we try that?
Soul Train. You can't do the Soul Train to that song.
The Soul Train would be like this. I gotta back up. This could be Soul Train.
They'll kick you off the show. You did something like that. They're like, whoever that guy is in this line, kick him out of there.
Dude, hey, Peach, I think we could get a lawyer to say there's something wrong with him and we'll just take the whole show.
I'm trying to tell you this. My goodness, I don't know what that was. He looked like he was churning some butter or something. I don't know what he was doing. Like, what are you doing there, bud?
Dude, I haven't churned butter since the 1870s, and you're doing it now.
I'm telling you, look at churn of butter. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Bink says, just robot down the line there, man.
That's the churn the butter right there.
That's not the churn the butter. That's, I don't know, mix some crap. What are you doing? I don't know what
he's doing there.
Wait, should I do the kid and play leg grab?
This guy got too much time.
It's already been so long, they just took the show off the air completely, dude. They didn't want to see it.
Oh, man.
So
Well,
I just want to say for the record there that I didn't add on to that when you guys said you was ready to close. See, I didn't even hardly say that. That was y'all too. Let that be noted.
I know you're gonna go back and rewatch the last 5 minutes of this show just for that dance, PJ, because you want to learn it.
Actually, I was thinking.
Look, Bink saying shake it, Shorty. She's on my side. See, I'm getting it.
Well, she was telling you to shake it out the screen. You know, like keep on going, shaking it out of the screen. Just keep going, so we don't have to see it.
Right.
But see, here's the thing. What's your favorite music genre?
I don't have one.
Me? I got one.
Right. Yeah.
I love everything from literally from the 30s to not current shit, but
2008.
2010 maybe, yeah.
So what is a group or person that you like that most people wouldn't think you like?
Boys to Men.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that. Now I think totally different of you, and I quit the show.
How do I?
That's pretty good. What you got, Foster? Who's yours?
That somebody wouldn't think that I like?
Yeah.
Big band music, Glenn Miller.
Okay.
40s, big band. But I listen, I'm like Shorty, man. I listen to 1930s Cab Calloway till 2012. I can't remember the band out of South Africa that had a song called it was a something. I mostly listen to classic rock, but I'll listen to everything, man. I like country too.
Now, believe it or not,
just not Western.
There was one person, one song that I actually liked that most people wouldn't think. Eurythmics.
Dun, 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 dun.
I wouldn't think that you would not like them.
Oh, you didn't? You would think I would like the Eurythmics?
I wouldn't think that you would not like them. I would think that you like I would think if you said I love Kiss, I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? PJ likes Kiss? No, wait, you love the band Kiss?
Here's
that was
one.
very popular back in my day when I was in high school. Kiss.
Even I hate the band Kiss.
They were huge. They were huge in grammar school.
Yeah.
High school. I don't like Kiss. I never was a Kiss fan. Never.
The song. The
Most
song.
women don't like Kiss music
I want to rock all night, and I want to.
Want to rock all night.
Goes on,
every day.
And it goes on and on for 5 minutes to end the song. I want to rock and roll all night. And part of it just keeps going on and on. It just won't end.
Who sings that? Kiss?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
So if you said you loved Kiss, I'd be like, that's weird. Bink the
DJ Elton John.
Elton John.
Nice. I like Elton John too.
I love Elton John's song with Ray Charles. Sorry seems to be the hardest word.
Oh, great version. Great version.
Oh, great version.
Mm-hmm. I love all kinds of music. Shit. Chris Watts says, he said something about, I'm a music snob. We're not friends anymore. But Chris Watts has sent me music from his, other side of the world, and I've liked it. So I like it. I'm not too snobby with my music. I kind of like all different. I love Elvis Presley, the Beatles. I love, Dave Matthews Band. Well, I did. you know,
I like those guys.
the Grateful Dead, whatever. I love all kinds of music. I love James Brown. You want to have a good day? Start your day with some James Brown. That'll start your
thing.
Get a boat for that thing. Huh? That'll get your day going. Yeah.
I'm gonna slowly walk out the room now.
How about you just fuck off?
Why would you do it slowly? I would like put a jetpack on, PJ. Put the jetpack on and just fly the fuck out of here.
Don't slowly walk. Just get the fuck out of here.
Walter Besky, here's a shock. Walter Besky says, I'll take a good Vivaldi concerto any day. So he's Walter's high class. I don't know if we can hang with you, Walter. I'm joking, dude. I think you're awesome.
No, Walter, seriously.
I like Amy Winehouse.
I listened to I had we were working on the house, remodeling it, and my wife would come home. I'd be working in the bathroom, and I would have what's his name? Opera singer on, Italian opera singer.
Pavarotti.
Not right? Luciano Pavarotti, but Bocelli. Andreas Bocelli. She's like jamming to some Andreas Bocelli just blasting in the house when she comes home. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like painting. I'm like, I'm listening to Andreas Bocelli. Come on, it's all love songs.
I think I got to talk to Bink about music, man. She loves the old school music.
Bink is what's
up. Music is like my number one therapist, man. I love music. Mr. Mayhem, Bob Seger, man. I've seen him a few times.
Bob Seger. Oh, I love Bob Seger.
I just missed his last show over here in Rosemont. I couldn't get to it. I had a free ticket too, but it just was what it was.
One of my favorite songs of all time is by a group called Aha, but it's the remake version of Take On Me. It appeared in it appeared in Deadpool. The slow version.
Yeah.
The slow version. Absolutely love that song. Absolutely bar none love that song.
What was the best year?
The original song too.
I don't like the original.
I'm not big on either one of them. They're okay. I listen to it. I don't turn them off the radio, but they're okay. I just asked what was the best year for music? Now, this could be different for everybody because it depends on what you listen to. And I say this because I saw Chris Watson there saying he likes 60s music the best, which I agree with.
But you said year. You mean decade?
No, I meant year. Literally 1 year.
Okay.
And I'm going to just say go look up 1971 as a year for music. And that's if you just anything. Look up all the music that was made in 1971. It was probably the greatest year for the largest amount of music because it was, in the 60s, man, there was like the same guys in California were playing the music for everybody. And the same guys in Alabama were playing the music for Motown. In the 70s, you had the singer-songwriters and all these independent bands that said, no, we're not doing this. We're going to go into the studio and make our own albums. We're going to write our own songs. Doug Van Doren, 1967 was a great year too. But I think if you look at 1971, the amount of music that was put out in that year just freaking amazes me.
How old are you, Foster?
162.
Man, because how would you know 1967 was a good year for music?
Because I listened to all that music, man. I don't have to be born to go through the years and go through the catalog from 1967. It's just what I listened to. I listened to 60s, 70s.
Like I grew up working with my dad. You know, he was a
I can't disagree with any of these guys in chat. Sorry.
And we'd be listening to Dick Biondi on the radio for the oldies hits, you know, and that whole genre had so much great stuff coming out of it for sure.
And it went in every direction.
Right.
you had soft stuff, you had ballads, you had literally the first metal came out in the late 60s with Black Sabbath. The first punk band that nobody even knows about them. I can't remember the name, but came out in 66. They put this album out and they play some of their stuff on movies now, and everybody goes, "Who is that?" And then when I tell them in the background, and I'm like, "Yeah, these guys were 15 years old when they did this. If you want, we can fly to Seattle and see them live today playing the same song they put out in 66. And 4 of the 5 members are there still playing the same instruments and singing." So it's just, I love music, man. And I can't,
you know who one of the
all this stuff, I can't hardly disagree with any of it.
I have two eras of most underrated bands of all time. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The first one is the Bee Gees. I'll get to that in a second.
I agree. They're underrated. Totally.
The second is Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'll explain myself. The Bee Gees, they actually, if you don't know about the Bee Gees, if you just think that they're disco music, you're wrong. They're a group of brothers who harmonized together their whole lives, singing as brothers and children, who formed a band, and they spanned many different eras of music, and they fit into all the different genres of eras as they progressed through like a series of like 30 years. So whereas the Bee Gees were kind of singing 50s pop stuff, they fit in then. Then they came into the 60s, and they kind of blended really well into the 60s. There's lots of songs that you probably don't even know that are the Bee Gees, that if you heard them and you were told they were the Bee Gees, you'd be like, what the fuck? That's the Bee Gees? Then they go into the 70s, and they started to kind of like stumble because everything was changing. So what happened was they took the one singer and they made him sing like this, or the one brother, he had the highest octave all the time, and they thought he was the highest octave singer. But then they let, I think it was Barry Gibb or whatever, they're like, why don't you try to sing high? And he was like, oh, I'm going to start singing like this. And then all of a sudden, boom, they like basically invented the disco era. But then they went from there into the fucking 80s, and you didn't even know that they transitioned into different songs that had nothing to do with disco. In fact, they kind of fizzled out in the 80s, and they started writing music. And then they wrote a fucking shit ton of songs for all of these great artists who became major hits.
And down there, Dan.
No, seriously, they are like, I'm just trying to exemplify what I mean by this. So look them up if you don't. There's actually a documentary about them. It's fascinating. You wouldn't believe it.
How many brothers was it?
Hold on, let me finish my point. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, they've been doing this shit since the 70s. If you listen to the albums that they literally just put out this year or last year, it's almost the same. It's just as good. The Red Hot Chili Peppers have spanned from the 70s until now, producing music that is still, it's not like, I'm not saying it's great. It's not like, but it's still radio hits that are being broadcast on like XRT and all that stuff. And it's not where you hear it and you go, man, they lost it. That they sound like shit now. What are they trying? Why are they still doing this? They have never hit that point where a lot of bands do. Like the Rolling Stones, we all know how great they are. They continue to make music. The Beatles and McCartney, he's still writing songs to this day that are like, wow, holy shit. But you would just never think that the Red Hot Chili Peppers would be one of those bands, if you would listen to a song that they just wrote last year, that you might actually like it. Because it would bring you back to the 90s. You're like, wow, this sounds like the same band. That's all I mean by that. I'm done. I'm done on my rant.
I got you, dude. I just didn't think I don't remember them in the 70s at all. I thought they were late 80s.
They started in the 70s, I think.
When they were little kids.
My question was, how many brothers is it in that Bee Gees?
Barry.
They're all brothers.
Barry, Andy. I think there was 4 or 5 of them.
Oh. Yeah, Barry, Andy, Robin.
Yeah. I love the Sex Pistols and the Clash,
Andy, one of them left, and then they brought in another younger brother, who became like the star of the band, but then he ended up dying young. I think that might have been Andy or something like that.
He went solo and then came back and then died.
Yeah, I think that was Andy.
Maurice
Berry. Thank you, guys. Cliff, Bink,
and Cliff. And Chris is right. There's only one BG left, man. They're all gone, dude.
And I think it's Barry. Right? Is it Barry?
Yeah.
There's an amazing documentary about them that I would have. I mean, I like the Bee Gees because of, their disco shit, right? But then when I watched that documentary, I was like, oh, I know that song. I know that song. I know that song. I was like, holy shit. These guys, they just morphed to every generation. It's amazing how they did it.
Kenny Rogers wasn't country, right? Did you know that?
Right.
He wasn't country originally. He was more of psychedelic rock. If you go back and
you never sit at the table, well, you never count your money while sitting at the table.
Nope.
You wait. Well, how that song go?
That's
you never
15
count
15 years after his rock stuff. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You better count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough when the dealing's done. Man, we sing really bad, dude. Actually,
let's try to harmonize that. We can do a 3-part harmonization.
3-part harmony.
Let's keep going. We have 3 hours to go till 5 a.m.
Yeah, don't you got to work, dude? Oh, it's Friday.
No, I don't have to work. Who has a job?
Well, not me and PJ.
Not me.
I don't know if you guys know this, but I've been singing for years, and I've gotten standing ovations with 200-300 people in the crowd. I really love music.
We know. You sang in front of the president. We get it.
No, I was the president. No.
You know why they're giving you a standing ovation there, short? I mean,
because they're getting up to run away.
Finally, you fucked up.
No, they're giving you a standing ovation because they like, thank you, you're done. You're off the stage.
Finally go.
You bastard. That's pretty good too.
Hopefully that's what everyone does after the end of this marathon. It's funny because I did when I emailed Joe to come on the show. He's like, "Yeah, I can only come on for like an hour." I said, "Perfect," because I'm trying to keep the show short tonight.
2 hours.
And here it is, one of our longer ones, huh?
Oh, fuck.
What was that email you sent us? I mean, the text you sent us the other day.
Yeah, like let's keep it to 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I had Joe Mandell's cell phone. I'd text him and ask him if he wanted to come on today. Bring him back. Joe, we want you back on at 2 a.m., dude.
Well, fuck. I mean, Chris Watts he should have had enough tea and crumpets by now. You want to come on the show?
Yeah. Absolutely, Chris. It's kept me going through some really bad shit, dude. Music.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, music speaks to people.
Music and food. I have one more question before we end this shit.
Okay, PJ.
If you had it's a 1-part question. Just answer it. Just answer it. If you had one meal to eat,
dang.
If you were going to die, tomorrow, which would be Saturday. If you could have one meal today, what would it be? Your final meal.
Pot roast. Or a stuffed Villanopoli pizza, one of the two. I'll go with pot roast because it's my favorite, dude.
Home cooked, right? Better.
I got to make it myself even. My own pot roast. Unless my mom was alive to make it.
I'm going to answer this for psychological reasons. Endless shrimp.
Ooh.
Peel and eat, cocktail shrimp, or in some other fashion.
You're missing the point. Endless shrimp.
Mm.
If it's my last meal,
yep.
Before I die,
never has to go.
You can change up the process of how you eat it, right? Like, now I'll have peel and eat.
I'm just saying.
Now I'm going to have
It's
cocktail.
endless
Now I'm
shrimp.
going to have scampied.
See, I'm just saying.
Hey.
It'd be endless. Like,
Bink,
man,
Bink-
you're supposed
Bink
to.
said meatloaf. Oh wait,
Bink-
wait,
Bink,
wait,
Cliff,
wait.
Bink.
Look at PJ. Spaghetti and catfish or meatloaf. So she's got Bink. You got PJ and Cliff covered, man. 2 out of 4. You're good to go.
Oh, love you, Bink. Love you.
Let me just say this. Oh, stop.
Oh, I love you, Bink.
Look
Thank
at
you.
Bink's profile picture, and I go back to my statement once again. Bink, are you or are you not from the Midwest?
She's wearing a hat. She must be.
Don't tell
just
him
saying.
crap, Bink.
Man,
To answer other questions, though, we have Chris Watts says a British Sunday roast dinner
That's
and
like a pot roast,
Yorkshire
dude.
pudding.
Ugh, I don't like that stuff.
What would Cliff's be? Would it be a meatloaf, Cliff? What is it?
No,
What about you,
seafood
Doug?
table.
Doug says prime rib, medium rare au jus,
Yep.
double baked potato, and a dinner salad. Ooh, that's a good one.
let me just say this.
I could just.
She is from the Midwest.
Like I told you, Black people from the Midwest know about that catfish and spaghetti. I'm trying to tell you guys that. You're gonna believe me one of these days.
Bink's from the south suburbs, and she just said catfish and spaghetti because she watches the show and she knows the history. She's messing with you.
But does she eat catfish
No,
and spaghetti
I'm
together?
joking. I'm making that up, PJ.
I know. That's what I'm saying. because I know doggone well.
I know.
She know what I'm talking about. Catfish and spaghetti. I'm trying to tell you.
I'm thinking of doing catfish and spaghetti. I'm thinking of doing catfish and spaghetti. I'm not making funny. I love it.
Fish and spaghetti. I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti.
Classic,
I was
bro.
for the longest time I thought mine would be an Italian beef, like 10 of them.
That's what I thought you were going to say because you always say that.
Yeah, but I think I've changed it. I think it would be
The pizza.
chili. No, it'd be chili.
Oh, okay.
From that bar.
Just a fuck.
I
I started thinking about that. I'm like, if anybody listens to that, they're gonna probably that's probably who unsubscribed. They're like,
Yeah.
oh fuck this guy.
I really don't know.
4 of my buddies from the bar subscribed this week because you brought up the chili.
Yeah, fuck that chili. It's worth the unsubscribers. Wait, what did you say, PJ?
No, I mean I'm reading what Doug Van Dorn saying, but I don't know honestly what my last meal would be. I mean, like I told you, I use my
I'm with you, Doug.
my philosophy is get endless shrimp. That way you don't ever have to worry about it ending. That's my whole point there. But the actual meal, I don't know, because you're basically saying what is your favorite meal, and I really don't know if I can't say what mine is. I really can't. It used to be lasagna. But I don't know anymore.
Lasagna, a catfish lasagna.
There you go. See.
Hey, Pete.
Why not just put a layer of cheese, a layer of lasagna noodle, and then some catfish, and then some sauce.
Hey, Peach.
Thank you, Foster. Thank you. He was trying to go there too. He was trying to make it make sense too, like a layer of stop. Thank you, Foster.
I hope I didn't piss him off.
Thank you,
And then a layer of catfish, and then a layer of.
I'm telling you, man.
You brought up lasagna.
The meat sauce layer.
And I'm a big stuffed shells, man. Used to be my favorite meal, PJ.
What used to be
my
your favorite?
The stuffed shells, because my mom would make that 6-10 times a year, and then we always had it on Christmas, and we always had it on Easter, and we always had it on Thanksgiving instead of, or she'd make lasagna because it's similar, maybe for one of them, but that used to be my favorite, dude. And then pot roast.
This is a show we should have been showing those pictures again.
What's that?
Those pictures of those dishes.
Mm-hmm. I removed them all too because Mr. Mayhem says a cheeseburger with bacon, and I have Cliff's cheeseburger that I got rid of. I could have shown it again.
Some of Walter's
man.
shit,
Tacos
man. I
are her
wanted to eat
favorite.
a bunch of Walter's shit. Those pictures of Walter's.
Cliff changed his mind and says, "Okay, lobster and filet mignon, melted butter and medium rare filet."
All you can eat lobster and filet mignon.
like a great bowl, like a great pot of chili. Just give me a big pot of chili that I made. My chili.
Your chili.
I could go to my grave with that one for sure.
You guys ever have Famous Dave's brisket? Now, I really enjoy that. Now, we don't even have a Famous Dave's here no more because they like moved away somewhere. But that was the best brisket I've ever had. Famous Dave's brisket.
I should make you one, dude. I want to make you a brisket. Ow.
Oh. Hey, Cliff. Where you at, Cliff? And you worry about your office. Cliff is worried about his office.
It's getting late. I got to keep everybody on their toes. You guys were getting a little soft there.
You might want to stay off your toes there, buddy. Stop knocking stuff over.
I'm glad you missed a sentence I said, PJ, because you would have been fucking burned me on that one.
Hey.
He's not even drinking either, guys.
Nope. Nothing. I didn't even take a THC pill tonight yet or nothing.
He's looking at his house like, what has he got going on there?
Oh, man, it's terrible. This place is terrible. I let it go to total fucking hell now, man.
Jesus Christ. Where are the crackheads?
Where are the drawers at?
I'm the only one left.
I'm trying to figure out where the drawers at on his cabinets, man. What's going on?
I'm surprised there's not people pounding on his door for some cocaine right now. What's going on over there?
That happens at my house about once a summer. Dude, you still got any of that shit? Dude, I stopped selling drugs 15 years ago. What are you doing?
Just saying, man. He's got cabinets without drawers on them, man. What's going on?
Foster, be careful handing the torch. Many of those things around you are flammable. Chris says, I think it's a house Foster broke into.
He's squatting. That's what he's doing. He's squatting, lighting cigarettes with blow torches.
Oh
That's God. Right.
It's hilarious. Well, I think we should end this shit, guys. It's going on way too long. And you guys in chat are absolutely fucking amazing. Every one of you.
You guys are hilarious.
Every one of you
are hilarious.
You are amazing. You are the pride and joy of this show. Seriously.
There is a word.
Thank you all for hanging out with us for as long as you have. It was a show about cornerbacks that turned into defensive linemen and food.
And offensive linemen. We went on to the offensive line.
Wide receivers.
And wide receivers.
We talked tight end.
Man. Yeah, I like when we talk tight end.
I bet you do.
Go ahead. Somebody say something.
Yeah, I insert PJ here.
Did you see PJ's face? Oh, you guys, wait. You got to go watch the Barfly Tailgate Show. Watch KB's face when Chris Watts is starting to talk. It's hilarious. He's freaking out because he doesn't know what Chris is going to say, and there's like dead silence, right? And KB's just sitting there, and his eyes are getting bigger, and he's like, "It's you got it. Just I got it marked on the Barfly Tailgate Show. Just go to where I put the time. You're gonna laugh. I guarantee you're gonna laugh." KB looks like his eyes are gonna pop out of his head. He's gonna piss in his pants because
of the delay.
Well, not just the delay, but they said, "Hey, Chris, you got a question for Andrew?" And as they say that, there's dead silence, and KB's eyes get real big, and he starts going,
"Hurry up, Chris! Ask the fucking question."
He didn't say a thing, but you could see total fear and dread in his face of whatever question he thought Chris was going to ask. I'd like to know what he was thinking in those 5 seconds before Chris asked the question, because then he kind of went. Oh. you got to see it to see what I mean. It was hilarious. Because I missed it live, and I was like, damn, I wanted to see Andrew Billings live. But Oh well.
I forgot that they did that. I have to watch that for sure.
Oh, good show. Watch it.
I
Check it
wanted
out.
to see that with
You got
with
time, man.
Andrew
Andrew
Billings for
Billings.
sure.
Andrew Billings is awesome, man. He tells it like it is. Wait till you hear what he's saying about the Bears. I tell everybody to watch it because it's coming straight from his mouth. He's like, I'm not trying to go roughshod or bullshit you guys or any of this. This is what it is. There's something
Right.
about this team, man. Period.
Yeah, I love
something
it.
about this team.
Did you guys notice who kept on talking when they said they was ready to end the show?
Me.
You and Shorty.
Yeah. Well,
And who was the quiet guy?
Now you get 36 more questions for the next 3 hours.
Who was the quiet guy?
You guys. Bring your ass on here so we can end this. Ready? Get your ass out here, Foster.
Stop. Okay.
We're ending the show. Damn it, we're ending the show. Or should we go to 5 minutes and 30 5 hours and 30 minutes? We're at 5:24. Should we go 6 more minutes? Fuck it. No, we're ending it. Guys, in chat, we love you. I mean, seriously, you are what makes this go. You guys hanging out with us this long. This is a ridiculous marathon right now. This should not have happened. If you're still listening to this in audio stream, God bless you. I hope you're on a road trip, or at least I hope that we help to get you through your work day, because you only have a couple more hours left.
I'm just saying. Well, I just want to know when we're gonna start talking about football.
Yeah, there's one more question. PJ's got one more question. That was it.
You can do that next week when I'm not here. How about that? Talk about all the fucking football you want.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen? We're going to screw it up, and it's going to be me and PJ sitting on here, not live, talking for 2 hours.
Man.
Boy, that was a great show, PJ. Yeah, too bad it never got broadcast, you idiots. It'd be the best show we did, too, because you won't be there. No, I'm joking.
Man.
Guys, seriously, everybody in chat, Chris Watts, we love you, man. We'll see you soon. Doug Van Dorn, thank you so much, man. We love you. Cliff, obviously, we love you. Mr. Mayhem, love you, man. Thank you for joining us tonight. Walter, you're a part of the show. Great to see you in chat tonight.
Yes.
Doug, or sorry, Brian was in for a little while. Bink the DJ.
Bink.
Awesome.
Come join the show, Bink.
Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. If you would like to join us, I'll put the banner down here. You can just simply email BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com if you would like to join a future show. Any one of you. That means you, Cliff.
Yeah.
Don't forget about that Chris Watts GoFundMe, Cliff. Do it now while you're drunk so you make it $100 donation. And then
Bink could be on the show with us next week.
Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank Joe Mandell for being on 2 shows ago.
Huh? What was that, man?
I said good morning, everyone. Thanks for being on the show. Joe Mandell. Wait, thanks for being on. I'd like to thank Joe Mandell for being on the show 2 shows ago.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe, for joining the show.
Thank you for joining the show and hanging out with us in chat afterwards while you were in bed.
While he's eating that BLT, right?
Mm-hmm. Eating his BLT?
Yeah.
Who else is here in chat? We had Mark Kazak was in chat. Thank you for joining us tonight, Mark. Love you. Appreciate
Leo
you.
the Factor, Bear Truth 9, King Buka World.
Yes.
Who else was the new person that came on with Bink? Who was that was
Eduardo Miguel. Eduardo Miguel. Thank you for joining us.
Eduardo's been watching the show for about 6-8 weeks at least.
Yeah.
Just in case. So you know. And who's that guy? Chris Watts, Walter. DVD.
Let's see, who else do we have in here? Kenny right? Joined us tonight. Kenny Ray joined us.
Kenny.
And
he's been on the show before.
Joe's wife was here for a bit too, Kathy.
James Ford. Kathy, thank you for joining us.
James Ford.
James Ford. Thank you for joining us, James.
And he's retired, so man, appreciate your service, whatever you did.
Yes, sir.
STC. Thank you for joining us tonight. You guys are what makes BCP go around. We appreciate you. We love you. If you would ever like to be a part of the show, please email us at BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com, and you can be a part of the show if you call this a show. Leo Factor. Everyone, love you all so much. Thank you. We will see you guys next week.
Truth 9.
I might be around for a little bit, but it's probably going to be most of you two and a little bit of me. I'm on vacation, but we're going to make the show happen. So until next week, make sure you like, subscribe, set your notifications, tell everybody that you know about this crazy show where we talk some bears and some life, some bears and some food, some bears and some, what else did we talk about tonight? Fuck everything.
God bless us all, everyone.
God bless us all, everyone. Until then, ready? 1, 2, 3. Bears.
Bears.